Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video we will see what if Harry Potter rejected Dumbledore's path to manipulate absolute power. Here is short summary. Tired of being guided toward sacrifice, Harry sees through Dumbledore's plans and walks away from the path laid out for him. Armed with forbidden knowledge and ruthless clarity, he stops being a pawn and starts manipulating power itself. This time, Harry isn't surviving the war. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The world was in flames. Voldemort sat on the Queen's throne in Westminster Abbey. Hogwarts was rubble. Diagon Alley was a collection point for Muggleborns to be shipped to concentration camps. Continental Europe was on the verge of collapsing as the magical and mundane armies of Emperor Voldemort savaged those who stood against them. The Americans, Australians and the Brazilians had warded their continents. No one could come in. It didn't matter. She was dead. Harry Potter, last surviving member of the Order of the Phoenix, lay in a ditch in western Cornwall, a gentle rain soaking him. He was cuddling the corpse of his wife. Hermione Potter had died not even 5 minutes ago. Please God, don't let her be dead. I need her. Please, I'll do anything. Please God, don't let her be dead. They had taken to stealing food from abandoned markets. The canned goods lasted nigh on forever, and with a quick twist of the can opener, Viola, a main course of Vienna sausages complemented by mandarin oranges and French-cut green beans. They'd had that meal on their wedding night. Please God, don't let her be dead. It all went to shit after Sirius died. Dumbledore had been poisoned in the Great Hall the next day. Harry was still reeling from the dual impact of Sirius' death and the disclosure of the prophecy, so the twitching, foaming corpse of the headmaster didn't make the impression on him that he thought it would. Hermione came to him that night in bed. Harry looked around wildly as his curtains silently opened. What the? Harry, it's just me. Budge over, we need to talk. As he scooted over, she gingerly climbed in bed with him. Apparently, her wounds from the previous day were not as healed as Madame Pomfrey had declared. A few spells later, they were able to speak in privacy. I think we should leave school tonight, she began. When Harry's eyebrows almost reached his hairline, she waved him off and continued, with Dumbledore dead, Voldemort will probably be here tomorrow. No one can stop him now. He'll come for you. After he kills you, he'll kill all the Muggleborns. She paused and let that sink in. Watching his eyes focus on the canopy of his four-poster, she saw him make his decision and sighed in relief. Okay, where do we go? In the end, they had decided to leave Ron behind. They regretted the error for the rest of their lives. 4 years later, they'd found a picture of him, or rather what was left of him. He had been drawn and quartered on his beloved Quidditch pitch. Voldemort had indeed come the next day and his wrath was great. Their broom ride had ended at her parents' home. They later thanked God many times that Stephen and Alice had listened to them and fled the country. Today they were safe in St. Louis. Even Americans need dentists. After a stop at Gringotts, the duo walked out with over £1 million in cash and 10,000 galleons. Hermione made 2 purchases, a library trunk and a copy of every book in Flourish and Blott's inventory. Harry made 3 purchases, an invisibility cloak for Hermione, a firebolt for her and a written copy of a charm that would remove the infamous trace from their wands. The charm had been the most expensive. They went to Cardiff and rented a flat, theorizing that going Muggle would protect and hide them. Not raising wards in order to avoid attracting attention, they set up their cover as a young married couple. They studied, laughed and cried. Reading the papers, they could interpret the magical events in the mundane news. Mass murders were taking place. The werewolves and vampires were on a rampage. Giants and dragons were attacking with impunity. Times were becoming tough. Rationing was put in place. Petrol, food, and clothes were all limited in availability. The economy fell like a stone and a full-scale depression hit Britain. Lines began to form outside employment offices. The magical ministry had fallen first. They found out later that Fudge had lasted a mere week and a half after Hogwarts fell. The mundane government lasted 3 more years. Unprepared for the insidious attack via Imperius, midnight assassination and blackmail, Voldemort strode into the Houses of Parliament in early 1999. Their studying had been fast-paced. Not needing to slow their education for the lowest common denominator, Hermione taught Harry and, where possible, Harry taught Hermione. Their studying far exceeded the standard Hogwarts curriculum. Harry had taken the lead on their combat training. Power spells, creative transfiguration, offensive wards and battlefield healing were all covered in detail. When Hermione had asked Harry why they were having their intensive training, Harry had replied, "I've got to kill him." They were fortunate that she was able to learn on her own from books. Toward the end of their time in Cardiff, two things happened that changed everything for them. First, Harry passed his practice newts for defense, transfiguration, charms, runes, arithmancy and even potions. He'd given her quite a hard time for having the practice tests for a 7th-year exam during their 5th year. The second happening was far more important. He ed her, and she ed him back. They made love that night and didn't leave the bedroom for an entire day. Their time in Cardiff had lasted 3 years. During that time they exchanged letters with her parents. In each one, Stephen and Alice had begged the teens to come to America. They wanted to go. They talked about it time and again, but something neither could identify tethered them to Britain. They couldn't leave. "We still don't know what, the power the Dark Lord knows not, is," Harry had raged one night. Having worked their way through a bottle of wine, they were half-pissed and both were venting their frustrations. "You feel obligated to do something because of this prophecy." Nodding at her observation, he responded, "Yeah, I do." Taking him in her arms, she gave him a hug. "Let's go see if Grimmauld Place is still the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix." It was. Or rather, it was the headquarters of Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick, Alistair Moody and Arthur Weasley. They were all that was left. The reunion was subdued. Arthur enveloped them both in a long hug. His entire family was dead and he was a changed man because of it. Minerva, too, hugged them while Phileas just watched them with a 1,000-yard stare. Harry gave his former transfiguration teacher a questioning look. "Phileas has killed so many," Minerva whispered. Moody grunted as he took a swig from his flask. Nothing really changed there. The group of 6 began to conduct raids on Death Eater supply depots. Potion supplies, body armor, food, medicines and clothing were all taken. They knew they weren't really making a dent in Voldemort's activities, but they needed what was stolen. For the first time in years, they all ate until full. 2 years after Harry and Hermione returned to the magical world, Moody was killed on a raid and again, things went downhill fast. They'd taken to raiding Death Eater, entertainment houses. Torture chambers, brothels and casinos were other names for them. The mercy and capture attitude that the Order had adhered to when Dumbledore had led them was a thing of the past. Killing fast and quick was de rigueur. Moody had been killed in a raid on an entertainment house. They'd expected a dozen Death Eaters to be inside but had run into 3 dozen. Harry had personally killed 10 Death Eaters and Hermione 12 before they realized that Moody had bled to death. The loss of the seemingly indestructible Moody hit them all hard. Flitwick had wandered off after that. He'd been increasingly erratic and it seemed that the last loss had been one too many. Arthur became more reckless and violent. He'd been crossing the line between engaging the enemy and killing for pleasure for quite a while. Harry and Hermione had a long talk with Minerva about it, but never had the opportunity to act. He died when he walked into Diagon Alley, killing everyone he saw. For all intents and purposes, it was suicide. 27 Death Eaters died by his wand before he was cut down by no less than 7 killing curses. Minerva pulled them aside after they lost Arthur. "I want you both to know that I love you like the children I've never had." The usually reserved woman was almost gushing and it took the young couple by surprise. Recognizing their expression, she smiled wryly and murmured, "I don't know how much time we have left together. I wanted you to know how much you mean to me." A little teary-eyed, Hermione gave the elderly Scot a hug while Harry bussed her cheek. "Thanks, Minerva. We love you too." A runaway lorry hit her the next day. Harry and Hermione had no hope of victory and they knew it. Moving to a small cottage in Cornwall, they tried to live their lives in obscurity, hidden from the red eye of Voldemort in the tall grass of the Muggle world. It was too late to try and flee. Now, no one got out of Britain that was. They had another 5 years of bliss alternating with fear. Finally, they'd formalized their relationship and the local vicar had married them in their lounge. Their neighbors, John and Lee Street, James, had stood up with them. 2 years later, they'd been on a scrounging mission when they'd bumped into their worst nightmare. A Death Eater squad walked in on them at the remains of the local grocers. It had been a quick fight. The 7 Death Eaters were dead within 30 seconds, but not before Hermione was hit by a killing curse. Please God, don't let her be dead. But she was. Weeping now, he closed her eyes and apparated them to their home. The rain continued as he lovingly lay her on the chaise lounge and conjured a shovel. His hair matted to his head, rain running in his eyes, he dug his wife's grave amidst her much-loved flowers. After burying her in their garden, he fashioned a headstone for her and laid it atop her final resting place. Hermione Jane Potter. Born September 19, 1979. Died November 22, 2006. Beloved wife and daughter. The smartest witch of the age. Harry didn't leave the house for over a year. John and Lee brought him food. Vicar Smythe stopped by weekly for a half hour. Otherwise, he saw no one and no one saw him. The first month he drank himself into torpor and stayed there. John Street. James took all of Harry's whiskey after that and forced the young widower to sober up. With nothing left, he studied and read. There was one purpose in his pursuits: find a way to save Hermione. He realized he'd gone a little crazy. She was dead. He had buried her with his own hands after all. First he'd pursued an answer in necromancy, but the rituals were either ineffective at restoring her, such as creating an inferius, or so morally repugnant that he knew she'd hate him if he successfully brought her back with it. Time turners were an interesting but eventually fruitless path. He found quite a few overviews of the devices, but since they were highly restricted artifacts, there was no detailed information on the mechanics of the device. 4 times he'd failed in trying to build time turners, although the last had generated quite a powerful explosion that had leveled his workshop. He chuckled as he lay in bed reading essays in Advanced Theoretical Thaumaturgy, Vol. MMCXII by Viridian Starkin. If only Hermione could see me now. Snorting and shaking his head, he corrected himself, if only Ron could see me now. What he was reading banished all thoughts of his old friend far from his mind. Conjuring the balanced spatial tensions required to create a temporal shift. The focus of the dynamic interface would be a curved field, the parameters of which would be dependent of the magnitudes of the forces involved. Any object that crossed through this curved field would experience a temporal translation, the magnitude of which would also be varied as the interacting forces were altered. Dear God, it's time travel. Hermione had taught him well, and it was immediately apparent to Harry that he was in a quandary. The temporal translation described would allow a steerable opening in the temporal timeline. This would allow him to select the target time to which he wished to return. However, no material would be able to be sent through the field. No material unless one was able to channel all the natural magical energy in the planet. Since that wasn't possible, what could be sent? To most persons, the natural conclusion of the line of thought would have been horrifying. To Harry, who was half-crazed with loss and despair, the idea of killing himself in the hopes that his spirit would go back in time was not horrifying at all. Even if it doesn't work, I still get to see her again. At least, if Luna was right, I'll see her again. So began his calculations. 7 different times he calculated his trip, as he began to call it. The first 5 all came up with different answers. Not inspiring. The 6th and 7th calculations had the same results. He felt far from confident in his figuring. If the gemstones that were to be used to generate and focus the temporal field were slightly off angle, his spirit would explode and he'd cease to exist. He polished off another stale can of stout and threw the can in the bin. What have I got to lose? The next morning, he did something he'd never done before. He went to the local church to pray. He wasn't a believer in the Anglican faith, but he sure needed something now. Staring at the altar, he murmured, "Please, God, help me." He didn't even realize that it was Christmas Day. After an hour of pleading with the deity, he returned home. He'd needed a dozen diamonds, so he'd stolen them from a jewelry store 2 days before. Not many people could afford such luxuries nowadays. He doubted if the theft would be noticed. Calculations in hand, he went to the only place it made sense to him to perform the ritual and begin his trip. He dumped the diamonds on Hermione's grave and began to lay them in the required pentagonal shape. 3 hours later, he'd laid out the stones and verified their positions 4 times. Stripping off his clothes, he shivered as he knelt in the center of the diamond pentagram. There was no turning back. He incinerated his notes. Muttering the charging spell, he first felt drained, then saw the diamonds begin to glow a dull blue. The temporal translation field was charged. Tears began to drip down his face as he sat on the ground. A full 5 minutes passed as he sat there, in the dirt. Rain began to fall, mixing with his tears. It was as if the heavens were weeping with him. For him. I love you, Hermione. He placed his wand to his chest over his heart and whispered, Defendo. Falling. Pain. Noise. Darkness. With a jarring thud, he stopped falling. Opening his eyes, he gasped for air. Once. Twice. Frantically, he looked around, trying to determine when he had shown up. Had he traveled through time, or had the experiment ended badly? Perhaps he was in hell and didn't know it yet. Colors swirled and melded together. Later he would describe it like an exploding rainbow. Shapes began to form. He was staring at the strangest thing. It was familiar but he just couldn't place it. Gray feathers. Orange eyes. Buckbeak. It worked. First things first, Harry quickly bowed. He maintained eye contact with the regal hybrid creature for a long moment. When the half-eagle, half-horse bowed in return, Harry let go the breath he'd been holding and approached his old friend with a little terror in his eye. Gently patting the hippogriff's beak, he barely heard Hagrid's congratulations and follow-on instruction to the class. She's behind me. He almost burst into tears at the thought. His head swirled and his guts clenched. Hermione is right behind me. Maybe 10 or 15 feet away. Please God, let her be behind me. The murmur of the class seemed a cacophony. Hagrid's voice boomed a bass tone that reverberated in his chest. None of the words meant anything. She's behind me. After a steadying breath, he turned. She was there. Before he could scream for joy, he noticed her face was in a grimace and she was holding her chest as if she'd been kicked. Her eyes darted left, then right. Locking onto his face, she looked like she didn't know him at first. Then, the largest smile she'd ever had blossomed on her face and she ran to him. It was the first time he'd ever experienced a complete loss of control of his limbs. He ran to her. Unknowingly, unthinkingly, he ran to her. Desperately embracing his once and future wife, she in turn crushed him to her. He didn't even realize it but he was murmuring her name over and over in a half-sob. Oh, Harry. He pulled back and almost fell down in shock. Right after their wedding, they'd been working in the garden of their home in Cornwall, building a trellis. Hermione had slipped and split her brow open on a small boulder they used as a seat. Feeling embarrassed about her clumsiness, she wouldn't heal it with magic nor let Harry heal it either. It's an object lesson for me to be more careful. She developed a scar that made a small line through her right eyebrow. Looking at her 13-year-old self, the blood ran into his toes. She had the same scar. Tentatively reaching out to her, toward her scar, he asked in a whisper, Hermione. Fingering her brow, she teared up and nodded. Yes, love. It's me, she answered in a similar whisper. How? She shrugged and then smiled through her tears. I'm sure you screwed something up. He laughed, I'm sure I did. Pulling her close, he almost broke down from happiness. He was beckoned by some miracle of heaven, so too was she. So, what was going on back there? Asked Ron. They were heading back to the castle after the exciting Care of Magical Creatures class. The whole class had been so agog with Harry and Hermione's display of affection that Malfoy had forgotten to be his normal prickish self. The altercation with Buckbeak never happened. His arm around Hermione's shoulders, a smiling Harry asked, What do you mean, mate? With red-tipped ears, Ron waved his hands and sputtered. What do I mean? I mean you too. He waved his hand at his best friends. Harry glanced at his wife. Girlfriend. Best friend. She gave him a nod. We're together, he answered Ron. Ron's face froze, then began to fill up with red. Harry and Hermione were both confused. They were excited to have another chance with their red-headed friend but didn't understand his upset. They stood there, bemused, while their old friend showed all the typical Weasley signs for an impending temper tantrum. Setting his jaw, Ron nodded and said, I see. I'll just leave you lovebirds to it so you can go snog, right? And he jogged up the trail to the castle. What the was that about? Harry mused aloud. Watching Ron run away, Hermione absently reproved, language, love. Beats me. You said he had a crush on me 4th year, right? Yeah, maybe it started 3rd year. Maybe. He stopped, pulling her up as he let the rest of class pass them by. Malfoy sneered as he passed, but the Potters didn't even notice. After the other third years had passed, he placed his arms around her waist in their accustomed place, to which she responded with her arms around his neck. "So are you still my wife?" he asked, a little tongue-in-cheek. Smiling, she answered with a passionate that curled his toes and increased his heart rate. A minute later, she was backed up to a tree, her legs around his waist. "Harry, wait." Collecting himself, he pulled back and took a deep breath. "Sorry, it's been a while and I think the teenage hormones are kicking in something fierce." She smiled as she straightened her skirt. There was something predatory about her smile that made Harry's own smile broaden. She grabbed his tie and pulled him close. "We've been married for over 2 years and been intimate for almost 10. When we have some privacy, I'm going to shag you rotten. Just not here in the open, okay?" He smiled and gave her a tender. She saw a tear on his cheek and wiped it away with the pad of her thumb. "Hey now, we're together. We've got another chance, why the tears?" Hugging her tight, he sobbed, "I missed you so much." Holding him close, she let his storm pass. Finally, she asked, "How long?" "When I woke up this morning, you'd been gone for over a year." She shuddered, "I don't remember anything. Last thing before showing up in class was those Death Eaters at the grocer's." He nodded and they started to amble to the castle, hand in hand. With a small smile, she cast a spell on his face to clean him up. Grateful, he squeezed her hand. "Should we tell anyone?" She scowled. "Not Dumbledore. I trust him about as far as you could throw him." In the years after Hogwarts, they'd had many discussions about Harry's life. With all the danger, pain and heartache Harry had in his life, they kept coming back to Albus Dumbledore. Being taken from Sirius and deposited in the loving embrace of his relatives. The stone, the chamber, Sirius imprisonment, the tournament, the ministry misadventure. All of it circled back to Albus Dumbledore's manipulations and secrets. "Agreed. I was thinking about McGonagall and Sirius, when we make contact with him, that is." Hermione made a face. "I know you loved, or rather love him. But Sirius isn't really stable right now, sweetie." Sighing, he nodded, "True. Maybe later." Conceding his desire, she nodded back. "Sure. We'll get him with some mind healers and nutritionists to help heal his mind and body. From there, we can talk." "Okay." He shrugged his acceptance and squeezed her hand. "What about Remus?" he asked. She pursed her lips. "My first reaction is no. He owes a lot to Dumbledore and the old man may call in his markers. Remus is too honorable and this would put him in quite a bind. I'd rather not tell him just yet." He nodded. Glancing at her, he got a goofy grin. "Are you really gonna shag me senseless?" Smiling in return, she answered, "Men. Hey, I get to play Quidditch again. And take divination again." Dropping his head to his chest, he muttered, "Way to kill the buzz deer." Hermione laughed in her musical way before she ed him on the cheek. "I'm sure I can make it up to you." He gave her a lecherous leer saying, "I'm sure you can." He reached across the Gryffindor table for the fixings for his lunch. Wiggling her eyebrows, she finished making her own sandwich. Digging into their lunch, they both were overcome with waves of nostalgia. Hundreds of people around them were alive, when just yesterday to them, they were dead. Even Ron sitting at the other end of the table where he was glaring at them was a very welcome sight. It was like a kick to the gut when he looked to the front table. There, deep in discussion was a healthy-looking Minerva McGonagall and a chuckling Phileas Flitwick. Harry's head spun a bit as faces of the dead flashed at him. Dumbledore, Hagrid, Oliver Wood, Fred and George, Luna, Neville. Looking over at the Slytherin table, he saw some whom they had helped when the world went in the crapper. Daphne and Astoria Greengrass, Tracy Davis. Of course, his blood began to boil when he saw Draco Malfoy. The baby fat hadn't yet melted off the blonde boy's cheeks and yet the sat at the Slytherin table, smirking at Harry from across the hall. He glanced at his wife and saw the same sad expression he was sure he must have as well and offered, "Pretty intense." She nodded and sniffed, "Yeah, it is." Taking a big bite of his sandwich, he heard her breath catch. Looking up, he saw Severus Snape stride in the hall for lunch. Harry swallowed and reached for his wand. His instantaneous rage pounded in his ears like the drums calling to war. As his hand dove in his pocket, a slim hand from his right grabbed his arm and Hermione hissed in his ear, "No. You can't kill him here in the Great Hall. I'm gonna kill him. His fury was roiling his magic into a maelstrom and it pulsed in time with his heartbeat. Not here. Panting like a racehorse, Harry glanced down at his plate when Snape looked at him. He'd become fairly proficient in occlumency after they left Hogwarts, but he had no idea if that ability transferred back in time with him. After some mental exercises this evening, he felt that he'd know where he stood. Until then, he'd just avoid eye contact. Nodding to her, he relaxed his body. She rubbed his back and murmured, I know he killed Neville and Luna. Probably Dumbledore as well. Who knows how many others he destroyed as the head of the camps. I want his head on a pike too, but we really need to talk about this. Are we going to execute people for things they did before? Things they have yet to do? Him and that little shite Malfoy I have no problem killing. Come on, let's get out of here. We need to cool off and talk for a bit. Grabbing his hand, she half-dragged him from the hall and out on the grounds. By now, Harry's rage had passed and after a few deep breaths, he was under control again. Thanks, love. Nodding to him, she smiled and replied, I love you. Love you too. So, the real question is how much do we change? Well, what was your plan? Looking at his feet, he muttered, didn't have one. Knowing she was waiting for more, he looked at her. She moved closer to see her normally reserved husband in tears again. My only plan was to see you again. I didn't think about anything else for a year. Moving close and gently taking him in her arms, she nodded and murmured, I understand. I do. The same. Wiping his face, he laughed wetly. Like hell. You'd have a plan tattooed to your hand. She smiled and then put on a mock-affronted look. If you're going to be insulting about it, Mr. Potter. Not at all, Mrs. Potter. All in good fun. She leaned on him and cocked an eyebrow. Your swearing has become of the dockyard variety. He grimaced. She truly did not like foul language. It made her uncomfortable and he'd made a real effort to eliminate his cursing. Sorry. I was alone for a while and it just got out of hand. Nodding, she smiled impishly, I'll give you suitable encouragement to reform your behavior. Now? He asked with a leering grin. She laughed and took off toward the lake, catch me if you can. She shouted over her shoulder. They lay in the tall grass on a short strip of grass between the lake and the forbidden forest, screened from the school by a stand of boulders. He caught her and they'd ed for quite a while. Been a while since we've had a good snog. She rolled her eyes at him before he burst into laughter. I know how much you hate that word, he teased, I'm just having a bit of fun. Poking him in the ribs, she said, enough funning. Let's get down to work. What is it that we could change and what should we change? Wormtail. Agreed, she said as she conjured parchment and quill. Barty Crouch Jr. Kill him. She stroked her chin with the quill. Turning to her spouse, she had a bit of grimace when she said, we may need to leave him in place. Harry began to get angry when he saw her point. Let the tournament happen then kill Voldemort in the graveyard. But what about Wormtail then? That's how the bastard gets to the graveyard in the first place. Crap. She lay back in the grass and stared at the clouds. After a long moment in contemplation, Hermione asked, what's our number one priority? Killing Voldemort, right. With a sigh of resignation, Harry agreed. Yeah, Sirius gets the shaft. Rising up to her elbow, Hermione scooted closer to her husband, not necessarily. If we capture the traitor in the graveyard, we can exonerate Sirius then. Sitting up fully, she began to think aloud, or, we could convince the DMLE to get a Veritaserum questioning for him. Sorry, love, the Dementors are already here. That means that fawning idiot Fudge has ordered the for old Padfoot. Right before they'd married, he'd started using the term, fong, instead of other curse words so as to be able to curse in front of his wife, but not be upbraided for it. Harry thought it was very clever of him. She tolerated his lunacy. He was male, after all. Waving her hands at his negativity, she glowered, as I said. If we get a Veritaserum questioning of him, or maybe we redo the Quibbler article but this time they interview Padfoot and not you. That could throw enough public doubt on the situation to warrant a real investigation and questioning. Eyes wide and mouth curled in a smile, Harry jumped on Hermione. Laughing, they rolled about in the grass. She shrieked when he began to tickle her. Her retaliation caused squeals of laughter. They ended up entwined and lips pressed together in a passionate embrace that's usually not seen by couples a decade their senior. Breaking apart, he whispered, "I love you so much. And I you, beloved." Running her hand through his hair in an affectionate, proprietary manner, she then ed him on the forehead. "What class are we missing?" Rolling off her, he exhaled. "No clue." His face scrunched up as a thought occurred to him. "Love, why are we staying in school? We both can pass our newts today, much less owls." Rolling over toward her, he propped his head on his hand and traced imaginary designs on her flat stomach. "We have plenty of money. With my inheritance, we never have to work another day in our lives and we'd still leave our children a fortune. What do you say we kill Voldemort, free Sirius and then tell the world to bugger off?" She smiled and rolled her eyes. "If I had any doubts that the person in your body was my husband, they've all been erased." Chuckling she said, "Love, if the Ministry ever found out that we've time traveled, do you really think they'd ever let us out of the Department of Mysteries? We have to play the part." He scowled and nodded. "Too right." Fong, rolling on her side to face him. She played with the buttons on his shirt. "However, we can still be extremely mature teenagers who study hard and score exceptionally in their courses." "Me? Yes, you." She poked him in the chest. "After the incredible trauma of the chamber and the basilisk, you've realized that you really should apply yourself in your studies so you don't have to rely on luck." He looked at her blankly, "Or at least that's what we'll tell everyone." He laughed and leaned in for a. Afterwards he mentioned, "I'll need to see Minerva tonight. I'm not taking fawning divination with that anointed sovereign of sighs and groans. I'll sign up for runes and arithmancy with you. And sit in the back and snog." He smiled widely, "If you insist, Mrs. Potter." She sat up and looked about. Seeing no one, she disillusioned both of them and then pulled him close. "I find us completely alone, Mr. Potter. Indeed. I have need of you, husband." 2 hours later, Harry and Hermione knocked on Professor McGonagall's office door. "Enter." Hearing her smooth burr again, they couldn't help smiling to each other as they entered the room. Earlier, after picking grass and burrs out of each other's hair, they'd had quite a long discussion about the advisability of trusting anyone with their secret, even their old friend. "Are you sure we should confide in Minerva?" She frowned and replied, "Yes, I think so. She's Dumbledore's deputy right now. The woman who became a surrogate mother to us was very different than the woman who is up in the castle right now." They went back and forth until Harry finally settled the discussion. "We'll tell her, but if she reacts badly, I'll obliviate her." With a bit of a surprised expression, Hermione asked, "Do you really think that you can get the drop on her?" His only response was a feral grin. Back in the hallway, Hermione preceded Harry into the Gryffindor head of house's quarters. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, what is amiss?" Smiling at her, Harry couldn't help himself. "Amiss? Professor, why would you think that I'm here because something is amiss?" The middle-aged Scot merely cocked an eyebrow, which was tantamount to a belly laugh for her. Hermione gave Harry a playful tap in the ribs and scolded, "Behave." This comfortable, intimate interaction from two of her favorite students caused the other eyebrow to rise. Settling back in her chair, Minerva Fraser McGonagall decided to let them explain to her what was happening. Harry didn't keep her in suspense too long. "Minerva, we've an explanation for you that will explain our newfound attitudes and why I feel it appropriate to address you by your Christian name." "This should be good," the Transfiguration mistress muttered. 2 hours later, they'd opened a 50-year-old Glenmorangie and were halfway down the bottle. Minerva's small pensieve had been liberally used and on many occasions, tears had been shed by all three. Wiping her face of wetness after watching Phileas spiral into depression and assumed death, she asked, "What's your plan?" "Kill Voldemort, free Sirius, tell Dumbledore to bugger off and live happily ever after." Minerva half glared at Harry before she chuckled. "Seriously, what is your plan?" Harry sighed and unthinkingly took Hermione's hand in his. "I was a bit distraught when I came back. To tell the truth, we really don't have much of a plan. We skived our afternoon classes to have a bit of a talk. I think we've agreed that we need to let this and next year happen in the same manner as last time. In substance at least." Turning to Hermione, he saw her nod. Harry's expression suddenly hardened. "But I have to tell you, Min, I'm going to kill Snape before the year is out." Having seen their memories and heard the explanation, McGonagall contradicted Harry. "No, you're not." When he glared at her, she finished, "I am." After a long silence, the three erupted in laughter. To an outsider, they'd be calling the local sanatorium to pick up their newest inmates. To a soldier who'd seen the wars, he'd understand completely. This Minerva hadn't fought in the war to come, but she'd fought and lost in the wars that had been. A phrase that the veterans of the American Civil War used was, "They've been in the tall grass and seen the elephant." There is camaraderie amongst soldiers that others can't understand. Through his laughter, Harry said, "Never with a Highland woman or she'll likely tear off your balls and shove them down your throat." "And make you like it," finished Hermione. It was a favorite saying of theirs and had come about in similar circumstances, though the whiskey hadn't been so fine. Minerva saluted them both with her glass before downing the remains in one go. "You can't tell Albus any of this," the older witch declared forcefully. "His heart is fully for the light, but he'd try to obliviate you both to hell and back before you could finish your first sentence." Hermione nodded. "We'd already come to that conclusion. On top of that, Albus isn't really our friend." She explained about their conclusions regarding the headmaster and his manipulations. Minerva sat back in her chair, nursing her refilled whiskey. "Damn." She stood a little unsteadily. Drawing her wand, she cast a sobriety charm on herself before walking to the window. Looking out over the grounds, she told her abbreviated tale. "Did I tell you about my husband, before?" "No, you didn't." She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I loved Jamie from my earliest memory. We grew up together, attended Hogwarts together and married shortly after graduation. He was killed by Death Eaters when we'd been married for 4 years. Albus came to me and asked me to teach Transfiguration. He'd been selected to be headmaster and I'd just attained my mastery. I had nothing at home so I came. I threw myself into teaching and the fight against Voldemort." Bowing her head, she said, "Albus gave me a reason to go on. Teaching and the fight kept me going. What you've told me," she waved at her pensieve, "and shown me, shakes all I've ever believed about him at the very foundations." Harry and Hermione watched their head of house reminisce with more than a bit of apprehension. Harry's wand was in his hand, lying in his lap. Hermione saw what he was doing and elbowed him. When he looked over at her, she frowned and shook her head in negation. He could almost read her mind. "Not yet." Nodding, he turned back to the woman he respected above most else on the planet and waited. After a long moment, Minerva acceded to the desires of her heart. "I'll protect your secrets and help you with what I am able. I can do no less for my children, can I?" "Fong." Hermione smiled. "Sleep well, Harry." The arm of his glasses held in his teeth, Harry rubbed his bloodshot eyes. "I'd forgotten how loud Ron snores. Around 1, I gave up and silenced him. On top of it, I wanted to kill Scabbers all night." Chuckling softly, Hermione stood from her chair in the common room before shouldering her bag. Hooking her arm in her husband's, she whispered, "My poor husband." With a hint of a grin, Harry asked, "Can you eat and make it all better?" She laughed as she rolled her eyes. "Come on, I'm hungry." Walking down to the Great Hall was a little slice of heaven for Harry. He'd dreamed about this repeatedly for the year he'd been without Hermione. His wide grin was contagious, so by the time they sat at the Gryffindor table both Potters were grinning like fools. The emotional whiplash from the heights of joy to the depths of despair and back was beginning to wear on the time travelers, though. Hermione spooned herself some porridge and as she was reaching for the sugar, she asked in a quiet voice, "How's your head?" Harry nodded around his mouthful of eggs. They'd tested each other's occlumency shields the previous night after leaving Minerva's office. After a bit of readjustment to their new minds, both Harry and Hermione were satisfied they could keep the headmaster and potions master out of their minds. Pausing, as if he was reminded of something foul, Harry eventually replied, "I'm okay. Had a bit of a headache last night, but nothing this morning." He didn't look her in the eye while his face paled somewhat. She stared at him, knowing full well that he was hiding something. At the same time, she knew that Harry would tell her when he was ready. When they were teens, the first time, that is, she would have to badger and nag him until he told her what was on her mind. His first instinct was to hide any distress he felt and deny any reason for being upset. It was a product of growing up with those Dursleys. She hated them then and hated them now. Sighing to mentally get back on track, she remembered how they'd made a breakthrough whilst in Cardiff during their preparation phase. It was one of her most painful and wonderful memories. It was the day that Harry completely unburdened himself of his secrets. It was the day that he made the decision to trust her completely with himself. 3 days later they'd made love. The two decisions were inextricably linked for both of them. She figured that Harry's nightmares were back. The nightly terrors were either of the Voldemort variety or just plain old regurgitations of the horrors they'd witnessed. Or it could be the horrors in which they'd participated. Those were the most unpleasant nightmares. Just before moving to Cornwall and giving up their resistance to Emperor Voldemort, she and Harry cracked a bottle of gin and tried to count how many Death Eaters they'd killed. They lost count at 232 for him and 219 for her. They didn't even try to estimate how many her lethal wards had killed. That magnitude of butchery changes a person, no matter how justified the acts. The combination of those wonderful facts with sleeping in the same dorm room as his parents' betrayer spurred Hermione to wonder how Harry got any sleep at all. Their discussion tapered off as they watched Luna Lovegood enter the hall. Luna looked very much as she had during their 5th year, pale blonde hair, protuberant blue eyes with pasty white skin. Instead of the usual preoccupied expression on her face, this morning Luna had a mixed expression of fear and determination. And she was staring right at Harry and Hermione. Oh, Harry muttered. Luna marched over to the mostly empty table of lions where she stopped right across from Hermione. Her gaze held both the Potters as she stated, "I don't understand why, but everything is different today and it's because of you two." For the second time in her life, Hermione was stunned into silence. Harry picked up the slack. "Will you join us for breakfast, Luna? We can have a chat after we've eaten." Slowly, Luna sat on the bench across from the time travelers. Harry handed her the orange marmalade while Hermione poured her a cup of coffee. Luna blinked at the unsolicited provisions. "How did you know these are my favorites?" With a soft, regretful voice, Hermione answered, "Because we're your friends." Stunned, Luna just stared. Eventually, a slow smile drifted across her face. She repeated, "Friends," as she spread the marmalade across her toast. By the time she sipped her coffee, Luna Lovegood had the widest, most genuine smile she'd worn since her mother had died. It was a slow meal. Luna was thoughtfully working her way through her stack of toast. She didn't revisit her earlier assertion and neither did Harry or Hermione. Harry and, to a lesser extent, Hermione were both still overwhelmed by the presence of everyone in the hall who had died in their previous incarnation. Luna was overwhelmed for wholly different reasons. She wondered how these people knew about her and, most importantly, she exulted in the fact that she now had friends. Minerva entered the hall. Staying true to form, she didn't acknowledge the Potters. The three of them had discussed the issue and decided they didn't want to draw any untoward attention from those who would notice any outward show of affection. Hermione tugged on Harry's sleeve, indicating she was ready. Harry caught Luna's attention, so the three students shouldered their satchels and made their way out the front doors toward the lake. Once they settled on two of the benches near the lakeside and Hermione had cast a privacy ward, Harry began. "Luna, we'd like to tell you some things, but there's a problem. Some of the people in the castle practice legilimency. Do you know what that is?" When she nodded, he continued. "Good. The problem with telling you the story is that these persons who practice legilimency will not allow you to keep our secrets, they'll be able to pluck them from your mind against your will." Luna's usual omnipresent ethereal aura was gone and had been replaced with a hard gaze. "Who?" Hermione sighed. "That's part of the secret." The second-year Ravenclaw nodded thoughtfully. "It sounds as if we are at an impasse." Crossing her legs, Hermione settled in a bit before she replied, "We can test your mind for its natural defenses using legilimency to determine how well your mind is defended. Once we all get a feel for where you stand, Harry and I can help you with defending your thoughts." Hermione stifled the sigh that was working up into her gullet. It had taken her and Harry years of painstaking effort when they were adults to become proficient occlumencers. What hope was there that 12-year-old Luna Lovegood would become proficient in the next decade? With a hint of a shrug, Luna acquiesced, "Go ahead." Harry drew his wand and incanted, "Legilimens." Hermione hated to let Harry take the lead when it came to testing and probing others' minds with legilimency. In the end, though, Harry had much stronger capabilities in the discipline. Years of fending off Voldemort's long-distance attacks had forced Harry to become a more than proficient occlumencer. From there it was a short step to legilimency. Necessity had been truly the mother of invention. When learning the mind arts, usually women teach women and men teach men. In this case, though, it was necessary for Harry to test Luna. Not even Mad Eye had been able to keep Harry out of his mind. The once and future Mrs. Potter watched as Harry and Luna engaged in the usual staring match between the Legilimencer and Occlumencer. After a long minute, Harry muttered, "Finite." Turning to Hermione, he just shook his head in negation. "Okay. We can begin studying soon." Seeing their blonde-haired friend's downcast expression, Hermione reached out to take her hand. "None of that, now. This is a very difficult discipline and I've heard of no one who had natural defenses strong enough to keep Harry out." She finished with a smile to which Harry rolled his eyes and snorted. There was a long moment of silence as Luna smiled, savoring the fellowship amongst the three of them. Harry's eyes narrowed before he asked, "Luna, are you having difficulties with your possessions?" Luna blushed and looked at her feet. "It's nothing, everything comes back in the end." "Bullshit," spat Hermione. Harry's shocked expression was mirrored on Luna's face. "Excuse me," the Ravenclaw asked. "It's completely absurd to tolerate theft and harassment as acceptable. You're a good person, Luna, and it's not on to let these prats run roughshod over you." Wide-eyed, Luna sat stock still for an even 10 seconds before she catapulted herself into Hermione's arms. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," she repeated in a joyous, sobbing litany. Hermione sniffled as she held the blonde girl. Regret, shame, guilt and determination were warring within the time-traveling teen. If anyone at Hogwarts should have empathized with Luna, it should have been Harry and her. They knew what it was like to be the outside, shunned and unwanted. Yet in their original 5th year, Harry and Hermione had taken their turn as the popular people, and shunned Luna. Emotionally shunned her, that is. Never again, Hermione resolved. The touching scene was interrupted by the first bell sounding over the grounds. Luna gathered herself up, wiping her cheeks and blowing her nose. With gentleness from him that only Hermione recognized, Harry gave Luna an affectionate hug. It was the embrace from an older brother. The Potters watched Luna scamper up the lawn to make her transfiguration class. Harry and Hermione followed at a much more sedate pace. They had runes and the classroom was across from the Great Hall. "Was it bad?" Hermione asked. Harry shook his head. After a quick survey both visually and magically to see if anyone was listening, he replied, "She's been alone since her mother died. Her dad threw himself into the Quibbler in the aftermath of the accident. Maybe he did it to avoid his grief, I don't know. I do know that he's noticeably absent from her memories for the last 3 or 4 years. On top of it, she's a dead ringer for her mum." He shook his head and exhaled forcefully. "I can't count how many memories there were of her crying herself to sleep." Shamefacedly, Hermione sighed. "I can't help remembering how badly I treated her our 5th year. It helps that she isn't so, well, Luna, if you catch my drift." "Yeah." Harry walked in silence for a bit before he came to the only logical conclusion. "I suppose her fanciful behavior was a defense mechanism against the loneliness and grief she felt. After a bit, it became self-perpetuating as she was scorned and rejected here. We'll have to better friends, this time." Wrapping her arm around Harry's waist, Hermione nodded in agreement, "Yes, we will." Roger Davies was very upset when Harry outlined the harassment that Luna was suffering. The 6th-year Ravenclaw chaser thought highly of Harry, the whole heir of Slytherin issue aside. "I'll set them straight. Thanks for letting me know, guys." "Runes was interesting," Harry commented as Davies left them behind and they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower. Hermione looked at her husband while a confused expression bloomed. "Huh?" she finally asked. Harry smiled. "I know you did your best, but I kind of brute force learned runes before. I never really got the patterns as they repeat through the Norse alphabet." He swallowed a smile and added under his breath, "Of course, I was lusting after you constantly while learning, so a few of your lessons may have been over my head, as they say." She smirked. "I knew. Thank goodness that you finally got up the guts to me. I was about to lose my mind and have my wicked way with you that night anyway." A startled laugh burst out of Harry. "That's it, blame the guy." Satisfaction purred up from her as she leaned into Harry. "You're learning." Their laughter echoed off the high ceilings and stone walls as they passed through the fat lady's portal. Approaching the stairs to the dorms, Harry told Hermione, "I'll just drop my books on my bed, meet you down here in a few." She nodded. "I've got to use the toilet, but I'll be down shortly." He gave her a quick peck on the lips before running up the steps. This was the first time that he'd ever been truly joyful whilst at Hogwarts, he mused to himself. The first time through, there were many times when he'd been content and even happy. But now, with Hermione and he properly aligned and no immediate threat of death, he was joyful despite the dark clouds on the horizon. He bounced through the doorway of the third-year boys' dormitory, but before he reached his bed he heard a sneer. "So, I guess you're shagging her, now. Guess you're too good to hang with us lowlifes. She must be a right tart, then. Maybe if I had a vault full of gold or nice tits you'd hang around with me." The boy who lived froze in place. When Harry got angry there was one of two outcomes: he either burst into a frenzied attack, or he stilled and became quiet. When he became quiet was when he was most dangerous. He'd once killed 19 men after a loud-mouthed Death Eater made comments about Hermione that were quite similar to those just uttered by one Ronald Bilious Weasley. Slowly, he turned to face said Ronald Bilious Weasley who was sitting on his bed. "What did you say?" Harry whispered, his face a blank mask. Something in Harry's tone, expression or manner clued Ron into the fact that he had gone too far this time. Somehow, he'd awoken the apex predator which lived in Harry. Too late, the youngest son of Arthur Weasley remembered that Harry had killed a basilisk when he was 12 and beaten the most powerful dark wizard in a score of centuries when he was 11. What the red-headed teen didn't know was that, over a span of 10 years, Harry had learned and perfected the art of killing as quickly and violently as possible. Though his 13-year-old body wasn't as conditioned and toned, this time around, the results of that training still showed in how he carried himself. Most found it intimidating, but right now for Ron Weasley it was chilling. The expression on Ron's face shifted from sneering anger and derision to fear and even terror. Without thought, Harry dropped his satchel on his trunk before gracefully advancing on the redhead. As he glided forward, Harry rasped, "You've been a friend of mine for a long time, Ron. My first real friend in fact. Because of that, I'm going to overlook this slight against Hermione. The next time, I'm going to rip your tongue out of your head." As Harry loomed over him, Ron began to frantically nod his head and squeak, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll never say anything like that again." Stilling, Harry surveyed Ron. Realization dawned on the boy who lived that Ron was a 13-year-old teen that had been extremely sheltered his whole life. In fact, Molly Weasley had stringently coddled her youngest two children. As a result, Ron was more immature than his physical age. It was an unpleasant realization for Harry. Where circumstances had aged Luna Lovegood far beyond her 12 years, circumstances had retarded Ron's maturity to far less than his 13 years. Even before resetting the clock, Harry and Hermione were far older than their birthdays indicated, so he'd never noticed the differences in their red-headed friend. It was always Ron being Ron. Now he saw differently. All this flashed through Harry's mind in an instant. Shaking his head, Harry muttered, "Don't do it again, Ron. I'm sorry I reacted so strongly, but just don't have a go at Hermione." Red-faced and barely in control of his temper, Harry moved to leave the dorm as Ron muttered, "Sure, sorry." Hermione followed Harry as he stormed out the portrait hole. Catching him out in the passageway, she snatched his arm and spun him about. She didn't even ask him what was wrong, she merely cocked an eyebrow. "Fawning Ron," he exclaimed. Thoroughly confused, she blurted, "What happened?" Visibly regaining control of his emotions, Harry ground out, "He said some less than flattering things about you, me and the both of us together." I reprimanded him. Stunned at the implications of his statement, she asked, "What did he say?" "You don't want to know." "Yes, I do." Shrugging, the now mostly calm Harry replied, "Fine. He called you a tart because you're shagging me, and told me that I was too arrogant to hang out with him anymore. There were some more things, but you get the idea." There was a long moment of shocked stillness before Hermione spat, "That foul-mouthed loathsome little toad. I'll show him." Harry gently caught her elbow before wrapping his arm about her shoulders. "I've come to a realization about Ron." She regarded at him expectantly until he finished, "Ron is 13. Hermione deflated. "Yes, he is. On top of that is Molly's coddling, and I suppose that he's really 7 or 8 emotionally." Harry shook his head affectionately as Hermione seamlessly came to the same conclusion that he had not so long before. "He never has been a model for emotional maturity," she trailed off with a look of hurt and despair. Turning to Harry with a tear in her eye, she asked in a quiet voice, "Do you think we can still be friends with him? Do you think he'll want to be friends with us?" Harry shrugged and pulled her close. Despite all of Ron's poor behavior over the years, he was still their friend. Neither Harry nor Hermione had the luxury of discarding friends, so this apparent loss of Ron in their lives was painful. "Come on, let's get some lunch." Hermione nodded at his idea and they slowly made their way to the Great Hall, arm in arm. 000. Transfiguration after lunch. Hermione nodded. Knowing that she was grieving the whole situation with Ron, he held his tongue. She was an introvert and had to make sense of the situation in her mind before she could emotionally digest and accept the situation. It was why she had such a hard time making friends. Finally, she sighed and leaned into her husband's side. "Crap," she muttered. Wrapping his arm about her shoulders, he risked a quick peck on the crown of her head. Whispering into her ear, he affirmed the truth of his whole existence, "It'll be okay. We've got each other, in the end, that's all that matters." She sniffed before nodding and burrowing a little more into his arm. 10 points from Gryffindor for a disgusting public display of affection, a hated voice hissed from behind them. Harry stiffened. He was about to rise, spin and attack the disgusting man, but Hermione's tight grip on the front of his robes kept him seated. "It will be further 10 points if you don't move at least 12 inches apart." Now, his muscles taut with tension, Harry slowly removed his arm from Hermione's shoulders and scooted away from her on the bench. Breathing deeply, he bent over his plate and waited for the potions. Master to leave. After 10 full seconds of silence, Harry heard the clop-clop of Snape's boots as he walked away. Through gritted teeth, Harry murmured, "I hate him." Hermione didn't even reprove him, just rubbed his thigh under the table. They choked down the balance of their lunch before fleeing the hall for the 4th floor and Transfiguration. They were the first in the door and found Minerva at her desk reviewing a series of reports. Seeing her favorite students ambling in the room, she set the parchment aside. "I usually enjoy being the deputy headmistress. However," she paused and scowled at the pile of reports on her desk, "right now isn't one of them. I really could care less about the request for another 60 acres to be cleared for pasture." Apparently Hogwarts was a fully self-sufficient school. There was a whole staff who worked the farming side of the effort. Fields of grain, corn, beans of all shapes and sizes and, of course, potatoes. There was also a livestock aspect of the operation which raised the cattle, chickens and sheep that eventually made themselves to the tables of the Great Hall. "As deputy, I am responsible for the management of the farm, as we call it." With a smile, Harry asked, "I gather the task it isn't to your liking." A scowl was her only reply. Joking aside, Hermione began, "There's a problem in Ravenclaw." She explained about Luna and how they'd talked to Roger Davies. "I think that Roger will take care of the problem, but if you'd talk to Phileas, we'd feel a lot better about it." Her mouth set in a grim line. The Scot murmured, "Oh, I shall." After a moment, Minerva's scowl melted to a tentative expression. Finally, she asked, "How are you two doing?" Harry shrugged before looking to Hermione. She answered for them, "Some good and some not so good." She laughed softly, "Courses are beyond easy. Social issues are less easy." "Mr. Weasley," Minerva stated. "And Snape," Harry growled. Nodding, Minerva observed, "Mr. Weasley's a young lad. You two are far different and even before everything changed," she looked at them significantly, "you two have been always far more mature than your peers. As far as Severus is concerned, has he done anything that would be considered inappropriate?" Harry stared at her in disbelief. "His entire existence is inappropriate." She stared at the boy who lived, not amused. "What my frustrated husband is attempting to tell you, is that Professor Snape consistently bullies his students, insults them and is a general lout. Other than unprofessional conduct, no, he hasn't done anything inappropriate." With one last glare at Harry, Minerva turned to Hermione. "When he displays unprofessional conduct in his class again, document it and have as many of your peers sign the description to testify to the truthfulness of your description. We'll have to build a case against him as Albus believes the man can do no wrong." After a long pause, Minerva's face fell as a further realization formed in her mind, or he doesn't care what Severus does wrong. Since Harry and Hermione had come to her a few nights previous to disclose their secret, Minerva's opinion of Albus Dumbledore had plummeted. Immediately, she had been disappointed, but the more she reflected on the man's behavior, the more disillusioned she became about the headmaster. Her personal regrets for allowing Albus to run roughshod over her own concerns about the Dursleys' fitness for Harry's guardianship headed the list of situations her new perspective on Albus Dumbledore had caused her to re-evaluate. The Potters nodded in sad agreement as the door opened to admit Neville, Parvati and Lavender. Taking the unspoken cue, the three warriors sat at their respective desks and assumed their professional mien. Class was painful. Dreadfully bored, Harry had to struggle to keep awake while Hermione flipped through the textbook, looking for something, anything, that would hold her interest. She was unsuccessful. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, stay behind. After the classroom emptied, Minerva cast a silencing charm. I noticed that the topic failed to consume you. In addition to their very personal relationship with Minerva, both Potters respected her greatly as a teacher. Hermione blushed and stammered a response while Harry looked at his shoes. A dry chuckle preceded her question. I was wondering if you'd like to work on the Animagus transformation this year. Her eyes wide, Hermione asked, really? At Minerva's short nod, Hermione gushed, we'd love it. Good. Reaching into her desk, she produced a thick tome. Read this, then come back. You can read it in class if you like, just cast an illusion to hide you activities from your peers. I shan't call on you in class. With a wide smile, Harry said, thanks, Min. An uncharacteristic smile graced the head of Gryffindor House. It's my pleasure, Harry. Charms, too, was deadly dull. How are we going to survive? Harry asked as they all filed out. Ron had sat as far away from Harry and Hermione as he could and still be in the classroom. Hermione shrugged before murmuring, talk to Min. As Harry nodded in assent, he froze. Walking toward them was Remus Lupin. Me running, Harry murmured. Hermione was so taken aback that she didn't reprove his profanity. Looking his usual post-full moon pasty and weak, Remus wended his way through the throng of third years, smiling and greeting them as he passed. Tears sprang to the Potter's eyes. Remus had been the first of Harry's family to return. Sirius was next and then later, he'd added Minerva and, of course, Hermione. But Remus had been the first. One of the gentlest men that either Harry or Hermione had ever met. They found out later that he'd been slaughtered like a hog and fed to his fellow wares on a full moon in late 2000. Mad-Eye had told them that his wife, Tonks, had been done to death in front of Moony before Walden McNair had accomplished his dirty work. It is said that only silver can kill a werewolf, but that is a misnomer. So too can dismemberment, and the killing curse. But that's another discussion for another day. Here was Remus Lupin slowly moving down the hallway toward our heroes. When the current defense professor noticed Harry standing along the wall, his amber eyes zeroed in on his pseudo-nephew. The boy who lived caught his breath. As an ickle thirdster, he'd never picked up on the subtle cues from Remus that he knew Harry, much less that he'd been Unca Mooey. Yet here was their defense professor approaching with an expression of tenderness and affection that was plain to those with eyes to see. Remus nodded his head to the Potters before greeting them, Harry, Hermione. How are you this fine day? We're well, Professor, Hermione choked out. Harry could tell by her tone that she too was overcome by emotion. A tad bemused, Lupin looked back and forth between his third-year students with a small smile playing across his features. Latching onto Harry's gaze once more, he bid them farewell before moving on down the hall. Harry sagged against the wall, Hermione sagging onto him in turn. I need a drink, he muttered. Me too. Come on, let's get our homework done before dinner. We need to go to Gringotts tonight. He nodded wearily, emotionally wrung out and tired, he trudged after his wife to Gryffindor Tower. Homework took a grand total of 17 minutes followed by a 10-minute supper in the Great Hall. Neither had the emotional reserves to engage any of their peers in discussion, so they fed the monster within before heading to the humpbacked witch passageway on the third floor. A quick descendium caused the hump of the witch to open wide. Harry bowed and snootily intoned, after you, milady. Giggling, Hermione curtsied while fanning herself with a conjured hand fan, why thank you, milord. Cackling, they climbed in the hole and slipped down the short slide. Following the twists and turns of the secret passage, they made their way out from the famous Hogwarts anti-apparition wards. Hermione illuminated her wand so that both she and Harry could inspect the inside of the passageway minutely. If we're going to apparate back to this spot, we should know it pretty well, she'd reasoned. They cast illusions over their features and with a quick double pop and they were gone. The wards funneled the Potters to the corral-looking area that was the apparition center for Diagon Alley. Harry was surprised to see 3 red-robed Aurors standing watch at the only non-warded site for the alley. Heads bowed under the hoods of their cloaks, the teens scurried into the darkening shopping district. "What's with the Aurors?" Harry asked. "Serious," she replied. Rolling his eyes at his lapse, Harry pushed onto the bank. It was time to assert control over the Potter finances. Although Gringotts is a bank and therefore closes its doors promptly at 5 p.m., its larger depositors have access to the goblins at any time. After hammering on the door of the bank for a minute, a small slide opened and a goblin peered out at Harry. "What do you want?" he snarled. "I'm Harry Potter, open up. I need to see my account manager." "Ooh, the bleedin' boy who lived needs in the bank," the goblin mocked. With a grin that was more feral than friendly, Harry snarked back, "Open the damn door before I roast your entrails as an appetizer." The goblin blinked and barked a laugh before sliding the peephole closed. A quick moment later, the door opened. "Get in here, you walking roast." Hermione chuckled under her breath, directness always pays with goblins. The door warden led the Potters into the office section of Gringotts. After 5 minutes and over 8 different hallways by Hermione's count, they pulled up in front of a nondescript door. "Snagrat's in here," the door warden blurted before turning on his heel and walking away. After a deep calming breath, Harry opened the door, allowing Hermione to precede him. Inside, they found a middle-aged goblin, the thick tufts of hair sprouting from his ears just beginning to gray. Without looking up from his desk, Snagrat barked, "What? I'm Harry Potter and I want to talk about my money." Looking up from the parchment in his hands, Snagrat peered at the teen. His eyes cutting to Hermione, he again barked, "Who's she?" "My wife." Now Snagrat's thick furry eyebrows shot up in surprise. Leaning back in his chair, he motioned to 2 empty chairs across his desk. "Really? Have a seat, Mr. and Mrs. Potter." Delving straight into business, directness is valued by the goblins after all, Harry began. "We are here for me to assert control over the Potter Trust and all other fiduciary holdings, as well as, add my wife to said accounts." The goblin nodded thoughtfully while scrutinizing Harry and Hermione. After a long pause, he finally told them, "You are not of age. Your legal guardian has not designated you in writing to assert control over your inheritance, so I cannot facilitate your request." Turning to Hermione, he scanned her again before adding, "But we can add your wife to your trust fund account." Dreading the answer, Harry asked, "Who do you have on record as my legal guardian?" Without hesitation, Snagrat replied, "Sirius Black. Since he is imprisoned, or rather was imprisoned and now a fugitive, the title has temporarily devolved to Albus Dumbledore." "Fong," Harry muttered. "At least it's not the Dursleys." "Snagrat," Hermione began, "what is the source of those choices of guardian?" "James Potter's will, of course." But Harry was thoroughly confused now. Why had he been able to gain control over his finances before, and he couldn't now? He stopped as Hermione muttered to him, "Last time, you'd completed your OWLs and both of them were dead. That's why you got control." Thinking hard, Harry asked, "Are the accounts monitored for activity?" A slight grin graced the taciturn goblin. "Any transaction under 1,000 galleons does not require a notice to your guardian." Obviously, Snagrat was going to make Harry work for his answers. Hermione continued the line of thought, "And how many 999 galleon transactions can take place within a specified period of time before my husband's guardian is notified?" The grin blossomed into a smirk. "There is no stipulation along those lines." Nodding, Hermione followed up, "The current account balance. 50,000 galleons. It is refilled from the primary Potter vaults every 6 months. Hermione temporized. Finally, she smiled, "Snagrat, may my husband assert reporting requirements over the Potter accounts and holdings as well?" When Snagrat barked a laugh, she smiled in return, "Say, for any withdrawal not made by myself or my husband." Snagrat looked to Harry, who merely nodded in concurrence. "It shall be done. One last thing," Hermione mentioned, "we would like a complete accounting and report of the activity of the Potter estate since the death of James and Lily Potter." Glaring at Hermione, Snagrat barked, 50 galleons in 4 weeks. Harry stood. "Thank you for your help, Snagrat." We'll show ourselves out. Well, that was less than helpful. Harry grumbled on the way out of the bank. Yes and no, Hermione countered. We'll know if Albus is helping himself to our money, and if we really want to, we can siphon just short of 1,000 every few days into offshore accounts. And if we find out Dumbledore is stealing from us. Chewing her lip, Hermione thought for a minute. Finally, she explained, I don't think he's doing that. When Harry scowled, she continued, look, he's a cold-hearted bastard who has no compunction ruining the lives around him if he feels it's necessary, but he's not a thief. She paused, considering her statement. I think. Harry shrugged, but remained quiet. Deep down, he knew she was right, but didn't want to admit it. He'd wanted to try and gain a level of control over his life in just this one way. It was something that frustrated him to no end. Harry always had felt that he never had any control over his life, that forces pushed him this way and that, never letting him strike out on his own. Voldemort, Dumbledore, Dursleys, wizarding public as a whole, all of them pushed, prodded or drove him in ways that he'd rather not go. Fong, Harry muttered. She wrapped her arm around his waist as they meandered through the late-night crowds, slowly heading toward the apparition point. I am not looking forward to this lesson, Harry murmured as they entered the potions classroom. Setting her books on the work table, Hermione agreed, neither am I. Setting her satchel on the floor, leaning against the table's leg, she added, for God's sake, don't look him in the eye. Harry rolled his eyes, only to be punched in the arm by his wife. Ow, that hurt, she huffed in humorous annoyance as she prepared her parchment for note-taking. Bang! The door slammed shut as Snape strode in the classroom, his sneer more pronounced than usual. Be careful, it'll stick that way, Harry whispered. Her eyes widened just a tad as Hermione ruthlessly suppressed her laughter. Potter. 10 points from Gryffindor for disrupting my class. Red-faced, Harry stared at the tabletop. Hermione's hand on his thigh was the only thing that kept him in his seat. I was talking to you, Potter. Look at me. Slowly, Harry raised his face to the sallow-faced goad. Somehow, he had the presence of mind to avoid Snape's gaze. Struggling with his fury, Harry concentrated on a spot just over the man's shoulder. Pitiful, Snape spat as he moved to the front of the classroom. Harry's head jerked back down to the table with an appearance of calm, but he was literally vibrating with rage. The only reason the shrinking solution he and Hermione were working on wasn't a cauldron full of boiled shit was because Hermione did everything. Harry was only capable of going through the motions. By the end of the lesson, Harry had almost lost control 3 separate times. Snape had continued his persecution of the boy who lived to the point where even some of the Slytherins were frowning. Daphne Greengrass and Blaise Zabini, in particular, watched Harry's torment with expressions approaching disapprobation. As Harry and Hermione exited the classroom, Harry felt a hand gently grasp his shoulder. Turning swiftly, Harry had to forcibly quash the urge to attack when he recognized Neville Longbottom. Are you all right, Harry? Letting a shaky breath leak out between his teeth, Harry shrugged. The 3 Gryffindors silently wound out of the dungeons. When they were finally alone, Neville spoke. He was completely out of order. Harry. You didn't deserve that, you're the best person I know. Nonplussed, Harry stared at his friend. This was the Neville of late 5th year. This was the kind young man who stood up for his friends and began to break out of his shy shell. What had changed? Hermione added, I agree, Neville. Touched, Harry nodded jerkily. Thanks, guys. It means a lot for you to say those things. Thanks. With a faint smile, Neville added, sure thing, mate. Neville, Hermione began, I'm going to write a summary of the lesson and Professor Snape's bad behavior. Would you be willing to sign it to attest to its truthfulness? Knowing exactly what Hermione was doing, Neville considered her for a long minute. Finally, he nodded and told her, sure thing, Hermione. I'll even try to help you convince our classmates to sign it as well. Now it was Hermione's turn to be surprised. Thanks, Neville. It was late as Harry and Hermione sat on the steps of the castle. There were 10 minutes until curfew and the two wanted to stretch out their time alone until the last minute. Harry also had his cloak, but they didn't want to arouse the headmaster's suspicion just yet by prowling about after hours. Are we going to tell them? She whispered. Neville and Luna? He asked. Her nod was sad, for she knew the answer already. We can't, he admitted for them both. Nodding, she curled into his arms. Their task seemed even more difficult this evening than it had the first day back. They only had themselves and Minerva as allies in the know, they'd never felt so isolated in their life. The other Gryffindors were already noticing how different Harry and Hermione had been acting. Ron was making fast friends with Dean and Seamus. It looked like their friendship with the youngest Weasley male was well and truly dead. "I thought everything would be wonderful if I got back," he breathed. "I've got you." He affectionately squeezed the witch in his arms, and in the end, that's all that really matters. But, he trailed off. Hermione stood before pulling Harry to his feet. Instinctively, they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower. "But it's still pretty lonely," she finished for him, as if there had been no interruption. "Yeah, you've Quidditch practice tomorrow," she supplied. Smiling, Harry nodded. "I do indeed. Thank God for that. I know you missed it," she observed. "I did, indeed." Pinching her bum, he teased, "Not as much as you, though." In a flash, she had him pinned to the wall. Eyeing him fiercely, she pressed her pubescent body to his. After a moment, Harry's mind caught up to her body and reciprocated in kind. This wasn't about love, it was about pain and finding solace in each other. Even if it was only a temporary reprieve. They trusted each other completely with their bodies, minds and souls. A bit of snogging never hurt anyone. Breaking off the, Hermione panted, "Thanks, I needed that." His crooked smile firmly in place, he eyed her neck before muttering, "Anytime, my love. Come on, we're going to be late." Gray eyes watched the young couple move hand in hand down the hallway before turning toward the grounds and loping into the forest. "Ah, crap," Harry muttered as they entered defense class. Hermione murmured from her seat next to him. "Boggart today. Oh." The problem immediately bloomed fully formed in her mind. Any of the many scenes of death and destruction from the war could show up. Or worse, one of the many times Harry had been wounded. Or, turning to Harry, she saw his despairing gaze focused on her. She knew exactly what Harry's Boggart would be. Not a dead Sirius, not a Dementor, not even a mutilated Ron. It would be her corpse as it had been on the evening of November 22, 2006. Blindly grasping his hand, she murmured, "I'm here. I'm never leaving you again." A minuscule tear tracked down his left cheek. "What if you can't help it?" She bolted from her seat, dragging him out of the classroom to surprised glances from the other students who were also early. Not caring about what any others were thinking, she pulled Harry into a broom closet. Holding him tight, the emotions burst from both of them as they wept without restraint. Neither noticed when the door silently opened. Nor did they notice the man watching them with a concerned expression on his scarred face. "Harry, Hermione, are you well?" Breaking apart, they hastily wiped their faces. Sniffling back tears, Harry murmured, "I'm fine, Moony. Just give us a minute." Hermione froze. A heartbeat later, so too did Harry. Slowly turning to face their defense professor, they saw a white-faced Remus Lupin. What did you just call me?" he rasped. Sorry, sir. I'm just a bit worked up," he stammered. A bit of bad news from home. Staring at Harry as if seeing him for the first time, Remus had the beginning of a smile lurking about the corners of his mouth. "No, you called me Moony." Wrong-footed, awash with emotion from a variety of sources, Harry and Hermione could only gape. A gentle expression crossed Remus' face. "We can talk about this after class, Pronglet." "Fong, Fong, Fong." Harry had been muttering under his breath for the last 5 minutes and his litany hadn't changed a bit. At the end of her patience, Hermione viciously jabbed him in the side with her finger. "Enough." Letting a shaky breath wander out, Harry nodded and got control of himself. "Thanks," he muttered to her. All the while, Remus had been lecturing on Boggarts and the spell to drive them away. Finally, he instructed the students to form a line to combat the magical creature. Neville encountered Boggart Snape again. Once again, at the cry of, "Ridiculous!" By the Longbottom Scion, the class rollicked with laughter as the Boggart Snape suddenly was wearing clothes of the style Lady Augusta Longbottom preferred. The Boggart became a mummy, a banshee, a rat, a rattles, a bloody eyeball, a severed hand and a spider followed by Remus' intervention. Once again, it settled on the full moon. After banishing the creature back to its wardrobe, Lupin jovially dismissed the class, with a significant glance at Harry and Hermione. Loitering under the pretense of repacking Hermione's bag, the time travelers were the last students in the classroom. With an inviting smile and inquisitive expression, Remus indicated his office off the classroom. "Shall we?" Resignedly, Harry nodded. As he followed Remus up the stairs, Hermione whispered, "Maybe this is for the best." Acknowledging her, he nodded. They settled into 3 chairs in round-robin fashion when Remus offered, "I'd suggest tea, but you two seem far too nervous for that." When they weakly returned his smile, he leaned back in his chair, doing everything he could to make the students as comfortable as he could. It was obvious they were very stressed about something. He was stunned when Harry drew his wand and immobilized the 2 paintings in the office. Remus was further confused when Harry looked to Hermione and asked, "Vow?" She considered before turning to Remus and asking, "How susceptible to legilimency are you considering your lycanthropy?" That question was on a very short list of the most unexpected questions he'd ever consider hearing from his pseudo-nephew and his best friend. Flummoxed, he croaked, "What?" Sighing, Harry explained a bit, "I know about the Marauders and how they got their nicknames." With an expression of tender understanding, he continued, "And I know why they got their nicknames as well. Because they loved their brother." Completely nonplussed, Remus merely stared at the 2 teens. Tentatively, Hermione told him, "We have secrets. Dumbledore and Snape have no compunction using legilimency to scan a person's mind. Given your history with Snape in especial, we need to know about your ability to defend your mind, and by extension, our secrets." Blinking, Remus nodded. Regaining his composure, he explained, "The spirit of the wolf defends my mind. Any legilimencer's mind would be ripped to shreds if he tried to assault me." Harry sighed, exchanged a glance with Hermione before saying, "I trust you, Moony. I trust you with my life, but at the same time, you owe Dumbledore. The old man isn't afraid to call in that debt if he feels he needs something. We'll need an unbreakable vow that you'll never disclose our secrets." Remus blinked. After a moment, he questioned, "Your secrets are that important?" "Life and death," Harry replied in a solemn tone. Pursing his lips, Remus considered. Unbreakable vows were not to be taken lightly. At the same time, he wanted to be of use to Harry. After the little scene in the broom closet, it was obvious that Harry and Hermione were in need of help. If he could be of service to his deceased friend's son, then he had to make himself available. At the same time, this wasn't about James and Lily. It was about Harry, the boy who he'd not seen in a dozen years. The boy whom he'd loved as a toddler, who he wanted to love again as a young man. Deciding, he told them, "I'll vow to never willingly disclose your secrets. Veritaserum can overcome anything, though. I'll only willingly discuss your secrets with you or anyone else in the know." Nodding his head, Harry agreed. 10 seconds later, the vow had been made with Hermione as their binder. "Where to start?" Harry murmured. Hermione interrupted Harry by beginning the explanation. "We have the memories of our 27-year-old selves. We know what is going to happen and how. For example, this year, we all find out that Sirius is innocent and Peter was the betrayer. Next year, Peter will be instrumental in the resurrection of Voldemort. After that, the Reign of Terror from the 70s will be revisited tenfold. 1,000-fold, Harry added, his eyes staring far away. Completely taken aback once again, Remus repeated, "Sirius is innocent." Nodding with a sad smile, Hermione added, "And will soon be living in the shack." Leaning forward, Remus took his head in his hands and wept. He wept for Sirius, whom he'd long hated. He wept for Peter, the poor stupid boy he'd been to be so led astray. He wept for James, Lily and Harry, the family which had been rent asunder. He wept for himself and all the sorrow and grief he'd experienced alone over the last decade. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Remus looked up to find Harry and Hermione kneeling in front of him with their arms looped around his shoulders in a gentle embrace. "I'm sorry, Moony. I'm sorry you've suffered." Shaking away his tears, Remus embraced them both. His new family. What else? He asked. They all resettled in their seats, wiping eyes and blowing noses for a moment. Hermione chewed her lip as she considered Remus' question. Turning to her husband, she shrugged. Harry replied for them both, "Nothing else is really important right now. Our goal is to destroy Voldemort once and for all during the resurrection ceremony next year. Everything after that should just be bad memories for us." Nodding his head in understanding, Remus asked, "How can I help?" Hermione trailed Harry down to the Quidditch pitch. He had his trusty Nimbus 2000 slung over his shoulder and nearly bounced into the changing rooms with Katie and the twins. Climbing the stands, she unslung her satchel. Conjuring a lap desk, she set about wrapping up her homework for the next few weeks. Smiling, she realized that she had every intention of allowing Harry to copy her homework. It's not that he didn't know the material, he just had much better things to do with his time. Like her. Sighing, she admitted that she and Harry needed some private time, and soon. Surprisingly, her early teenage body was more than capable of keeping up with her mature libido. Based on Harry's comments, gropes and searing so too was his body. Was something that she'd never really given much thought towards. Until their first time they'd been together, that is. In retrospect, it had been uncoordinated, painful and completely wonderful. She had made love with the love of her life. There's no score, award or other measure except that of love, and make no mistake, she loved Harry Potter. With all of her heart and soul. He owned her by her own surrender, and she, in turn, owned him. An hour after the team entered the changing rooms, they exited en masse. As they shot into the skies, she had to grin as Harry looped and barrel rolled across the pitch, shouting to the heavens. Where Hermione found her solace in books, Harry found his in the skies. It had been far too long for him to be on a broom. Nearly a decade, as a matter of fact. She couldn't help but admire Oliver Wood's single-mindedness and devotion to Quidditch. In her heart, she recognized a fellow devotee. Where she devoted herself to learning and academic pursuits, she saw Oliver devoting himself to the sport of Quidditch. Now that she was a few years older, she could admit, to herself at least, that there was nothing ignoble about pursuing a career in Quidditch. Wondering if Harry would ever want to pursue a professional career in the sport, her mind was undecided. He certainly had the talent and enthusiasm for it. At the same time, with Harry's extraordinary disdain for attention, the combination of being the boy who lived in a Quidditch star might just quash the idea before it bloomed. They'd have to discuss it. Despite all the gloom and darkness that overshadowed their lives due to the curse of Voldemort, they had another chance to live. Truly live their lives, and it wasn't to be squandered. So, she'd talk to her husband about a Quidditch career. Shouts and other horseplay refocused her attention on the players. Fred and George in specific. Hermione stifled a laugh at the twins' capers. They were currently teasing Harry about dating Hermione, and she had to admit they were quite funny. They weren't saying anything malicious, just embarrassing. She could tell that Harry was forcing a stern expression but really wanted to laugh. Ducking a bludger, he finally let go a deep belly laugh. Finally, a bit of levity, she exhaled. High on the bleachers, a large black dog silently watched the practice. "We need the map," Harry proclaimed the next day as he watched the twins enter the common room. Hermione nodded in agreement. "I agree. Earlier, when we were talking to Moony, I was about to ask you for it when I remembered that you don't have it yet. I'm about to get it right now. Want to help?" "Sure," she shrugged before placing her book in her satchel. Harry called after the twins, "Oi, lads. Let's have a bit of a talk." "Sure, mate. Where?" With the ghost of a smile, Harry told Fred, "Follow us and learn." George snorted before snarking, "Oh, yes. Show us and teach us, O wise one." Harry smiled at Hermione, who returned it with a mischievous grin of her own. Dashing through the first secret passageway just to the right out of the fat lady, they wound up to the 7th floor in the dusty passageway. "How the bloody hell did you find this place?" George asked bewilderedly. "Oh, I know some people." "Like who?" Fred asked. "Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs," Harry replied with a smile. Floored, Fred and George stopped in front of the troll tapestry with Barney the Barmy trying to teach the trolls how to dance. "How do you know them?" George prodded. Both twins' faces were a mixture of confusion, suspicion and awe. Nonchalantly, Harry shrugged. "My dad was Prongs." "No-ing way." "Way," Harry replied with another grin. Turning to Hermione, Fred told her, "Don't listen to this next part." After her chuckle, Fred turned back to Harry and intoned, "Son of Prongs, we, the twins Weasley, stand by to be instructed. School is, O wise one." Now Harry, Hermione and George were laughing. Wiping his eyes, Harry gestured to the wall, "Lads, I propose a trade, the map for a room that isn't on the map. A room that is extraordinarily wonderful." "Done," George replied without a moment's hesitation. Fred dug into his left pocket before producing the very familiar bit of old parchment. Gently, Harry took it, caressed it once before pocketing it himself. With another smile, he added, "To sweeten the pot, I'll introduce you to Moony." Fred fainted. George wept. "I love you, Harry," George croaked as he revived his brother. Shaking his head, Harry asked Hermione, "Room of Lost Things?" "Sure, why not?" Harry began pacing back and forth in the hallway while Fred and George watched him, bewilderment evident on their faces. After the third pass, a large oak door appeared. With a flourish, Harry told them, "Gentlemen, after you." George opened the door, Fred peeking over his brother's shoulder. "What the? This is the room of requirement. If you concentrate on what you need from the room whilst pacing back and forth in front of the section of wall, it will provide." "Me running." George. Language. Without looking at her, he murmured, "Sorry, Hermione." "Harry, this place is, well it's," Fred tailed off. "Yeah, it is," Harry confirmed. Shaking his head as if in a daze, George turned to the boy who lived and asked, "So? Moony?" Crookshanks was curled up in Hermione's lap as she cuddled into Harry's side. It had been a quiet night for the couple as they hung out in the common room with the Quidditch team. Hermione was becoming quite friendly with the girls. Angelina loved runes while Alicia and Katie were budding arithmancers. She was glad to see that Braun didn't always exclude Brain for the chaser line. It was late, so their friends had drifted off to various activities, homework, prank planning for the twins, and more Quidditch prep for Oliver. This left Harry and Hermione comfortably alone. Surreptitiously, Harry had opened the Marauders map to activate it. "Looky here. Someone's being a bad puppy," Harry whispered with an amused tone. Hermione looked at the map and followed Harry's finger to the footprints labeled, Padfoot. He was down by the lake and stationary. "Should we?" he asked. "Bring him some food and warm clothes," she replied. He closed his eyes in gratitude for her cooperation. "Thanks, love. Give me a minute to grab my cloak and we'll head to the kitchens." A teasing smile graced her face as she needled, "Are you a wizard or what?" Drawing her wand from a recently purchased wrist holster, she gave a slight flick. First her cloak zoomed down the steps from the girls' dormitory, followed shortly by Harry's from the boys' dorm. Hanging his head, he asked, "I'm never going to live that down, am I?" Smiling, she eyed his cheek. "Nope." Wrapping her cloak across her shoulders, he gave her a playful nudge, "Come on, let's get to the kitchens." 10 minutes later they had a basket of food on top of which was 2 thick wool blankets. "We'll get his measurements to I'll order him some outdoor-type clothes." Hermione seemed just as excited to see Sirius as Harry was. He smiled at her eagerness, grateful for her positive attitude. They poured out the front gate of the castle and were nearly running toward the lake, when Hermione abruptly called, "Harry, wait." Confused, he turned to her expectantly. "We shouldn't do this," she groaned. A flash of anger crossed his face before he reined it in. "What do you mean?" Moving to a massive tree stump, she sat with a dispirited sigh. "We have no explanation for how we know Sirius, much less knowing that he's innocent. Based on all your, before, knowledge, you should hate him, not be bringing him food and clothing. He'd know something was up if we find him tonight and we're all happy to see him and such." Harry visibly deflated, "Fong." Moving to her side, he sat on the other half of the stump. The smartest witch of the age frowned slightly, but plowed on. "We can get this stuff to Moony. He, in turn, can get it to Sirius. After that, we have an excuse as Remus will have told us the truth, and we can approach Padfoot with our cover intact." Nodding in agreement, Harry sighed before he wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Slowly, they stood to make their way to the castle. The Grim in the shadows watched them for a long moment, before settling down to wait for his surviving best friend to come out of the castle. He had quite a few questions for Moony. "He's on the grounds?" Remus asked with an odd mixture of excitement and trepidation. Harry pulled the map out of his pocket and after a moment's hesitation, handed it to Remus. "Would you like to do the honors?" A sad smile crossed Moony's face as he drew his wand, tapped the map and whispered, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." For some peculiar reason, it was a moment of great import for all in the room. Moony was activating the map to find Padfoot. The ghosts of Hogwarts past swirled about them. Quickly scanning the map, Remus nodded to himself, "He's outside the main doors under that little stand of hemlock trees." Shrinking the food and blankets, he stuffed them in his pocket. Head back to the tower, I don't know how long I'll be. If I don't fetch you before curfew, we'll catch up after breakfast. Harry nodded as he helped Hermione to her feet. We need to find a safe hideout for him, Hermione mused aloud. Not Black Manor, Harry declared. He went there. Remus asked in a shocked voice. Yep, Dumbledore insisted. Said the wards were the best he could find. Being there damn near drove Padfoot completely round the twist, too. He'll not go back there. Harry's face was drawn as he spoke, but his jaw set in an expression all too familiar to Hermione. He wasn't changing his mind on this one. As the threesome moved down the empty hall, Remus muttered, "What about Rowan Hill?" Not understanding the reference, Harry asked, "What's a Rowan Hill?" Now Remus was confused. "You've never been to the Potter ancestral home." "Obviously not. We'll figure this out tomorrow, too. For now, know that it's your family's home on the coast of Cardigan Bay in Wales. The head of the family has always lived there going back to the time of the Court of Camelot." At the next intersection, the Potters headed off to Gryffindor Tower while Remus headed to the entrance hall and from there, the lawn of Hogwarts. "Do you think it'll be okay?" Hermione asked. When Harry gave her a questioning look, she continued, "With Padfoot and Moony." Harry gave a cynical snort. "I'm sure Padfoot will kick the fong out of Moony for not believing in his innocence before giving him the biggest hug Moony's ever received." A faint smile crossed her face. "I do believe you're right." The next morning at breakfast, Harry and Hermione were first in the Great Hall. Remus hadn't come to them by midnight, so they hurried to the Great Hall, hoping he'd come early. Books spread in front of them, they made a convincing show of reading ahead for their courses. No one caught on to the fact that the 4 books spread were magical copies of Minerva's Animagus transformation book. "Love, did you get this part on page 173? Harry asked in a distracted undertone. Flipping back a few pages, Hermione asked in turn, "The part about instincts and possible conflicts?" "Yeah. Well, the way I understand it is," she broke off as Remus Lupin limped into the hall. A small smirk crossed Harry's face as he mentally paid himself £5 for the bet he'd made with himself the previous night. Padfoot had laid a wallop on Moony that lasted until morning. The grim expression on Remus' face drove off all humor though. Without preamble, he asked them, "Are you two done?" When they nodded, he motioned to them, "Let's go, we've quite a bit to discuss." He spun on his heel, making his way out of the Great Hall at a quick clip. Scrambling to pack their satchels, Harry and Hermione eventually made their way to the defense professor's office. While Harry froze the portraits in the room, Remus cast a privacy ward that surprised Hermione. It not only prevented magical or mundane eavesdropping, but also stunned a person who came within 15 feet of the ward line. "Serious nose," Remus declared with a solemn expression. "Oh, shit," Harry groaned. Dropping into a chair, he briskly ran his hands through his hair. A bit more demurely, Hermione sat next to her husband. "To be clear, what exactly does Sirius know?" "He knows that you've time-traveled in some way. He knows that you're playing a part here. He knows that you know he's innocent. He knows that I'm under an unbreakable vow not to reveal your secrets." "Well," Hermione began before trailing off weakly. "Well, I guess that changes things." She looked to Harry and shrugged. It seemed that all their plans were being torn to ribbons. "I also saw something on the map," Remus growled. Quote exclamation mark quote. Harry griped. "Did you kill him?" "Not yet. I'm going to get him right now, though." "Look," Harry placated, "let me go get Peter. It will be a lot less conspicuous for me to go to the third-year boys' dormitory than you. I'll bring him back here and we can talk." "But what about?" Hermione asked. "If we decide to let him go, we'll memory charm him to hell and back." Harry stood to leave. Remembering, he said to Hermione, "Could you fetch Minerva?" To Remus he asked, "And could you go fetch our wayward stray?" "I think a council of war is needed now. I'm completely at sea with this." The threesome dispersed on their assigned errands, worry stamped on each face. Minerva McGonagall had just made one of the more difficult decisions of her life. She had decided to break with Albus Dumbledore and his leadership. Blindly following would be too strong a characterization for her behavior over the last 40 or so years. "But bloody close," she muttered to herself. Always considering herself an independent woman, Minerva was heartily ashamed of her lapdog-like following of the headmaster. Her father had been a farmer and a Highlander to boot. Life had never been easy on their small farm 50 miles northwest of Inverness. From sunup to sundown, Ian Fraser had worked the land. Magic had helped, but the fields weren't very fruitful, so every harvest had been hard-won. He had taught his daughters through words and deeds to be independent. Always form your own opinions, never allow another to tell you how to think, had been his message. A twofold assignment, Minerva and her sister Venus had the responsibility for tending the family's small herd of Angora goats. Milking twice a day, shearing in the spring followed by washing and spinning the wool. It taught them responsibility and it also taught them to be aware of their charges. Ian and Jenny Fraser never checked on the goats. They were for the girls to mind. Lessons like that had formed and built the foundation of the woman she became. She didn't find out until her father died, but he had saved every galleon he could to put toward his daughter's education. He was not an erudite man, but he loved his family in his stoic way. To say that she had loved her father fell far short of her true emotion. Respected, venerated and even revered at times, Ian Fraser was as close to a deity as Minerva allowed in her life. Ian had died far too young. It was a freak accident. He was mending a fence line on a clear sunny day when a bolt of lightning killed him. Jamie McGonagall had been her rock during her grief. They'd always been playmates and later classmates when they started Hogwarts together. She fell in love with him as he showed the side of himself that cradled, protected and loved her when she was unable to care for herself. Binding her so tightly to him with his love, care and support, it completely devastated Minerva when the Death Eaters had called on their home late one evening. A decapitation curse made Minerva a widow at the age of 23. She was catatonic for nearly a month. The house elves fed her as if she were a newborn. Solly and Maeve cleaned up their mistress' mess, kept the house and did the shopping. When Albus Dumbledore called, he had to use magic to bring her round. She didn't respond to any stimuli until Albus leveraged his immense magical strength to cast the strongest cheering charm many had ever seen. He wasn't a truly bad man. Minerva liked to believe that he really did care for her well-being. Common sense told her that there are very few people on the planet who are truly evil. Despite his actions, she didn't believe him to be one of those few. Voldemort on the other hand. Nevertheless, Albus lifted her up to allow her to stand once more. He gave her an outlet for her grief and activity for her mind. Truly, he had saved her life. She was under no illusions regarding how long she would have lasted otherwise. Wasting away or suicide was just around the corner for her. It's most likely possible that Albus had taken father's place, she murmured to herself, late the night before. And I transferred a child's unblinking devotion from her father to a father-like person. Father had his flaws, a quick temper being the most glaring, but he was a beacon for me in my childhood. Her head bowed, she admitted, yes, I put Albus in the same place. I made him my beacon when I shouldn't have. The most shameful aspect of the situation for her was that she had done it of her own free will. This was not her father nor yet the love of her life. He was her supervisor. No more, and no less. Oh, there were extenuating circumstances, she was well aware of that ugly fact. Her father had died unexpectedly. Her husband had been savagely murdered. In the end, though, she had blindly followed a man to the near ruin of many lives. If Harry and Hermione's experience of what was to come occurred, it would be to the ruin of millions of lives. She never seriously challenged or questioned him. She never exerted herself when her gut screamed that she was in the right. That night in Surrey, her instincts were roaring to take the Potter boy far from the disgusting people in the home at 4 Privet Drive. Yet, she did not. She followed the soothing, honeyed words of Albus Dumbledore. Benji Fenwick, Edgar Bones, James Potter, Lily Potter, Gideon Pruitt, Fabian Pruitt, the list went on ad infinitum. Never again. And so she wept. She wept for herself and her lost father from so many years before. She wept for baby Harry who'd lost his parents. She wept for the Harry of today who'd lost everyone because of the poor leadership and guidance of an old man. She wept for Albus, because he would never admit nor see his flaws. It was a long night for Minerva, she never expected the turmoil of the next day. If she had, she'd most likely have taken a few days off to visit relatives. Or maybe not. A rapid knocking on the portrait door warden interrupted her morning. Somewhat groggy from her long night, she yelled, "Open." Hermione Granger, or was it Potter, fell through the doorway. Bouncing to her feet, she snapped, "Come to Remus' quarters, we've a problem." Harry dashed through the hall, the breeze whipping his hair this way and that. "Finally, I get to do something." Harry was very much an action person. Despite Severus Snape's taunting, Harry was no moron. His IQ was a mere 7 points below Hermione's. However, where her talent primarily lay in the ability to exercise abstract thought to a finite conclusion, his strength lay in the ability to fuse many variables to a course of action in the blink of an eye. Their original plan to let the timeline proceed had been a viable one. They would use their foreknowledge to their advantage in order to cherry-pick events which they wanted to prevent or alter. Logically, it was sound, and Harry conceded it to himself and Hermione. At the same time, he hated it. He chafed at the restriction. The past 2 nights he'd almost killed Wormtail so many times he'd lost count. His instinct screamed at him to act. On the one hand, he wanted to rend and maim his family's betrayer. On the other, he wanted to secret the rat away in order to demonstrate Sirius' innocence. At a cost to his own temper and sleep, he'd held back from giving in to his desires. Now that things were going to hell, he was going to secure the rat. If Peter was jostled a bit on the way back to Remus' quarters, well, he didn't think any of his family would care too much. Sirius might be pissed that he didn't get a shot, though. The thought of Sirius almost caused a giggle of happy anticipation to bubble up his throat. Sirius was alive. Remus and Minerva, too. Should we bring Phileas in on the secret? He wondered as he thundered up the steps to the boys' dormitory. Pushing the thought to the side, he slowly opened the door. He'd already silenced his feet, so he approached Ron's bed without making a sound. Settling himself, he wordlessly performed the summoning charm. With the rustle of sheets and curtains, a large gray rat flew out of Ron's bed. Hastily casting the stunning charm, he knocked out Wormtail in mid-flight. Easily catching the quiescent rat in his left hand, Harry let out a shaky breath. His usual trick was to summon a Death Eater, and while the of Voldemort was off balance, hit him with a vanishing spell. The brain was the usual target of the spell. Harry liked it because it was a very effective and bloodless way to put a Death Eater down. Most people didn't know how to counter it, either. Out of pure habit, he almost cast it at Wormtail. Luckily, the boy who lived remembered at the last minute to focus on stunning the rat and not gleefully removing his brain from his fuzzy little skull. He stuffed the rat into his pocket while turning to hustle back to Remus' quarters. Puffing a bit, "I need to start running again, this body's not in shape." He stopped suddenly. Neville was in the doorway, a dressing gown about him, his hair wet and a confused expression on his face. "Harry, what are you on about with Ron's rat?" the Longbottom Scion asked in a low tone. Harry raged internally. "Look, Neville, it's a very long story that I don't have time to tell right now. Just know that things aren't as they seem." Neville evaluated Harry with a long, contemplative expression. Finally, he nodded. "All right then, I'll hold you to explaining this later." Silently, he moved to his wardrobe to pull out his clothes for the day. Nodding at his friend, for Neville was most definitely his friend, Harry hurried out of the dorm as if the devil himself were on his heels. Harry scooted through the door that led to Remus' quarters. Turning, he bolted down the passageway that led to the large receiving room that each professor had attached to their quarters. Feeling the lumpy weight of Wormtail in his pocket, Harry pushed thoughts of the betrayer aside. Hopefully, Sirius was in the room 5 feet in front of him. He was excited, but not nearly as excited as he had been when he first arrived in the past. This wasn't his Hermione, but it was close. Opening the door, his mind registered that Minerva and Hermione were already present and seated. He somehow recognized that Remus had stood, but his consciousness was completely consumed by the ragged wizard sitting in a wingback chair by the fire. Sirius. A ragged smile broke upon his face, which was matched by a Padfoot special, a devious grin with the hint of charm. Slowly, Sirius rose to approach his godson. Throwing caution to the wind, Harry ran to Sirius, embracing him a hug. They were quiet, just holding each other, reassuring each other that they were really there. That they were all alive. "It's good to see you, Padfoot." "It's good to see you, too, Pronglet." They both surreptitiously sniffled back tears, which fooled no one, before taking their seats. "Hermione gave us the gist of everything while you were gone," Sirius rasped. Harry nodded. "Good. I've got him here, he patted his bulging pocket. Reacting to Remus and Sirius' rabid expressions, he held his palm up. If I can keep from killing him, so too can you. Remus' expression fell before he nodded. Sirius looked away while nodding and grumbling under his breath. So, where do we go from here? Remus asked. Well, Hermione began, we're afraid of changing the timeline too much. If we turn Peter in, we lose a chance at Voldemort when he's weakest. Minerva, Remus and Sirius were still. Finally, Remus asked, do you know where he is now? Somewhere in the forests of Albania. Remus hummed as he leaned back in his chair while scratching his chin. So, why don't you want to change the timeline too much? Sirius asked in his disused voice. The way I understand it, Voldemort wins if we stay on this path. Hermione wagged her head in a so-so motion. True, but our plan is to hit him when he's most vulnerable. In the graveyard in early summer the year after next. Sirius' brow crinkled while Minerva pursed her lips. Remus took a deep breath before taking the plunge. I understand what you're saying, but wouldn't we be better served taking the offensive than playing a defensive strategy? Dumbledore's always advocated and pursued defense over offense, and we'll lose the war following Dumbledore's lead, correct? True, Hermione admitted. Harry was becoming more and more agitated as the three adults questioned the wait-and-see plan they'd been pursuing. Fear rose up in him like it coiled about his heart, constricting and squeezing. His breathing was little more than shallow pants as he escalated into a full-scale panic attack. Before Hermione could go on, Harry bolted to his feet like a scalded cat. Sharp breaths rushed in and out of his nose, sounding like a miniature freight train. Alarmed, Hermione tentatively reached out to her husband, Harry. He shook his head in jerky motions while he continued to pace. The others had gone quiet as the youngest of the group walked back and forth like a pendulum. Finally Sirius croaked, Pronglet, sit down. We need to discuss this. He was cut off by a sharp jabbing motion of Harry's hand. The boy who lived turned on his godfather, a terrified expression on his face, tears pooling in his eyes. Don't you get it? He nearly shouted. You all died. Wheeling on Sirius, he spat, You were ing around with Bellatrix and she killed you with a ing banishing charm. All because you weren't paying attention and not taking her seriously. Goddamn you Sirius. Wheeling on Remus he cried, McNair cut you into pieces Remus. He hacked you up like a cow and fed you to Greyback's pack. Only after they de-tonked to death in front of you, of course. Who knows what happened to little Teddy? Turning to Minerva with despair etched across his features, he told her, you didn't look both ways before crossing the street. Something taught to toddlers, so a lorry with bad brakes killed you. Finishing his circuit, he turned to Hermione. Mouth opening and closing like a landed fish, he couldn't speak. Dropping to his knees he sobbed, You died. You left me. The tears came in earnest now. Sobs racked his frame as the grief of so many years and so many deaths enveloped and consumed him. All of them were frozen in place with Harry's outburst. Hermione regained her composure first before flying to her husband's side. I'm here, Harry. I'm here, baby, I'm here, she cooed to him as she rocked her man in her arms. Harry blubbered and cried, the tsunami of feelings wouldn't be restrained. Wiping his face with shaking hands, Remus moved to speak, but Harry beat him to it. I can't lose you all again, Harry whispered. I can't. In the end, they tabled the discussion. Remus brewed a very powerful sleeping potion which he forced down Peter's throat with a dropper. Minerva did the duty for confinement by conjuring a steel box with no seams, Peter trapped within. Remus headed for Hogsmeade to purchase some healing and restorative potions for Sirius. And a replacement rat for Ron. Harry had shoved a bag full of gold in Moony's hand and waved off his nascent protests. Go, he'd commanded. Minerva, tsked, before giving Sirius a quick haircut and charming off his scraggly beard. As Sirius rubbed his now smooth chin, Harry joked, Padfoot, you'd best use Moony's shower. With an exaggerated sniff at his armpit, Sirius drawled, I'm fine. Shower. Now. Minerva commanded in her best teacher's voice. Smiling with real affection, he bowed at the neck before replying, Yes, Professor McGonagall. Her face softened as she gave him a playful shove, Scamp. Go, you stink. When Sirius had disappeared into the bathroom, Minerva slowly turned to Harry before she asked, Are you well, now? His face still a bit blotchy, Harry gave a one-shouldered shrug. I'll be okay. Minerva stared hard at him. His eyes mirrored Sirius for a quick moment, empty and hollow. Hermione wrapped her arm around him before giving Minerva a reassuring nod. She'd take care of her man. Is it only lunch? Harry asked. Hermione gave a cynical snort. Feels like it should be supper or even breakfast for tomorrow. I'm beat. Under his breath, Harry told her, Neville saw me take Scabbers. He wants an explanation. Face crumpling with frustration, Hermione groaned, this is the last thing we need now. That was my thought. He glanced at her sidelong, memory charm. She flinched at the thought. I don't like it. He sighed, neither do I. Taking a bite of his sandwich, he pondered. Do we tell him? Do we ask him to trust us? His thinking aloud was derailed when Hermione joined in, maybe we give him a part of the truth. Tell him about Moony and the Marauders. Remus pulled us aside after the last defense lesson to tell you that he knew your dad, was best friends with him, in fact. We stopped by his quarters today to listen to him reminisce. We'll say that we recognized the rat from Moony's stories about your dad so. He leaned in, planting a very thorough on his wife. I knew there was a reason I married you, he added playfully. Admit it, I'm smart, she teased. You're the best, babe. His tone was playful, but the emotion behind the statement was serious. The haunted look from earlier still lingered in his eyes. Recognizing his sentiment, she gave him a sad smile while squeezing his hand. I love you, she told him in an undertone. And I you. With all my heart. It had been a long day. They checked back on Sirius in Moony's quarters, only to find him dead asleep while 7 different healing potions worked on him. He'll be out for a few days. Picking up pneumonia was the least of his worries. Staph infections, 2 broken fingers, a stress fracture in his leg, and to top it off, he has the flu. Shaking his head, Remus told them, we can all catch up more in a few days. He'll be fine here. What about Dumbledore? Hermione asked. His eyes narrowing, Remus replied, Minerva is taking care of that. She's responsible for guests who visit the professors, so she's backdating the visitor log and snowing Dumbledore. Snowing Dumbledore, Harry commented. Is that possible? Sure, she can. Apparently, she slips her pet projects past him on Wednesday nights. That's when he deals with Wizengamot or ICW paperwork. What's today? Wednesday, Harry answered with a smile. Excellent. Remus replied with a mischievous smile. 5 points to Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. Finally, they made it back to the tower after a boring charms class. Sitting side by side in the window seat gave them a sliver of privacy amidst the hustle and bustle of the common room. Harry, Hermione, can we talk? The Potters turned to see Neville fidgeting behind them. Hey mate, Harry called. Waving him to a seat next to them, Harry turned his body to face their friend. Discreetly, Hermione drew her wand to cast a privacy ward. Visibly nervous, Neville fidgeted as he sat. Neville, about earlier, Harry began. Professor Lupin was best friends with my dad and mum when they were in students here. That's why he asked us to stay behind after class the other day. He wanted to introduce himself on a more personal basis. Hermione chimed in, we stopped by after breakfast this morning and he was telling stories. Apparently they were all animagi in school. One of their friends was Peter Pettigrew. Neville frowned, I've heard that name. Yeah, he was supposed to be a hero for cornering Sirius Black, but Black killed him. Harry's eyes narrowed in genuine malice, Pettigrew was a rat animagus. Neville's eyes widened as his mind made the connection. Scabbers. Harry nodded, yeah, we took him to Professor Lupin who recognized him immediately. He did a spell which forced him back to his human shape. Sure enough, Peter Pettigrew. Wow, Neville breathed. Yeah. Hey, Nev, you can't tell anyone. This is a really big deal legally and all. We already got a rat to replace Pettigrew, Ron shouldn't know the difference. Harry had a decidedly earnest expression on his face. Sure, no problem, I won't say anything. His chubby face screwed up in determination, you can count on me, Harry. His heart falling into his feet, Harry forced a smile on his face, thanks Nev. Thanks a lot, I am such a dick. Hermione snuggled closer into Harry's side. They were snuggled in his bed, sticking charms holding the curtains closed, imperturbable charm keeping all sound in, they had a private bubble for themselves. Sleeping apart had lasted a grand total of 3 nights. Sure, They both missed but the closeness, the physical intimacy of sharing a bed is something that all married couples can attest to missing. Even for only one night. Their socially acceptable reasons for sleeping together didn't preclude them taking advantage of the situation. They relaxed in their post-coital afterglow, dozing in each other's arms. "You're not a dick," Hermione countered. "I am. I took advantage of Neville's trust in me to spin a yarn and lie to him." "Really? What did you tell him that was a lie?" "That Scabbers was Peter Pettigrew's animagus form. That Remus was a childhood friend of your parents'." "Come on, love. You and I both know that I lied to him." Rubbing her hand on his hairless chest, she gave him a soft, "I love you. You're a good man. We'll talk tomorrow about what we should do about Neville and Luna, okay?" He nodded sleepily, "Okay. Love you. I love you, too," she told him sadly. Harry drifted off to sleep quickly, but Hermione didn't fall off until after midnight. She had much to think about. Once more into the breach, Hermione told Harry as she opened the door to the potions classroom. Harry and she'd talked some with Remus about the best way to deal with Snape. As he'd borne the brunt of Severus Snape attacks for years, they thought he'd be a good person to ask advice. They knew serious advice would be, prank him until he shits himself. Part of Remus' advice was centered on pranking. "I knew that I'd either pranked him quite viciously or was about to do the same. It helped me keep my tongue." A less savory reason also came up. "When Lily and I became friends in 4th year, she told me a bit about Severus. He had an extremely unhappy home life growing up. I don't know for sure, but I believe his father beat him." Harry paled at the thought. His opinion of Severus Snape changed forever. Shrugging at the uncomfortable thought, Remus finished, "I felt sorry for him to tell the truth. I'm sure he'd be infuriated if he knew that. His ego is quite massive. As big as my dad's." Harry queried in a mock-innocent voice. Barking a genuine laugh, Remus replied, "Not even close, Harry. I believe James had the world record until he deflated his head during 6th year." All this information fermented, bubbled and eventually calmed Harry. It didn't mean that Snape was any less of a prick, though. Harry had a plan, though, and it involved the twins and a gallon of Axel grease. Maybe 2 gallons. Surprisingly, Snape was semi-human during the lesson. Of course he got a few verbal jabs in on Harry and Neville, his favorite targets. Remus was right, the combination of Snape's tragic childhood coupled with a pretty severe prank in the future allowed Harry to maintain a semblance of equilibrium. On the way out of the classroom, Hermione wrapped her arm around Harry's waist, slowing him down from the herd as it thundered out of the dungeons. When they were walking alone, she leaned in and asked, "What?" Sort of confused, but not really, he replied, What? She narrowed her eyes in mock annoyance, "You know." He couldn't keep up the pretense any longer as he began to chuckle. "I've a plan. A plan." Pinning her to the wall and thoroughly ing her, he broke off a minute or so later before he announced in mock triumph, "Yes, a plan." Completely distracted, she grabbed his hand to drag him back to the tower and his bed. "Great, you've a plan, let's go." Arriving at lunch a little mussed but thoroughly happy, Harry and Hermione sat across from Neville. "Hey mate," Harry greeted. Neville smiled back, a little shyly. He seemed to be breaking out of his shell faster than he ever did 5th year. He still lapsed back into his shy ways on occasion, but on the whole, his personality was expanding at an incredible rate. Harry was grabbing for the platters for their lunch so he didn't see her wander up to the table. Hermione smiled as Luna plopped down next to Neville, across from Harry. "Hello, Luna," Hermione greeted. "Good afternoon, Hermione. You seem quite happy." Accepting the platter of roast beef from Harry, she replied, with the hint of a blush, "Yes, I am quite happy." With a knowing smile, Luna turned to Neville, "Hello, Neville." Blushing for an entirely different reason, Neville replied, Hello. I don't believe I've had the pleasure." Luna Lovegood. Neville frowned, of Ottery Street. Catchpole. Luna nodded around her spoonful of soup. Nodding in understanding, Neville formally introduced himself, "I'm Neville Longbottom of the Longbottoms from Green Hills." "How do you do?" Luna replied with the ritual response. "Well, and yourself?" "Quite well, thank you." Harry rolled his eyes as the etiquette dance played out across the table. Reaching for the milk, he poured for himself and Hermione. Hermione smiled as she waited for their friends to finish introducing themselves. Mad-Eye hadn't known if Neville and Luna were in a relationship when they'd been killed, but they had been together. Who knew, she may be seeing the beginning of a lifelong romance in front of her over French onion soup and roast beef. Finally, Neville turned to Harry to ask, "So how do you keep your temper today?" Snape wasn't as bad as he usually is, but he was still pretty stiff. "After last lesson, I expected you to hex him." With a devious grin, Harry answered, "It's a secret, but you'll see." As if on cue, the twins bounced in the great hall, grins wide and eyes bright. "You rang, oh son of prawns," George intoned. Fred waved the letter Harry had sent via Hedwig earlier in the day. A quick wave of holly and phoenix feather incinerated the parchment. In the crown of Hermione's head, he stood. "Lads, we're off to meet Moony." When their eyes widened in anticipation, he added in an undertone, "and to plan a prank of unprecedented proportions." Hermione sat in the library savoring the entire atmosphere. She had been looking forward to this, sitting alone in her corner of the library, a small stack of books to work through. Spending all her time alongside Harry had hardly been drudgery. If anything, there was a tug on her soul when they separated, even for short periods. At the same time, it was good for both of them to be by themselves. They were two very independent persons who needed their own pursuits. "I'll just have to shag his brains out later." Smugly smiling at the thought, she dug into an advanced transfiguration text. Thoroughly engrossed in the proofs behind Gamp's law, she didn't hear him sneak up behind her. She didn't realize that anyone stood over her shoulder until Malfoy stole her wand from the table. Shooting to her feet, she wheeled about and punched the ferret in the throat. As the bigoted chump fell, she instinctively grabbed her wand from his limp hand. Watching Draco Malfoy wheeze while lying on the floor of the library, Hermione had the war inside her resolve itself. On one side, she had just violently reacted to an attack, which could have resulted in her injury or death. On the other hand, all the blonde boy had done was to take her wand. He could have only planned to taunt her or other such childish antics. Could have planned to do, but what would he truly have done? Right then the doubt and confusion she'd been working through since she'd arrived in the past fell away. She'd been of two minds regarding dealing with the worst of the offenders to come. Oh, some were easy. When they got the chance, Lucius Malfoy, Walden McNair, Alecto and Amicus Carrow were all going to die. So too would many other of the older generation of Death Eaters. But what should they do about the new generation? What about Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, Adrian Pusey, Theodore Nott and so on? Even Severus Snape was a bit of a quandary for her. They hadn't done anything yet that warranted execution. In that seminal moment in the Hogwarts library, she began to see clearly. Draco Malfoy hadn't yet done anything worthy of his death, but he would. The person that he was, the path that he was on would inevitably lead him to visit death and destruction upon his fellows. There was very little doubt about his path. Should she spare his life on the slim possibility that he may turn out to be a decent human being? Should she allow him to kill, maim, torture or an innocent to assuage her conscience? Others such as Blaise Zabini, Robert Higgs and even Pansy Parkinson were in a different category. During the war, they'd followed the Dark Lord, taken his mark and helped lead the uprising and eventual subjugation of Europe. They'd also held back from the worst of the atrocities. In fact, Hermione knew that Zabini had been an administrator for public health under Emperor Voldemort. However, like the Nazis of the 30s and 40s, the administrators were guilty of aiding and abetting the atrocities perpetuated by others. What to do about them? The bureaucrats and others of their type. They were hardly innocent, but had they committed capital crimes? That problem wasn't so easily solved, but Draco Malfoy's fate was sealed on a late September day in the Hogwarts library. He would die, and soon. "You are the most foolish cretin it has ever been my misfortune to meet," she told the prone and gasping Malfoy scion. Her expression cold and her tone colder, she elaborated, "You are doomed, you know that, don't you?" "My father," he croaked in his habitual response. Rolling her eyes, she stomped on his face, breaking his nose and rendering him unconscious. Thoroughly annoyed, Hermione stunned the ferret. A quick disillusionment charm followed by a series of cleansing charms on the floor removed the traces of blood. Glancing around, she saw no one, so she incanted, "Obliviate," while rotating her wand in the requisite pattern. Draco Malfoy had just lost the previous half hour of his life. After a moment of indecision, she sighed, pointed her wand and incanted, Episki, repairing the blond boy's nose. Shoving him underneath the table, Hermione checked her books out from Madame Pants. She found that she actually had missed the shrewish librarian. Like a touchstone, Madame Pants was a signpost of a happier age of Hermione's life. Returning to her table, Hermione packed her books and supplies. Surreptitiously levitating the son of Lucius Malfoy, she headed out of the library to find an empty classroom far from where they'd had their encounter. The twins and Harry were chuckling as they left Remus, sweet. He'd cleared it with the Marauder before bringing Fred and George to visit. So long as they were discreet, he had no problem chatting. Fred and George were euphoric, in awe and excited about meeting a real-life Marauder, as well as discussing pranks and pranking methodology. Remus had told them of James's brainchild, the no-method prank. It was well known at Hogwarts in the 70s that the Marauders were pranksters. It was also a source of endless detentions for the four friends. In fourth year, James had realized their problem. He and Remus had been Transfiguration and Runes prodigies, respectively. Their pranks had played to those strengths. Minerva McGonagall was no idiot, though. Even though most of the Marauders' pranks had been relatively harmless unless it involved Severus Snape, she tired of being berated at the weekly staff meeting by Horace Slughorn over her charges admitted persecution of the unlikable Slytherin. Therefore, when she saw the pattern in the boys' pranks, she took action. For the first half of the fall term, the boys had detention nearly every night. It had been a sign of Minerva's soft heart that she'd allowed the foursome to do homework for half the time so they didn't fall too far behind. Inspired by being constantly caught, James realized they needed to branch out. Potions, goops, pastes, static charms and transfigurations and so on needed to be incorporated into the Marauders' repertoire. There was a twofold effect. The detentions ceased for the most part, as the professors lacked a modus operandi or evidence to pin various pranks on the boys. Also, their grades rose across the board. George and Fred relied mostly on potions-related pranks. Remus encouraged them to consider runes and charms as sources. In fact, Harry and the twins were going to use runes in a little-known fact about the Hogwarts apparition wards. They bumped into Hermione on the way back to the tower. Her hair was still a bit disheveled and she was slightly out of breath. "Hey, Hermione," Harry called. He didn't want to be too affectionate in front of the twins. They were supposed to be newly dating 13 and 14-year-olds after all. How was the library? Not meeting his eyes, she shrugged before replying, "It was okay." Frowning, Harry stopped, Fred and George along with him. Knowing her far too well to let her upset pass, he pressed, "What happened?" "It was nothing. Malfoy was being a prick, that's all." The smiles fell from the male faces. "What happened?" Harry asked again. Sighing in exasperation, she summed up, "He took my wand while I was reading. Before he said anything, I punched him in the throat and broke his nose." She met his gaze meaningfully. "I took care of everything." Understanding her meaning, he nodded. But the tension didn't leave him or Fred and George. In fact, the red-headed twins became more serious. "What else?" George asked, his voice ominous and serious. Touched, Hermione told them, "Guys, I took care of it. A quick memory charm and a half-assed bone-knitting charm and the ferret won't even remember it." She smirked, "And his nose won't ever be straight again." Fred and George exchanged a look before reluctantly nodding. "We'll leave it alone for now. If he does something else, though, pranking is going to be the least of his worries." A small smile crossed Hermione's lips. "Thanks guys." Solemnly nodding, George replied, "No worries. We'll see you two lovebirds later." With a last evaluating look, Fred nodded and turned away with his brother. "Give me your wand." Harry was very suspicious now. Silently handing over the holly wand, he eyed his wife-girlfriend best friend with a calculating eye. "It was that bad. You have to promise not to go after Malfoy." "Fong. It was that bad." She merely nodded in reply. Sighing, he muttered, "Fine. I won't go after the ferret." Snuggling under his arm on the loveseat in the room of requirement, Hermione related to Harry what had happened in the library. More importantly, she related to him her revelation regarding the future Death Eaters. "Mooney's not going to like it," was Harry's first impression. "Neither will Minerva." He laughed to himself. "Sirius will say, no ing shit." Hermione laughed. "That's exactly what Sirius would say." Stilling, she hesitantly asked, "What do you say?" His expression hardened. Eyes narrowed, he told her, "No fawning shit, babe. No fawning shit." They sat there in silence, digesting their resolution. Eventually, she pointed out, "I don't want to go hunting if Minerva and Remus feel strongly about it." Eventually, he nodded, "I agree, though, our little family, we need them. For more than just Voldemort, I mean." Pursing his lips, Harry pulled Hermione closer as he thought further about it. The witch in his arms continued, "We're not alone anymore. This isn't the last gasp against the Emperor, this is our surgical strike to avert the Second Blood War and the later reign of Voldemort." Nodding absently, Harry muttered, "Wizarding Britain can go itself as far as I'm concerned. I just want to live my life with you without that moron Voldemort breathing down our necks." Not bothering to reprove him, she nodded in agreement. She was positive that Minerva and Remus wouldn't like that attitude, not one bit. Dinner was quiet. They sat with Neville, but Luna was nowhere to be found. Remus and Minerva sat at their places at the head table. For the first time since they'd returned to the past, Albus Dumbledore joined the student body for dinner. Not wanting to take any chances at the sharp old man noticing anything amiss, they didn't look to the front table, nor engage in any conversation. 15 minutes after dinner started, Harry and Hermione finished their meal. Leaving the Great Hall, both let out a loud breath, the tension leaving their shoulders at the same time. Harry cocked an eyebrow at Hermione as if to say, "That went well." She rolled her eyes as if to say, "You're an idiot." He laughed as he grabbed her hand. Swinging their arms between them, they smiled at each other as they made their way toward the main staircase and from there back to the tower. "Disgusting Potter. A mudblood. Well, since your mother was one, I guess your standards are pretty low. How do you stand the stench?" Just like 2 days before, Harry froze. When Ron insulted Hermione, Harry knew deep inside that Ron was attacking from bitterness and feelings of rejection. Malfoy, on the other hand, was a little prick. Slowly Harry turned to see Malfoy and the bookends. As usual, Draco was surrounded by his thugs while he bore a shit-eating grin. A strong wind began to whip up the passageway and Harry's eyes began to glow a bright blue. Sparks shot from his fingers as he clenched his fists repeatedly. The smug smile fell from Malfoy's face and was replaced by an expression of fear. The wind began to shriek and the Slytherins bent almost double to remain standing. Silently, Harry raised a finger to Malfoy, pointing at him, promising retribution and punishment if the Malfoy scion continued his insults. Draco fainted. Sneering, Harry glanced at the bookends who took their cue. Scooping up an arm each, they ran away from Harry and Hermione, heading toward the safety of the dungeons. When they were alone in the hallway again, the wind faded to nothing and Harry's eyes returned to their normal green. Then he collapsed. Hermione caught him on the way down, shrieking his name. Eventually, she regained her wits and for the second time that day, levitated an unconscious person through the halls of Hogwarts. This time, they were headed to Remus' quarters. Magical exhaustion, the gray-haired Scot diagnosed. Turning to Hermione, Minerva asked, "Are you sure you don't want to take him to Poppy?" Absently, Hermione shook her head. "Too many questions that'll come to Dumbledore's attention. We can't get his eye on us. He's too smart, too crafty and too relentless." Once again, Remus was off to Hogsmeade's apothecary. This time, Minerva and Hermione sat down with him and the threesome knocked up a list of potions and remedies they'd probably need in the near future. Sirius was still out like a light on a conjured bed in Remus' bedchamber. Next to him was Harry. "It looks like an infirmary in here," Minerva muttered. Hermione ignored her, continuing her study of Harry. Finally, her eyes flicked over to the Transfiguration professor. Seeing Minerva's focus on Harry as well, Hermione asked, "Why, do you think?" "The magical exhaustion." Hermione nodded. Rubbing her chin, Minerva sat back on her chair. "I'm not sure. His magical core's reading is all over the place. Mostly, though, it's huge." Her eyes narrowed before indicating toward the couch. Hermione lay down as bid, a puzzled expression on her face. "Lay still, child. This'll just take a moment." After various diagnostic spells and repetitions of the same, Minerva sat back, indicating that Hermione could sit up. "Well," Hermione asked, "your magical core is the same. I have no idea what is going on. Poppy would know. But we're not going to see her," Hermione finished. Minerva visibly bit her lip, withholding the comment that was aching to burst out. She was not used to one of her lions telling her which way was up. Treating Harry and Hermione as peers had actually come effortlessly, once they'd shared memories in her pensieve. She believed they even looked different to her. Hermione ignoring and countermanding her desires was very different from Minerva. Swallowing her pride, she also swallowed the biting remark that had wiggled its way up her throat. In short, I don't know what is going on with you or Harry. We can only wait until Remus returns, ply our boy with potions and wait until he wakes. Nodding, Hermione sat on Remus' couch and did what she did best. Her eyes darted from Harry to Sirius and back before she said, "Hun." An eyebrow cocked was Minerva's only sacrifice to her curiosity. Turning to her teacher and mother figure, Hermione commented, "This episode in the hallway was the first time Harry did high-power magic since we came back." She shook her head as she remembered, "I felt the magic roiling off him in waves. It was almost nauseating, plus he created a gale force wind. The raw magic was leaking out of his fingers and eyes. It was impressive, terrifying and, why as hell," she wanted to finish but left that part out. Remus returned around 9 o'clock, so they dosed Harry as best they could while he was sleeping. Hermione stayed on Remus' couch, watching her man through the night. She and Remus talked most of the night. The soft nighttime chatter as they got to know each other again. He was so painfully shy and withdrawn. Most likely due to his affliction. Hermione was not known for being outgoing and vulnerable in her relationships. Mainly it was domineering and bossy. Except with those she loved. It had been with Harry first. She'd slowly let down the defense mechanisms which were her walls that shut out the ugliness of the world, which protected her from harm. Eventually, she and he were able to just be together. There was no pretense, no guile of any kind. That was when she knew that she loved Harry. He was the one for her, the only person with whom she'd ever been completely at ease. The only man with whom she trusted the whole of herself. Remus was a good man. She knew that then and she knew that now. She trusted him with a small amount, so they talked fairly freely. He was as reserved about personal matters as she. His lycanthropy had burned reticence into his psyche. Around 1 in the morning, the question she'd been expecting was finally asked. "Hermione, who is Teddy? Are you sure you want to know?" There was a long pause as Moony seriously considered the question. Finally, he nodded. "He was your son." Remus was quiet for a full 10 minutes. The shock on his face shone stark in the light of the waning moon. His mouth worked a few times before he gave it up as a bad job. Sitting back, he tried to absorb the idea that he not only married a woman, but they had a child together. Feeling for the man, she rose from Harry's bedside to sit next to Remus. Taking his hand, she told him, "Your fate isn't written. If you want to pursue a relationship with Tonks, I think you should. She's a great person and I'm sure you two will be great together. Minerva thought you were a wonderful couple." He was breathing rapidly, almost panicking. Poking him hard in the ribs, she got his attention. "Look, you aren't a monster." He snorted in disagreement. Pinching the underside of his arm, she refocused him on her words. "As I was saying, you're not a monster. You become something quite horrid for 3 days a month, but that doesn't make you a monster. Harry jokes that I become a monster for 5 days a month." Remus smiled as he rolled his eyes. Continuing, glad that her attempt at humor worked, she laid out the truth as she saw it. "If she can love you for who you are, not what you are, then why should you deny each other the opportunity for true love? Because of insecurity, fear?" He had no answer to her poignant questions. Like Hermione, he needed to mull over the issue for a while. She'd listen and be there for him when he wanted to talk. It's what friends did for each other. Wrapping her arm about his shoulder, she squeezed. Remus was a good man. She was glad to have him back in her life. Harry and Sirius woke up the next day. Grateful that they only had herbology, Hermione dragged him to the Great Hall for a hasty lunch. He wasn't really cognizant of their surroundings, though. At one point he turned to her and asked, "Hermione, why are we back at Hogwarts?" Neville looked at Harry strangely while Hermione replied, "Because it's 3rd year." He blinked at that. "Third?" She sighed in mock exasperation. "Harry, you really need to get to bed earlier, you're all fuddled today." He was quiet for the rest of lunch and through herbology. They partnered with Neville and Hermione was impressed with the boys' range of knowledge regarding plants and their magical properties. Neville, "You're so good at this," she waved to indicate the greenhouse and its contents. He blushed and shrugged, clearly uncomfortable with the praise. Waving, he made his way off to the castle, bustling up the path. Hermione thoughtfully watched him go. "Hey," Harry interrupted her musings. "Oh, feeling better now?" she teased. "I guess. I wanted to check on the visitor." She nodded. Interlocking their arms, she leaned into him as they slowly made their way to the teacher's quarters. "Hey, Sirius. How are you doing?" "Hanging in there. A lot better, actually." "How are you?" "Remus told me you had an issue. Something about magical exhaustion." "Yeah, we're not sure what's going on." Hermione's core is the same, fluctuating in power, growing, shrinking. The only consistent thing is that it's steadily expanding over time. We think it's something to do with the time travel. "I've been thinking about that," Remus chimed into the conversation. "Many magical cultures consider our magical core to be sourced in the soul. Different philosophers have different opinions, but another consistent thread is that our soul is unique to ourselves, so too is our consciousness. Therefore, the consciousness and magical core are both sourced in the soul. If that's true, when your consciousness time traveled, maybe your soul was the vehicle for that travel. And it brought our magic with us," Hermione breathed. The foursome was quiet. The implications of the concept were staggering. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches," Harry recited. Nodding absently, Hermione replied, "Maybe, love. Maybe." Looking to Harry from Hermione and back, Sirius irritably asked, "For those of us incarcerated for the last 12 years, what the hell are you on about? You don't know about the prophecy?" Harry asked, surprised. Rolling his eyes, Sirius replied with a knocking on Harry's head. "Obviously, Pronglet. Give." Harry explained about Dumbledore hearing the prophecy from Trelawney, which in turn forced the Potters and Longbottoms into hiding. "Hermione and I figure that's why he came first that Halloween night." "Hollowly," Sirius countered, "he'd have come for James and Lily anyway. He wanted them badly. Since he couldn't have the Black's gold," Padfoot smiled sardonically, "he wanted the Potters' gold on top of the Malfoys' gold. Evil Dark Lords can't have enough gold in their pockets. He wanted them anyway," Remus remembered. "Lily was a phenomenal brewer and a budding charms mistress. James was better than McGonagall at Transfiguration. I wouldn't have doubted he could have bested Dumbledore." Wide-eyed, Harry asked, "Really?" "Really," replied Minerva from the doorway. "I'm not too proud to say that the student had far outstripped the teacher when it came to James Potter. He was, at least, as good as Albus. I'm not as qualified to speak to Lily, but she and Severus were the only persons I've ever heard obtaining perfect scores on their potions newts." As she settled into her trademark hard-backed chair, the head of Gryffindor House took on an appearance of seeing something far away. "I know it's unprofessional, but even before they graduated, James and Lily were my friends. She was such a likable woman, and despite his best efforts, one couldn't help but love James Potter. I think all the females in the castle were a little in love with him." Her eyes twinkled with a hint of remembered amusement. "You boys were so troublesome, but so much fun as well." Sirius smirked while Remus replied with mock gravity, "We did our best, Minerva." Turning back to Harry, she picked up the thread where she'd dropped it. There were quite a few reasons why Tom Riddle called on the Potters of Godric's Hollow that Halloween night of '81. The time travelers kept to Gryffindor Tower over the next few days. They'd been disappearing for long stretches far too often. Thankfully, most thought the new couple was sneaking off for some quality snog time. "We don't want to wake Dumbledore to pay attention to us, though. I still don't understand why we don't use the time turner to go back and let ourselves be seen in public." Hermione had received the time turner before the welcoming feast. Since time traveling, however, she dropped Muggle studies and divination like a hot potato. With Minerva in the know, she hadn't asked for the device to be returned. It was a wild card that could help them attain their goal. "We're mucking with the time stream enough. I'm afraid of what will happen if we cavalierly prance about, using it for no good reason. The Sirius and Buckbeak rescue was a good reason. Providing evidence that we aren't shagging in a broom closet to preserve our reputation, however, is not a good reason. Because we're shagging in my bed." "Exactly," she purred before she eyed him thoroughly. The weekend came, and with it torrents of rain which lasted for the next week. The Highlands of Scotland are a very wet place. Even still, this quantity of rain forced even Oliver Wood to cancel the Quidditch practice scheduled for Saturday. Harry and Hermione were making good progress reading through the Animagus book Minerva had loaned them. Having two practicing animagi in the castle to consult also helped significantly. The transfiguration was fairly advanced, but the tokening process required some guidance from Sirius and Minerva. The meditative process described in the text will allow you to become more in tune with yourself and your surroundings, Minerva explained. You will find items, a leaf, a flower, a sprig of grass and so on. These will connect with your inner beast and allow you a focus to help you in your initial transformation. Will these tokens all be natural, organic items? Hermione asked. Well, I've never heard of an animagus tokening from a man-made item. They spent time on the grounds whenever they could. Despite the curriculum being beyond simple for the duo, they still had written assignments they had to turn in, otherwise they'd attract attention from sources they'd rather not rouse. Harry usually completed the charms and potions assignments while Hermione focused on runes, creatures and arithmancy. Remus and Minerva gave them a pass on their homework. They usually handed in blank pieces of parchment. One time, Harry handed in an animated recording of him casting his Patronus. Remus had smiled happily to see the ghostly prongs prancing across the parchment. He carefully laid it in his briefcase for later framing. During one of the cancelled Quidditch practices, the 5 friends, family really, were gathered in Remus' quarters. It had become their de facto headquarters in the castle. They couldn't gather in Minerva's quarters as other staff members and students could come upon them at any time. Having Remus there wouldn't be too much out of the ordinary. But Harry, Hermione and Sirius Padfoot would most definitely be noticed as out of the ordinary. We wanted to discuss something between us all, Harry began after they'd eaten a light lunch. Sirius was looking better day by day. A steady healthy diet while being surrounded by friends and family was doing wonders for his health. The haunted look in his eyes was fading more as time passed. One thing we've been conflicted about since we came back is what to do about the future Death Eaters, Hermione elaborated. Minerva and Remus both nodded in understanding. They both had been contemplating the same thing. We know the bulk of the next generation here at Hogwarts right now. Obviously, killing 200 students would be noticed. Sirius snorted but subsided under Minerva's glare. The older generation like Lucius Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange and their ilk are already condemned by their actions in the First Blood War. Silent acceptance from the other 3 was the only response. We've come to the conclusion that the worst of them need to go. Frowns from Remus and Minerva preceded Sirius, knowing shit, pronglet. Harry almost smiled as he and Hermione had accurately predicted. Pursing her lips, Minerva told the group, I don't like it. We slaughter children for something they haven't yet done and may not do. I'm unwilling to allow Draco Malfoy the chance to kill or maim to assuage my conscience. What if his first victim was Lavender Brown? Katie Bell. Would you allow him to Parvati to ensure he really deserved to be eliminated? Minerva flinched under the verbal jabs, but said nothing. Soothingly, Remus interrupted, this is not something to be discussed lightly, much less agreed to in a 5-minute discussion. Both Minerva and Harry have valid positions which need to be considered and weighed by all of us. I suggest we consider the impact wholesale execution could affect us, as well as the individuals. With a haunted expression, Harry provided the answer, it changes you, Moony. To that, we can attest. Jerkily, Remus nodded his understanding, but was undeterred, I need to think about this. I can't blithely condemn these people without substantial consideration. Now it was Harry and Hermione's time to nod in understanding. They'd expected nothing less from Moony. What's the problem, Moons? Sirius asked scathingly. They're ink scum who need to be cleansed from the earth. Padfoot, they're children. But they're going to be monsters. He was wild-eyed and the effect of Azkaban was as pronounced on him as the years of war were on Harry and Hermione. Minerva held out her hands in a placating motion. Peace. We'll all consider the situation and discuss it some more. I'm sure we'll revisit this on more than one occasion. Nothing shall be decided today. The conversation became light as Minerva and Sirius discussed Harry and Hermione's progress in their animagus studying and preparation. Remus headed to his desk to grade 6th-year essays. There were difficult days ahead, but they were together. Family. A leaf. Hermione smiled while Harry watched the oak leaf in his hand as if it held the secrets to all existence. They'd spent the last few weeks out on the grounds studying and meditating. The tokening process of their animagus transformation was harder than either had expected. Hermione had been convinced that Harry would do well in finding his tokens, as he'd always been a very instinctive person. Since the tokening process was the path in which the witch or wizard became aware of and connected with the inner beast, she figured Harry was a shoo-in for rapid accumulation of tokens. Harry had been convinced that Hermione would do well, as she never failed at anything she'd ever set her mind to accomplish. Occlumency, Legilimency, summoning and banishing rituals all fell before the machine that was Hermione Potter née Granger. They were both right and both wrong. It was very hard. All the guilt, shame and remorse over their roles in the history to come was a severe impediment to calming their psyches so that they could recognize their connection with the natural world around them. They were hardly innocents, and their inner turmoil showed plain in their failings at the meditation. Hermione had suggested confession of sorts. "You want me to go to church?" he had replied in disbelief. Rolling her eyes at her husband, Hermione retorted, "No. Idiot. I wanted to know what you thought about laying it all out there with another person." He looked decidedly uncomfortable. "But you know everything already." She nodded. "I was actually intending to talk to Remus." "Oh." His brow furrowed as he frowned. Humming as he considered the idea, she watched him intently. She was looking for that relaxing around the corners of his eyes and mouth which indicated he'd give in to her desires. It didn't come. "I'll think about it," he temporized. The next day, she'd gone to see Remus. Not one to beat around the bush, she addressed the problem as she saw it. With Harry in a disguised Sirius at Gringotts to place control of the Potter fortune squarely in the hands of the rightful heir, Hermione knew Remus would have the afternoon free. Slipping into his quarters, she closed the door quietly. Moving toward Mooney's lounge receiving room, she called, "Remus." "In here," he replied. Picking up her pace, she found him at his desk with 2 piles of parchment. The neat pile of ungraded essays was small, while the heap of graded essays covered his feet and threatened to bury him altogether. With a small smile, she offered, "I can come back later if it's a bad time." "No," he replied with mock desperation. "Save me from moronic fourth years who are convinced they hold the secrets to locking away evil forever." She laughed lightly as she sat on Remus' now very familiar couch. He conjured a plain tea set after setting the kettle to boil. "You don't heat the water magically?" she asked. "Doesn't taste the same. Besides, if I can't wait 5 minutes for the kettle to boil, I've bigger problems." She nodded, hesitant and afraid to begin. "What can I do for you, Hermione?" Remus asked to get the ball rolling. They were interrupted by the shrill whistle of the kettle. Silently, Remus poured the hot water on the tea leaves before he left it to steep. "Sorry. What can I help you with?" Softly, she told him, "I trust you, Remus." An expression of gentle surprise graced his face. The half-smile was all the reply he needed. "I need to talk about, before. The nightmares are only held at bay because of Harry and," she looked away, tears starting in her eyes. Gently, Remus reached out to take her hand. Silently, he offered his support by his presence and by not flinching away. Remus Lupin was a very smart man. He had to have been one of the masterminds that called themselves the Marauders. Where James had been the leader, Sirius the wit and Peter the comic relief, Remus had been their heart. That didn't mean he was stupid, though. He knew, or could realistically imagine, some of the atrocities that Hermione and Harry had seen and probably perpetrated. He also knew that this young couple who he'd come to love in a short time were not monsters. Therefore, those memories of war yet to come must be burdensome, to say the least. When Hermione turned back to him, tears streaming down her cheeks, she croaked, "I've killed at least 200 people, Remus. Some of them horribly. I set one man on fire and watched him burn to death. It took 17 minutes for him to die, Remus, and I didn't make one attempt to lessen his pain or stop the fire." Now the tears were flowing in earnest. He didn't try to comfort her at this point, as he knew she didn't want comfort yet. Holding her hand as a show of support, he nodded to her before saying, "Go on." So she did. For 2 hours she spilled the gruesome memories all over the quiet quarters. Remus never said anything other than quiet encouragement. He let go of her hand only to pour the tea which she used to wet her dry throat. By the time lunch was being served in the great hall, Hermione was cried out. Finally able to allow comfort, she leaned into Remus' embrace. He was her older brother, her favorite uncle and good friend all rolled into one for her. You did some horrific things, Hermione. But you're still a good person. We all love you very much, you know that, right? When she nodded, he added, I can't love an evil person. Nor can Minerva or Sirius. Especially, Harry. He could never love someone evil. You're a good woman, Hermione Potter. War brings out the beast in all of us. She nodded her head, grateful she'd made the decision to confide in Remus. To say that she felt better was an understatement. The oppressive guilt and remorse from days to come that had been a millstone about her neck was gone. Although life wasn't peaches and cream, she began to believe in herself again. Not her abilities, for she'd never doubted her abilities one jot. She began to believe in Hermione, daughter of Stephen and Alice, wife of Harry and loved by Minerva, Sirius and Remus. It was exhilarating. At Gringotts, matters proceeded with remarkable alacrity for Harry and Sirius. Snagrat seemed to anticipate Sirius' arrival, having the entirety of the forms and documents prepared ahead of time. After Harry signed his name 63 times and Sirius signed his 14 times, they proceeded to magically seal everything. All in all, after 4 hours of reading, signing, casting and finally filing an even 2 stone of parchment, Harry was placed in the position of chairman of the board and chief executive officer of the Potter Trust. All deeds and titles not held by the trust were transferred accordingly, as well. The blonde-haired, brown-eyed Sirius patted Harry on the shoulder as they left the bank. Striding confidently down the alley, they didn't draw a second glance from the on-duty Aurors. Something Mad Eye had taught Harry before had paid dividends. Acting like you belong in a place is over half the battle. Most guards won't look at you twice if you have the right attitude. Harry was quietly thoughtful as they wended through the midday crowds. With the lessening of the rain that had deluged the entire UK over the previous week, the shoppers were out in droves. What's bothering you? Sirius asked in an undertone. Where will Hermione and I live when school is out? His brow furrowed. I have plenty of places to live, but I won't live without her. I can't. Pursing his lips, Sirius apparated away to the Honeydukes tunnel. When Harry arrived, Sirius asked, Are you two going to tell her parents? That would solve it. You could live at her place, or her family could move to Rowan Hill. They should probably move in with you, there are better wards at the house in Wales. A thoughtful expression on his face, Harry replied, I don't know if we'll tell Stephen and Alice. We've yet to talk about it. Being uncharacteristically sensitive, Sirius gently told his godson, Do that, Harbert. She's your wife and best friend. If you can't talk to her, who can you talk to? Harry jolted at Sirius' words about talking to people. He'd unknowingly struck a nerve, but Harry covered it by grumbling, Don't call me Harbert. You called me that when I was shitting my nappy. Give me a night free and clear of the law, a few bottles of fire whiskey and you'll be shitting your pants tomorrow, Padfoot crowed. Harry was following Sirius in the passageway, so Padfoot never saw Harry give him the two-fingered salute. The remaining Marauders and the Potters lounged about Remus quarters early in the evening. Classes had settled down and so too had the tedium. Most times, Harry and Hermione read from the Animagus book, but they'd finished it twice over by now and had asked Minerva for more material on the subject. They were sitting on the couch, sharing a 6-pack of Guinness. Remus had looked askance when Harry had requested the stout, but Sirius had quickly reminded him that it was Moony who had first sneaked fire whiskey into the third-year boys' dormitory in 1975. Remus and Sirius were sharing a bottle of brandy and the foursome was pleasantly buzzed. They were laughing and carrying on about old times when Minerva opened the door to the common room, her expression stern. Not speaking to any, she grabbed the bottle of brandy, conjured a tumbler, filled it to the rim and drank it off in one go. Recognizing the signs, the other four quickly cast sobriety charms on themselves. It's Severus. He asked me why my lions are cavorting with a known werewolf. Minerva's expression was hard, but her eyes burned with a deep-felt fire. There was quiet as the five-some digested the news. Snape was bitter enough to spread the news far and wide, fanning the flames if he could extract a measure of revenge on his childhood tormentors. All knew it. Memory charm, Remus suggested. Hermione shook her head. What would we erase? The last month and a half. I say we transfigure him into a rock and drop him to the middle of the lake, Sirius snarled. All five seriously considered the option. Eventually, Harry shook it off, declaring, Dumbledore would have a snit and not rest until he knew what happened. Sirius sighed in resignation, but nodded agreement. The problem is that he's too proficient an occlumencer. He'd either resist it or be aware of the gap in his memory, Hermione mused aloud. What if we? Sirius laid out his idea. After some modifications by Minerva and Hermione, they adopted Sirius' plan. Harry saw Minerva's jaw tighten repeatedly throughout the discussion. Once they'd refined and adopted the plan, she abruptly rose to leave. Absently ing Hermione on the mouth, he murmured, "Be back in a bit." Hurrying after his head of house, he softly called, "Hold up." Turning, she impatiently waited for Harry to draw even with her. "Let's go to your quarters." Minerva cocked an eyebrow. "If you were 30 years older and I 30 years younger, I'd think your proposal was improper, Mr. Potter." Rolling his eyes, he followed her to her rooms. Minerva kept all the portraits in her private rooms and offices permanently frozen nowadays. On the one hand, she wanted to always be ready for a situation where she needed privacy from Albus, prying spies, and also on principle. It galled her that the headmaster was using the portraits in such a manner. She disrobed in rooms with portraits. Cooking a quick dish of tea, Minerva set up biscuits and the milk absently. Finally sitting across from Harry, she was so distracted she didn't even notice he'd been watching her the entire time. "What's bothering you, Min?" Taken aback by his question, she blurted out the truth. "I've never wanted to kill a man so much as I wanted to kill Severus earlier." Blinking in surprise, Harry paused before saying, "Didn't really expect that." Now that she'd let the lid off the pot, she really began to simmer. "After all you've shown me and all I've seen that greasy Sassenach perpetrate on the student body, I wanted to rip his liver out and shove it down his throat." Standing and panting like a racehorse, she ranted. He stood there gloating and unctuous, grinning his yellow-toothed smile with his disgusting breath of miasma. I wanted to curse his beak right off his face. Lording Remus, affliction over us all. Snorting in disgust, she pointed out, blackmail is what it was. He knows what Remus means to you, he knows that you've no real family, and yet he wants to exploit the poor man's lycanthropy to get a pound of flesh 20 years later. Damn him. Completely taken aback by Minerva's rant, Harry sat back to let her get it all off her chest. Abruptly, she stopped, took in Harry's presence and sat down. Blushing slightly at being exposed in such an emotional manner, Minerva fidgeted for a moment before reaching for her teacup to hide her embarrassment. "Don't worry about it, Min. I could tell something was bothering you. I hope you feel better." Nodding reluctantly, she told him, "I don't understand why Albus lets him run unchecked. I just can't fathom it." Patting her on the shoulder, he told her, "And that is why you're a better person than Albus." As with all the best plans, Sirius' plan to deal with Snape was simple and straightforward. The next night Sirius and Harry waited in the shadows of the dungeons near Snape's quarters, both of them disillusioned. Hermione and Remus, who was polyjuiced as Harry, were in the great hall lingering over supper. Originally, Sirius had called for it to be Harry and Hermione lying in wait for Snape. Remus had argued that Harry would be a prime suspect, so he volunteered to acquire a dose of the transformative potion so that he could impersonate the boy who lived. Anything can be purchased for a price in Knockturn Alley. Snape stormed around the corner, his eyes intent on the door to his rooms. Wordlessly, Harry stunned and cast the body bind on the dour potion's master. Sirius ran forward, tapping Snape on the head, completing the disillusionment charm for the head of Slytherin House. On silenced feet, Padfoot and Pronglet hustled Snape into a nearby classroom. Once inside, they bound their captive to a chair and forced a confuzzled draft down his throat. After the prearranged 3-minute wait, Sirius positioned himself behind Snape, maintaining his own disillusionment charm. Harry ended the charm on Snape before silently casting Enervate. Harry was still disillusioned while under his father's cloak. They were taking no chances that the snarky git would ever recognize his captor. Groggily, Snape awoke. Before he could get his bearings, Harry lashed out with a full-power legilimency attack. Reeling as if struck, Snape's unfocused eyes rolled under the assault. Picking his way through Snape's memories, Harry was repeatedly casting memory charms, removing individual memories, a few moments here and a few moments there. Nothing that would be missed, but taken together, would eliminate Snape's suspicions and conclusions regarding Harry and Hermione's visiting Remus. Harry was sweating with the exertion. Snape was many things, but he was a superior occlumencer. Breaking past his shields, even with the effects of the confuzzle draft, had been a near Herculean task. Staying in his mind had been difficult as well. Combining the task of searching for pertinent memories with the delicate memory charms left the boy who lived sweating and gasping for breath. As the sweat dripped off his nose and he cast the last memory charm of the sequence, he couldn't help himself and dove into Snape's greater memory bank. It was a cesspit. The things the man did as an active Death Eater made Harry want to puke. Murder. Torture. The use of all three unforgivables was merely the beginning of the man's depravities. On top of it, the things he thought about Lily Potter made Harry see red. Then, Harry found the memory of a night in Hogsmeade where Snape had crouched outside a door in the Hogshead pub, overhearing an interesting conversation. "You bastard." Before Sirius could react, Harry lashed out with 3 magically enhanced punches. The first shattered Snape's nose. The second broke the man's right cheekbone into 3 separate pieces. The third ruptured Snape's windpipe. The screaming gurgle that bubbled from Snape's mangled throat broke Sirius from his stupor. Instinctively stunning Harry, Sirius began to cast as many healing spells on his former nemesis as he could remember. Slowly, the man's screaming devolved into a low groan which in turn became a wheeze. Satisfied that the odious man was breathing easily, he stunned the head of Slytherin before he shook his head in disbelief. Sirius Black had just defended Severus Snape. Hell just froze over while 4 pigs had flown over the astronomy tower. James must have been so disappointed in his best friend. After levitating his godson to the far side of the room, Padfoot woke him. Harry's eyes were wild as he searched the room. Locking on the still-bound form of Snape, Harry bolted to his feet only to be pushed back to the floor by Sirius. "What the, Harry? You damn near killed him. He told Voldemort about the prophecy. Snape put him on our trail," Harry snarled as Sirius' arms encircled the boy who lived. Slowly, Sirius turned, his expression blank. Walking up to Snape, he stared at the man for a long minute before he kicked him in the ribs. He kept kicking Snape with a viciousness that Harry had never imagined. Sirius only stopped when a satisfying snap announced the breaking of at least 1 bone. Panting hard, he turned to his godson. "Fetch Minerva. We're going to need some Skele-Gro if we want this to stay quiet." Sirius stood stock still, staring at the man bound to the chair in front of him as Harry hurried out the door. It was to be a very long night. A very, very long night. Harry found Minerva in her quarters. Without outlining the situation, he merely summoned her and relayed the need for Skele-Gro. Cursing in her native Gaelic, she hustled to Remus' quarters, grabbed the odd bottle of potion before following Harry to the dungeons. She cursed the entire way. "Holy sweet Mother of God," she murmured when she saw the Severus state. Without asking questions about how Snape came to be in this condition, she merely asked, "Where is he injured?" "Nose, cheekbone, ribs and maybe throat. I did what I could to repair that before Harry left," Sirius explained in a flat tone. The fire in his eyes hadn't dimmed 1 iota. "Damn it," she cursed again. After a quick spell to determine Severus' weight, she measured a dose of the vile potion and poured it down his throat, a swallowing charm assisting its passage. Without taking her gaze from the monitoring charms she'd cast on their captive, she gave Harry his orders. "Go get Hermione and Remus. We'll need some delicate work to fix his memories for the evening. She's far more suited to it and you're wiped out," she told Harry. Harry nodded before he left again. The remorse for his actions was starting to creep into his consciousness. Not remorse for hurting Snape, never that. It was, rather, remorse for putting them all into danger which was bothering him. Harry doubted he'd feel remorse even if he'd killed Snape tonight so long as it wouldn't importune the rest of his family. The plan had been for Hermione and Harry to return to the Gryffindor common room to do homework until 9 or so. At that point, they'd head out for a snog, where they'd rejoin everyone else in Remus' quarters. Unfortunately, it was only 8 o'clock. Still under his cloak, Harry ran up to the fat lady, shouting the password. Slowing, he scuttled in the common room, flattening himself against the wall. Hermione and Harry were on one of the couches in front of the fire, books open in their laps and noses buried deep. Moving as fast as he dared, for the common room was fairly full, he circled over toward the fireplace. "Change in plans," he whispered. "Rendezvous now." Without looking up, Both Hermione and Remus polyjuiced as Harry nodded in understanding. Harry made his way to the portrait hole before drafting behind Remus as they exited. When Harry was sure they were alone, he murmured, "Things are pear-shaped. We've got the target, but it's complicated." Remus nodded while Hermione only cocked an eyebrow. He was in for it, he knew it. Harry cancelled the disillusionment charm on himself before hiking up his cloak a bit. Remus and Hermione followed Harry's trainers as they moved to the dungeons. Dispelling serious security spells, the threesome moved in the classroom. Harry erected a new set of wards and spells. "What happened?" Hermione asked flatly. Harry barely noticed Remus regaining his natural form. Carefully folding his cloak before placing it in the pocket of his robes, Harry delayed answering. His temper was spiking again as he thought about those revolutionary moments in Snape's mind. A few days before, he'd been on the verge of feeling sorry for the dour potions master for the man's hard lot in life. No more. Snape chose his path in life. Harry himself had been brutally raised, just like life had been for young Severus Snape in Spinner's End. On more than one occasion Harry had even been savagely beaten on top of the usual slaps, kicks and insults just like young Snape. The boy who lived didn't fall into the dark arts. He'd not perpetrated the horrific acts of torture and maiming that Snape had gleefully enacted on the innocent. Severus Snape lived his entire life for himself. He only cared what he could get out of any situation. He pursued Lily Evans for how happy she made him feel, not for how he could make her feel happy. He fought against Voldemort, for vengeance, not because it was the right thing to do. He became one of the most highly respected potioneers in Europe because he wanted the fame and respect, not for a love of the art. Every action in his life was motivated by self-interest. Not once in his pathetic life did Severus Snape willingly give of himself to anyone, any cause or any organization. Never. Harry Potter was the complete antithesis of Severus Snape. Harry willingly gave of himself to those about him. Only once in his life had he acted out of self-motivation, but even then, he had left Hogwarts that fateful night to protect Hermione more than himself. By a cruel and ironic twist of fate, they'd had nearly similar upbringings, but the choices made by Harry lifted him into the light, while Severus sank into the dark. Dumbledore had been right all those years ago, it truly was our choices which define us. Snape had made his choice and it showed up in all his behavior, large and small. The man bullied children. He abused, castigated and betrayed them on a regular basis. Snape had made his choice. "Harry, what happened?" Hermione repeated. Blinking away the memories, Harry explained Snape's role in Voldemort becoming aware of the prophecy which linked Harry Potter to Tom Riddle. When he finished his recounting, Hermione and Remus began to advance on Snape. The intention to do him significant harm was written plainly on their faces. "Wait," Minerva called in a commanding tone. The other four turned to her expectantly, the question painted across their expression, "Why shouldn't we kill him now?" Her face hardening to near ferocity, she glared at each, making them back down. When the four younger members of the family were suitably cowed, Minerva told them, "Have none of you realized that Albus let Severus leave the Hogshead after he'd heard part of the prophecy?" Thunderstruck, they all stared at Minerva. Remus fell into a chair, all his illusions of Dumbledore shattered. "He left me in prison, didn't he?" Sirius wondered aloud. "He was the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. He knew I didn't have a trial but never ordered one conducted." Barty Crouch be damned, Albus could have ordered one. Minerva had realized this and many other unsavory behaviors of the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts. Nodding sharply, she agreed with Sirius' speculation. Turning to Harry she elaborated, "His placement of you with your aunt and uncle is suspect, to say the least. He may have had some good intentions in placing you there. The Blood Wards may truly protect you, I don't know. But I also know that when you showed up here for your sorting, you would do anything to keep you away from Surrey and you looked to Albus as a savior." She paused. "I don't know if he intentionally sent you there for your spirit to be broken, but," she trailed off, her deduction plain. Everyone looked at the odious former Death Eater, unconscious and bound to the chair. A flash of insight filled Hermione's mind. Snape was a pawn. First he was a pawn of Voldemort and later a pawn of Dumbledore. A disgusting, morally repugnant pawn, but a pawn nonetheless. Waving Sirius to the side, Hermione pulled a chair so she could sit across from the bound man. Harry was by far stronger in the mind arts, but Hermione had a more delicate touch for fine work. Love, she told Harry, I'm going to be going at this for a while. Could you get a pepper up for me? Nodding, Harry wrapped his cloak about his shoulders and hurried back to Remus' quarters. Don't need to run today, I've run nearly 3 miles so far tonight. By the time Hermione had finished removing the memories of being beaten and added memories of a quiet night in his rooms, she was ready to pass out. Downing the pepper-up potion, she sighed as the tiredness faded alongside the steam pouring from her ears. Minerva disillusioned herself before levitating Snape into his quarters. She came back a few minutes later, evaluating the younger members of her family. Harry and Hermione were clinging to each other as they sat on a conjured loveseat. Remus sat on the edge of a chair, his head in his hands. Sirius paced back and forth from corner to corner. Eventually, Padfoot stilled. Minerva caught his eye and waited. Eventually, Sirius nodded in resignation. We need to move forward, Harry muttered from his embrace with Hermione. We should publicly turn in Pettigrew tomorrow. Sirius deserves to be cleared. I agree, Hermione chimed in. Remus nodded as did Minerva. Sirius stared at Harry, the challenge clear on his face. Hermione rolled her eyes. Sirius, she said to get his attention. When he didn't break his stare from Harry, Hermione huffed, hit him with a stinging hex on the arm before repeating, Sirius. You're not going to kill him. Scowling and rubbing his arm, he spat, why not? Because I need you, Harry replied for his wife. Indicating the others in the room, he continued, we all need you and you'll completely lose your mind if you're on the run. He deserves to die. Annoyed now, Harry stood and jabbed his finger at his godfather, no shit, he deserves to die. He betrayed me and my parents. My parents are dead because of his betrayal. Sirius flinched at Harry's words, but the boy who lived was remorseless and plowed on. If I can let go of my need for revenge, then you can too. Damn you, Padfoot. Are you going to make the same mistakes again? Stop thinking only about yourself. All right, Sirius sighed as he sat down. Jesus, what a night. What time is it? 2 a.m., Remus replied. Let's all get some sleep, Minerva counseled. We'll take care of Peter tomorrow, I've an idea how we can carry this out. Sirius Black innocent, Pettigrew the betrayer. In a stunning turn of events, it has been discovered that Peter Pettigrew, Order of Merlin 3rd class awardee, was the Potter's secret keeper so long ago. It was Pettigrew who sold the head of the ancient and noble house of Potter and his lady to he who must not be named. Professor Minerva McGonagall brought the treacherous Pettigrew to Director of Magical Law Enforcement Amelia Bones' office early yesterday morning. In a press release, Director Bones had the following to say, Professor McGonagall appeared in my offices this morning with a man stunned and bound in tow. He has since been identified as one Peter Charles Pettigrew. After questioning under the influence of Veritaserum, he was arrested and charged with multiple homicides, conspiracy to commit murder, sedition and many other charges. The man bears the dark mark of he who must not be named. Professor McGonagall related to this reporter that, I was heading to Hogsmeade to make some purchases when I was accosted by Sirius Black. The professor was well past the line of Dementors which were encircling the school at that time. Black tossed his wand to the ground before placing his hands in the air. I was surprised, but immediately summoned his wand. Before I had the chance to bind him, he begged me to listen to his story. Being cautious, I bound him but listened to his tale. He told me that Peter Pettigrew was the betrayer of James and Lily Potter and that the man was an animagus. A rat animagus to be specific. I immediately thought of one of my Gryffindors who has a rat for a companion. Black told me that he'd seen a picture of Pettigrew with the boy which drove him to escape from Azkaban in order to protect his godson, Harry Potter. Deciding that time was of the essence, I stunned Black and took him back to the castle. There was a bit of a tussle with the Dementors at the gates, but I've long been proficient with the Patronus charm. Once in the castle, I placed him under the care of Professor Flitwick before proceeding to Gryffindor Tower. There I found the rat, verified he was an animagus and brought him to Director Bones. I believe she immediately cancelled the search for Black, signed a writ proclaiming his innocence and is actively looking to see to his compensation for wrongs done to him over the course of his 12 long years of imprisonment. It should be noted that Sirius Black was a Gryffindor when he attended Hogwarts 1972-1979, and Professor McGonagall was his head of house. Director Bones has intimated that Professor McGonagall is being submitted for an Order of Merlin 2nd class. As of print time, Harry Potter was unavailable for comment. According to director Bones, all Dementors have been removed from the greater Hogwarts area, having been sent back to the North Sea to guard Azkaban. For a biography of Minerva McGonagall, head of Gryffindor House, Mistress of Transfiguration and Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, see page 7. For a biography of Sirius Black, Lord Black and head of the ancient and noble House of Black, see page 9. Minerva can lie really well, can't she? Hermione smiled at her husband. They were lying in bed in the master suite at Rowan Hill. It wasn't a Hogsmeade weekend, yet, but they had all their work done through the end of the term, so they thought they'd investigate the home about which Sirius and Remus had told them so much. They'd fallen in love with the grounds, the view of the mountains, the sea, all of it. The veranda of the main house overlooked an expansive garden tended by 2 house elves. Harry had to smile when he met Rory and Matty. He'd never seen elves so moved or heard them speak with a Welsh lilt. The front of the house was set a quarter-mile from cliffs, in which was a set of stairs led to a beach on Cardigan Bay. "It's like we're in a dream," Harry had commented as they entered the house. The house itself was massive and ornate but had a distinct, home, feel about it. The few portraits of former heads of House Potter gave credence to the distinctive Potter trait of dark hair, lean build and wise smiles. Or at least that's what Hermione had said. Upon arriving at the estate in Wales, they'd found Sirius dancing his way through the kitchen wearing the cook, apron while dirtying every pan the Potters owned. They owned a lot of pans. "I'm cooking a meal for myself," he shouted. "I dreamt of shepherd's pie with Guinness for a dozen years and by God I'm going to have one." The wireless was turned up to window-rattling levels as Led Zeppelin shook the houses of the holy. The first thing Sirius did as a free man, after cleaning up the kitchen and downing his meal, was to go to the Wizarding Office of Child Services and begin the process of gaining custody of Harry. They all knew it would be a legal fiction, but Harry was touched, nonetheless. In fact, Sirius had apparated away from Rowan Hill an hour ago to present the Dursleys with the solution to all their problems. They could relinquish Harry's guardianship with a few signatures. "This'll get Dumbledore's back up," Hermione observed. Harry nodded. The wards on Privet Drive would fall, probably immediately, and Dumbledore would be alerted by one of the various gadgets in his office. Screw him. I'm very rapidly tiring of tiptoeing around him and his sensibilities. But at the same time, Hermione rolled her eyes before she hiked her leg over her husband's waist and sat up, straddling him. "I know. You want him to come to our side. Look, you need to be careful. He can seriously derail us, so you better play nice." She wiggled a little to emphasize the point. "Wench." He glanced at the clock, which he couldn't see as his spectacles were somewhere on the floor. He asked, "How much time, till we're due back?" Leaning down to him, she murmured, "Enough time." The summons came at dinner the next evening. Holding the note up, Harry murmured, "Dumbledore wants to see me in his office after dinner." Hermione's face was set in a determined expression. She wasn't bidden to the meeting and her presence would be made much of by the headmaster if she showed up uninvited. Narrowing her eyes, she coached her husband, "Keep your temper. You don't know anything about anything, remember." He nodded, collecting himself. Hermione squeezed his shoulder before she thought of something. "Minerva. What about her? Ask her to accompany you as your head of house. He can't do anything outrageous if she's there." He nodded before looking to the staff table. Catching the Transfiguration professor's eye, he nodded to the note in his hand. Understanding his meaning, she quickly finished her meal before wiping her mouth with her napkin and standing. Stopping at Harry's spot, she told him, "Come along, Mr. Potter." He too wiped his mouth, gave Hermione's hand a last squeeze and followed his teacher. Once they left the Great Hall, she asked, "Albus." "Yeah, I've no idea what he wants, do you?" "Hopefully, it's merely a discussion about Sirius." To his knowledge, she reminded her charge, "You've never met your godfather." Right." Shortly, they stood before the gargoyle blocking the headmaster's staircase. "Tootsie Roll," Minerva replied to the unspoken challenge for password. Shaking her head at Dumbledore's penchant for confections, she preceded Harry up the stairs. Not bothering with the pretense of knocking, Minerva opened the door and strode into the lavish office of the headmaster of Hogwarts. "Ah, Minerva, Harry, so good to see you this fine evening." Drop. One had to pay special close attention to see that the wily old headmaster had been thrown slightly off his game by the appearance of his deputy. Not trusting what else the suite may have been covered with, Harry politely declined. The green-eyed seeker intentionally focused all his attention on the ring that gathered Dumbledore's beard just about the same level as the man's heart. It was doubtful that eye contact was required for such a powerful legilimencer as Dumbledore to skim his target's surface thoughts, but Harry wasn't taking chances. Maybe I'm being paranoid, but I don't want the old man wondering why and when I developed Acclumatic shields. Settling next to Minerva on a comfortable chair, Harry decided to be meek and mild. You wished to see me, Headmaster? He asked in a near whisper. Dumbledore's expression became serious. Pursing his lips, the old man began, I regret the manner in which you learned the entire truth regarding your parents' betrayal and death, Harry. I wished to spare you the unpleasant story, but in hindsight, I should have been more forthcoming. I'm sure it was quite a shock to read all about it on the front page of the Daily Prophet. Harry shrugged before looking at his feet. Unbidden, he wondered if he could replace his tatty trainers with new ones without it being noticed. Mentally shaking himself, he paid attention to Dumbledore. Nevertheless, I am sorry, Dumbledore replied to Harry's unspoken, it's all right. I wished to discuss another matter with you as well this evening, and that is to do with your residence when you leave Hogwarts in the summer upcoming. Instinctively frowning at the topic, Harry sat silently. I'm afraid you must return to your relatives, Harry. But Sirius is my godfather. He's the one my parents wanted to take care of me should the worst happen. Which did happen, he added silently. Nodding his acquiescence at the point, Dumbledore admitted, true enough. But there are very good reasons why you should continue to live with your aunt and uncle. When Dumbledore didn't continue, Minerva asked, and those reasons are. Surprised at her question, Dumbledore didn't reply other than to say, you know very well what those reasons are, Minerva. Yes I do, but young Harry does not. I was not asking for my own edification, but rather for his. His bushy brows beetling, Dumbledore opened his mouth to decline to answer when Harry interjected, please, Professor. I have the right to know. This was Dumbledore's last chance before Harry gave up on him. Before, the headmaster had done unconscionable things during Harry's 4th and 5th years. Granted, Dumbledore was already guilty of a list of crimes as long as Harry's arm, but Harry was giving the man one last chance. There are wards which protect you at Privet Drive, Harry. They are blood wards which are powered by your mother's sacrifice. So long as you live with someone of her blood, Voldemort cannot touch you there. Harry nodded his head. Stunned that the headmaster had actually answered honestly, Harry was lost as to what to do about the man. Pushing the matter aside, he asked, what about his Death Eaters? Can they find me there? A slight tick next to Dumbledore's eye gave him away. No one who wishes to cause you harm can find you whilst you reside with your aunt and uncle. Without thinking, the boy who lived replied, but my uncle and cousin beat me regularly. How does that happen? Dumbledore noticeably paled under his snowy white beard. That is because it is from them that the ward is powered. His hopes for working with Dumbledore dashed. Harry sighed loudly, for the headmaster was lying again. My uncle is of no blood relation to my mother, Headmaster, Harry observed in a defeated tone. The time-traveling teen was looking into his lap, trying to hold back tears of frustration. Dumbledore would have been such an asset. Between his immense magical ability, his incredibly powerful positions that he held in the magical world and his force of personality, he would have been of inestimable value to the eradication of Lord Voldemort. But like Snape, Albus Dumbledore also made choices. Choices that Harry hadn't wanted to believe would be repeated. He'd hoped that he and Hermione had been wrong for all those years. He'd hoped that his gut was in error when it screamed that Dumbledore would walk over anyone in the pursuit of what he believed to be right. In the end, though, Harry and Hermione had been right. Dumbledore may have cared for those about him, but not enough to put them first. His vision of the correct path ahead always came first. Maybe the first time through his 3rd year, Harry mightn't have picked up on the headmaster's deceit or the error in logic. Maybe Dumbledore was counting on Harry not being quick or attentive enough to catch the detail. Unfortunately for all in the room, Harry did catch it and did call it to everyone's attention. When Dumbledore didn't reply to Harry's observation, Harry sighed. Thank you for your efforts, sir. I'll consider your input come the end of the year. Not liking the sound of Harry's words, Dumbledore countered, Harry, I must insist, but was cut off by a hiss from Harry's right. Harry turned to see the fiercest expression on Minerva McGonagall's face he'd ever seen. His imagination smeared the blue war paint worn by ancient Scots into battle across her cheekbones and forehead as Minerva glared at Dumbledore. It was the first time he'd ever truly feared his friend. "Mr. Potter, return to the tower. I need to have a discussion with the headmaster." Suitably impressed and quite ready to leave, Harry popped to his feet, muttered, "Good evening, headmaster, Professor McGonagall," before nearly running for the door. Harry couldn't find Hermione in the common room. "Nev, you seen Hermione?" "Yeah, she's meeting with Luna in the library about something." "Ah," Harry muttered. Remembering that this evening was when Luna and Hermione met to practice occlumency, he plopped down on the sofa next to Neville. "So, what did the headmaster want?" Neville asked. Shaking his head, Harry summed up, "He wanted to apologize for not telling me about Sirius Black earlier and also tell me I should go back to live with my magic-hating aunt and uncle." Thoroughly confused, Neville asked, "Why?" "Apparently there are wards that keep Voldemort from getting to me. Unfortunately, it doesn't keep my uncle and cousin off me." "Oh." At this point Hermione entered via the portrait hole, a pensive expression on her face. Seeing Harry next to Neville, her face brightened as she hurried to her husband's side. "So?" she asked with trepidation alongside anticipation. He sighed and it was answer enough for her. "He apologized for not telling me about the secret keeper situation before it showed up in the paper, even if he had it wrong. Then he told me I need to go back to the Dursleys come summer." Hermione couldn't help herself, she snorted in disgust. "Never going to happen," she muttered. She ran her hand absently through the hair on the back of his head. It always calmed him. After they'd married and settled in Cornwall, she'd teased him about it being Pavlovian. Harry didn't want to go into specifics about Dumbledore's deceptions with Neville actively listening to the conversation. Opting for physical comfort in lieu of words, Harry pulled Hermione into his lap before burying his face in her hair. Breathing deeply, he calmed even further. The smartest witch of the age wrapped both arms about the neck of the boy who lived, pulling him close. Taking the hint, Neville murmured, "See you all in the morning." "Night, Neville." As the third-year boy headed for the staircase of the boys' dorm, Hermione whispered, "What else?" In an undertone, Harry related the rest of the story. At the end, they both let out a disappointed sigh at the headmaster's behavior. Unexpectedly, Hermione chuckled. "What?" he asked. "I'd have paid good gold to be a fly on the wall when Minerva was giving him what for." Smiling, Harry ducked his head into her tresses again. "I don't know, she was pretty terrifying." After Transfiguration the next day, they loitered behind the rest of the crowd. Ron was the last student to leave as he drifted aimlessly out the door calling, "Seamus. Wait up." Harry and Hermione looked to Minerva with expectant expressions. With a quick wave of her wand, Minerva warded the room and locked the door. "So?" Harry prompted, a wicked grin on his face now. With a faint blush, Minerva told them, "Albus and I had a discussion." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Oh please, Minerva." Harry showed me the memory. "I'm surprised you weren't screaming in Gaelic while you attacked him with a Tarjan dirk." The blush was a bit more evident as she relented and explained, "I told Albus, in fairly forceful terms, that I'd warned him against placing Harry with his relatives and that he'd ignored me. I also pointed out his glaring personality defect of being unwilling to take others' counsel." "At a very high volume?" Harry asked with a mischievous grin. Looking at her desk for a moment, she admitted, "I may have raised my voice a bit." Settling down a bit, Hermione asked in a serious tone, "How'd it go?" Frowning as she shook her head, Minerva replied, "Not well." He readily admitted that he could have done more to ensure your, she nodded at Harry, well-being while under your relative's dubious care. He never admitted that he ought never to have placed you there, though. Quite the opposite, he insisted that Harry must return to Privet Drive come the end of the school year. The only response from the teens was mutual disbelief at the old man's intransigence. They'd deal with Dumbledore's issues regarding Harry's living conditions when the time came. They had far more important issues in front of them. For the first time in years, Halloween passed without a significant event that caused mayhem, death or destruction. For 2 weeks after the assault and memory modification on Severus Snape, there was nothing amiss. In short, he was as unpleasant as usual, but there were no suspicious looks. He didn't conduct any spontaneous legilimency attacks or anything else that would tip off the family that he was aware of the tampering which had been done to his memories. Harry began to hope that he and Hermione had effectively modified the man's memory. He knew that in the short run, the man was an annoyance. Those of the family knew full well that Harry or Hermione could defeat the potion's master in a duel. In the long run, though, there are few people on the planet who can hold a grudge like Severus Snape. His picture is next to the word, vindictive, in the OED. Harry and Hermione tried to live a semi-normal life, despite being sensitive to Snape's mood. They went to classes which were dead dull, worked on their animagus transformation, practiced dueling with Remus and Sirius, but most of all, they savored the time with Moony, Padfoot and Minerva. Since Malfoy had no incident with Buckbeak at the beginning of the year, the Gryffindor-Slytherin match went off first as scheduled. It wasn't even close. With Oliver at the top of his game, the girls weaving a tapestry as the twins joyfully created mayhem, Harry dominated Malfoy, plowing the lad once on a Wronski feint and one time sending the boy headfirst into the stands. Harry liked to call it a horizontal Wronski feint. Oliver called it the Potter plow. Amusingly enough, Draco had plowed his own father. Not that Harry had intended that in the least. He'd actually been aiming for Snape, but Draco was so incompetent that he couldn't even fly straight. It was a shutout, 340-0 in Gryffindor's favor. It was the aftermath of this first Quidditch match of the season when there was a definitive sign that the potion's master suspected something as Snape accosted Harry outside the changing rooms. Grabbing Harry by the shoulder, he pushed the boy who lived against the wall. Snarling into Harry's face, Snape stared into Harry's eyes. "I know you did something, Potter," he growled while attacking Harry's acclimatic shields. Harry had to resist laughing. Wandless, incantation-less legilimency is effective enough against a defenseless third year, but was the same as pissing on an erupting volcano to a master occlumencer. Little did Severus know that Harry was a master occlumencer. When Harry's only reaction to the mental attack was an expression of mild curiosity, Snape slid his hand from Harry's shoulder to his neck and began to slowly choke the Gryffindor seeker. This was far beyond anything they'd ever envisioned Snape doing. Something very significant had to have happened for the Master of Control, Severus Snape, to lose said control of himself. Was it Pettigrew being turned in as a Death Eater? Snape had to have known that Peter was a Death Eater, and in turn, Peter would know that Severus was a Death Eater. Wormtail might even testify that Snape set Voldemort on the trail of the Potters. Unlikely, but possible. Also, the other half of the most hated duo had just been publicly exonerated. With James Potter dead, the focus of Severus Snape's ire was focused on Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. Of the two, Sirius was far more offensive to Snape. With Sirius publicly justified, Snape's long-held private gloating over a man he knew to be innocent was dashed to flinders. Snape had known that Sirius was not a Death Eater. As Voldemort's spy and personal brewer, Severus Snape had access to the Dark Lord and his minions that few outside of the Lestrange, Malfoy and Not families had. He had known that Sirius was innocent and reveled in the fact that one of the primary tormentors from his school years was being viciously punished for a crime which he didn't commit. For the object of those bitter reveries to be cleared had to enrage the sour man. All that wasn't important at the moment, though, as Harry was being choked. Not finding the situation amusing any longer, Harry moved to shift the greasy git's hand from his throat. With his hand moving in a punch that would most likely dislocate Snape's elbow, Harry's attacker was suddenly plucked off the young man to be thrown back a few feet. Surprised, Harry watched Fred and George dust off their hands. "You all right, mate?" Harry smiled and stifled a laugh. "Yeah, thanks lads. I think he's just pissed that we trounced his boys." "You too." Snape spat as he clambered to his feet. "Detention for a month. 500 points from Gryffindor and come with me to the headmaster's office." In a bored tone, Fred replied, "Sure. I'd love to see your explanation for physically assaulting Mr. Potter here." "Indeed, brother. That would be a sight to see." Turning to Snape with false bonhomie, he asked, "Shall we?" Snape's face twisted with real hatred. His normally jaundiced eyes burned red as he glared at the three students. Without any further comment, the potion's master spun on his heel and stormed off. The three Gryffindors watched him go with real concern. "Lads," Harry began, "he'll be coming for you now, you know that. Not points or detentions. He'll be trying to hurt you. Maybe even kill you." "Yep," replied Fred. "But what were we going to do? Let him kill you." There was a long moment of silence as they all contemplated the situation. Two light bulbs went off for Harry, so he beckoned to the twins. Let's talk to McGonagall. She may be able to help. He hooked an arm across each of the twins' shoulders. Oh, yeah. My godfather, Sirius Black. He's Padfoot. The squeals from the twins could be heard in Hogsmeade, where Hermione began to token far more quickly for her animagus change. Harry still only had his oak leaf in his box under their bed. Hermione had told her boyfriend, husband, best friend about her talk with Remus and the aftereffects. I've never felt freer, she related. It was late at night and they were cuddled in bed. Harry scrunched his face before replying, I'm not really comfortable talking about those kind of things. In their original third year, Hermione would have lost her temper and told Harry, no one is comfortable with those things, stop being a baby and go talk to someone. Fortunately, she'd matured. She also recognized that between 10 years of war, an extraordinarily abusive childhood and a complete lack of anything resembling a social life, Harry was a damaged individual. As such, he didn't express himself well outside of his tight-knit family. Even then, the only person with whom he let down his entire guard was Hermione. Love, I understand. I was incredibly nervous when I approached Remus. He's the most mild-mannered, open-minded person I've ever known, and yet I was still all pins and needles. Wrapping her arms around him, she snuggled into his chest. After a few minutes in comfortable silence, she said, there's a way that you may be able to look at this and not be so intimidated. I'm not intimidated, Harry replied instantly. Rolling her eyes in the dark, Hermione mocked, sure you're not, love. Anyway, as I was saying, you know how you always get a spell when it's life and death. He smiled, like the summoning charm. Or the Patronus charm, yes. Look at this like that. Babe, this is going to eat you up unless you deal with the feelings and memories. I know. It was eating me alive. It was a millstone hung about my neck which held me down and was slowly souring me like old milk. She shivered at the memory. I didn't even know how bad it was until I got it all off my chest. Hermione was trying very hard to stay low-key about the entire affair, all the while impressing upon Harry the necessity and even urgency of the task. This was an issue far beyond the animagus transformation. His nightmares were becoming worse, even with them sharing a bed every night where hers had completely abated. She left her urgings lie at this stage. Hooking her leg over his knees, she pulled him close. A gentle on the shoulder preceded her whisper, soft, I love you. No matter what, I'll always love you. So will they. He pulled her close. Tightly binding her to him, he used her as a physical anchor for the frenzy of emotions within his heart. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't refused nor temporized. He would talk to someone soon. Professor McGonagall, do you have a few moments? Hermione regarded Harry with surprise, but gave his hand a squeeze before muttering, I'll be in Remus' rooms. He nodded to his wife before turning back to Minerva. The door shut, leaving the two alone. Your office, he prompted. Nodding silently, Minerva headed into her office. Instead of sitting in her usual position behind her desk, she moved to the straight-backed chair, with arms on it no less. Before he sat, Harry reached into a charmed pocket, withdrew a bottle and set it on the table, conjuring glasses to go with it. Minerva cocked an eyebrow. Harry, why do we need Irish whiskey? Snorting in amusement, Harry opened the bottle. Jameson is a respectable whiskey, Minerva. Don't tell me that you're a whiskey snob. Pouring a generous 3 fingers for each of them, he saluted her before drinking it down. She didn't drink, just waited for his explanation. Leaning forward while resting his elbows on his knees, Harry told her, Min, I need to talk. Would you be willing to listen? Swallowing back emotion, she replied, I'd be honored to hear what you have to say, Harry. Then she drank her whiskey. Harry was silent for a long time. Minerva waited patiently until she realized his problem. Softly, she prompted, tell me about the first man you killed. Rolling his eyes, Harry replied, his name was Quirinus Quirrell. I think you've met him. She waited. The sarcastic humor drained out of his face before he drank off another shot of whiskey. I don't know his name, he told her in a near whisper. Studying the glass in his hands, he continued, I don't know most of their names. He was big, maybe 6'6", blonde hair and beefy. I decapitated him with a cutter. Looking out the window, he mused, there was so much blood. I froze. It was nothing like when I killed Quirrell during first year. Back then I was a thoroughly confused firstie. Hell, I barely remember it. The fact that I'd killed a man didn't even sink in until the middle of second year, and by then the heir of Slytherin thing was in full swing. Shaking his head at the memory, he mused, why didn't Dumbledore address that? He knew I wasn't the heir. One announcement at dinner and the whole school would have been off my tits. And while I'm at it, why did he send me back to Surrey with a pat on my head and a bunch of platitudes after the stone? He sighed, but that's not why I'm here. It was after we'd left Cardiff and reunited with you, Arthur, Alistair and Phileas. We were going on a supply raid. Half of our ops were for necessities at that point. Food and medicines were high on the priority list. Anyway, we were hitting a supply depot outside Leeds that Alistair had been watching. We jumped just after 0200, mass apparating to the back of the depot. A quick severing charm and the wire parted. We'd picked this one since they didn't have any wards. That should have tipped us off, though. We'd just filled a series of bottomless bags when all hell broke loose. There were at least a dozen Death Eaters, fortunately most were morons. This big guy was up front, and before I knew it, I snapcast a cutting curse that relieved him of his head. He stared for a long moment, fully immersed in the memory. Hollowly, he told her, his neck fountained blood over me and you. Did you know that blood smells? It gets sticky too. Shaking off the memory, he refocused. I didn't scream or anything, I just stood there as the enormity of what I'd just done hit me. Then Hermione shielded for me and I got into it. 4 more fell that night. I killed a lot of men and women in similar situations. Supply raids, assassinations, you're pretty damn good on the long-range shot with the piercing charm, and the extractions. Good lord, we must have smuggled 100 people out via the channel before Lucius Malfoy got smart and had it warded it to hell and back. The worst were the ones we couldn't save in time. Arthur found Lavender Brown in an entertainment house in the middle of February. The house was empty save for her. She was nearly catatonic, 7 months along with child, obviously beaten so badly that her bone structure was permanently altered. There was a mild recognition in her eyes when she saw you, me and Hermione. The only thing she would say for days was, kill me. The first tear fell down his cheek. After 2 weeks, I gave her what she asked. I buried her in the heather up there, he indicated with his chin to the north of the school. Minerva poured the next round. When I found out that Remus had been killed and how he died, I went crazy. I left Grimmauld Place in the middle of the night all alone. Moody was so angry. Not that I went, but that I went alone. Rolling his eyes at the old warrior's priorities, Harry continued. Pure dumb luck allowed me to bump into Greyback. I was walking down the street and there he was. It was the first time I cast the killing curse. Scrubbing his face in shame, he added, the other time was when I thought Hermione had been killed. He paused, swallowed twice before explaining. She and I were doing reconnaissance on a rail yard in Birmingham. It was a major rail center for the Death Eaters to move Muggleborns to the camps. The camps that Snape ran, he hissed. Anyway, she was doing the ward diagnostics while I prowled on Overwatch. A fairly piss-poor job I did, too. I was working back and forth in a semicircle with her in the center. Somehow, a Death Eater got at her from the opposite side from me. He hit her with a horrible curse which began to slowly consume her magic. Her screams still haunt me in my nightmares. Another tear ran down his cheek. When I killed Greyback, I didn't even think. My arm was moving, the hatred was flowing and my mouth shouted, Avada Kedavra. It wasn't pre-planned at all, it just happened. With this, I meant it. I bludgeoned him twice in the ribs, broke both his legs and hit him with the entrail-expelling curse. It took maybe 2 seconds before the bastard was laying in the dirt, bleeding his life away. As he lay there and trying to stuff his guts back in his belly, I stood over him, pointed my wand between his eyes, caught his attention and told him I was going to kill him. After I saw recognition in his eyes, only then did I cast. Choking on his self-revulsion, Harry finished, I got Hermione out of there and back to you and Mad Eye. She took a few weeks to recover, but got there in the end. Minerva was silent, but she did reach over to place her hand on his shoulder. Thank you, he croaked to her in spoken reassurance. The night I killed Greyback wasn't my first unforgivable. When Sirius was killed I tried to use the Cruciatus on Bellatrix Lestrange. I hadn't the slightest idea what I was doing so it didn't really do anything. I had enough hatred to power that curse for Greyback, though. Narrowing his eyes, he said, I've never told anyone any of this. You should tell Hermione, Minerva directed. Softly he shook his head in negation before she interrupted his response. Harry, you should tell your wife. When he looked at her as if she were daft, Minerva explained, for your sake, not hers. Good heavens, you could vivisect the Archbishop of Canterbury and she'd still love you. It's the secret that you hold, that's the problem. You can't have a secret from her. I can't tell her. You must. Why? He asked in a shrill, terrified voice. Because it will destroy you if you don't. It will tear your marriage apart. You both deserve better. Tell her. This was pure Minerva, firm, caring, unyielding and yet loving. Only a select few had the opportunity to know her at this basic level. Shakily, he nodded his acquiescence. The one I always dream about is when Hermione was killed. We were just going to the grocer's, you know. Grab some beans and peas. Our area of Cornwall was pretty sparsely inhabited and most of us had significant kitchen gardens. The canned goods we scrounged were because we got lazy every once in a while. I had just put a can of artichoke hearts in the bag when they showed up. I got 5 of them. I suppose she got the other 2. With a rueful shake of his head, he muttered, I even made a joke about she was getting slower in her old age. When I turned around, I saw her on the floor, eyes wide open. He broke off as soundless sobs racked his form. Slowly, Minerva rose from her chair and knelt in front of her charge as she took him in her arms. It was the first time she'd embraced anyone since her Jamie had been killed. It was the first time, but not the last by far. It was nearly midnight when he crawled into their bed in the third-year boys' dormitory. Half asleep, she shifted to take him in her arms. As he lay his head on the pillow and wrapped his arms around his love, she whispered, I love you. I love you, too. Hermione had decided to very publicly lay claim to Harry. She'd rummaged in his trunk for a full 5 minutes before she found that which she'd been looking. Muttering, You're a slob, dear, she pulled his Gryffindor Quidditch jersey over her head. Since she was disillusioned at the time, Harry found the effect quite odd. Nevertheless, after he'd showered and dressed he met up with his clean and fully dressed better half in the common room. She was still wearing his jersey as it was Saturday. His mouth slightly agape, he murmured, You look incredibly hot in that. She smiled and mock-preened for a bit. Both of them yawned at the same time before she tugged on his arm. Come on, let's eat before we go back to bed and sleep, till noon. Harry and Hermione were groggily eating their breakfast. On top of their late night, they were emotionally exhausted, Harry from his soul-bearing heart-to-heart with Minerva, Hermione from fretting about Harry while she waited for him to get back. Remus strolled into the Great Hall, whistling an old Royal Navy tune. Seeing his friends, students, he changed course to the Gryffindor table. Dropping the morning Daily Prophet on the table, he raised his eyebrows in amusement before he continued onto the head table. Hogwarts Professor Assaults Boy Who Lived screamed at the couple from the front page. Harry and Hermione were now fully awake. How? Hermione asked. Before Harry could reply, they both slowly turned to the head table. Remus was sitting in his chair, a smug smile dancing about the corners of his mouth. Harry couldn't help himself. Consumed by laughter, he fell off the bench. I can't believe you did that. Harry half laughed, half shouted. They were on the front lawn after a hastily eaten breakfast. Remus smiled and shrugged, Who me? Written all over his face. Actually, he replied, I didn't. He paused, stretching out the punch line. I told Padfoot. And he went running to Rita Skeeter, Hermione finished. Shaking her head, she paused, Did you tell him anything else? His eyes twinkling to rival Dumbledore's, Moony of the Marauders sat on a bench, crossed his legs and adopted his best professorial pose. I may have mentioned a few things. With a wide grin, Harry prompted, Give, Remus. With a small smile, Moony elaborated, We may have discussed Barty Crouch and his son, Dolores Umbridge and her penchant for torture devices, Lucius Malfoy and a hidden chamber under his drawing room floor. Shaking his head in mock confusion, Moony whinged, There's so much I believe I've lost track. You're not going to go to the DMLE, Hermione observed in unabashed respect. The smug smile in place, Moony nodded, We're going to use Rita Skeeter as our stalking horse. You're a god, Harry joked. Uncle Moony, when I grow up, can I be just like you? Harry teased in a little boy voice. Shaking his head, Moony replied, As I told your father, young Harry, you're not nearly good-looking enough. They all dissolved in laughter. After a few minutes and regaining their composure, Remus observed, Albus, Minerva and Severus are at a meeting with the Board of Governors, one of whom, I believe, is Amelia Bones. His eyes narrowing, Remus warned his young friend, expect to be asked for a statement sometime soon, the twins as well. I doubt this will be swept under the rug. It's far too public and you're far too famous. Which was your and Padfoot's intent the entire time. Basically. Remus became serious for a moment then explained, we can't just drop the whole mess on Amelia Bones and the DMLE. If we do, the corruption will easily cover up any misdeeds and crimes we bring to light. She's a good woman, but only one person. There are too many issues perpetrated by too many influential persons for her to deal with it on the QT. By using the Prophet and Skeeter as a stalking horse, we rally public opinion. If there's anything a politician is sensitive to, it's public opinion. And Skeeter is such a rumor monger, that she'll ensure all get crucified, Harry observed as he recollected her persecution of Hagrid in their original 4th year. Fudge will have to act. He'll have no choice. Was this your idea? Asked Hermione. Actually, it was serious. Together we mapped out the gradual feeding of Skeeter information which she could then dig up more dirt before she went to print. This altercation with Severus was too juicy to pass by, though. It went to her first. What's next? Harry asked. Probably Crouch and his son. That's the most tenuous situation. With Crouch being ousted from the ministry after Sirius clearing, he's in the most unstable situation. Then Umbridge. Fortunately, Malfoy can't move his goods fast enough to escape. Where is Sirius? Harry asked as he sat and pulled Hermione into his lap. I think he's at Gringotts today. The Black Trust is as enormous as the Potter Trust, but is much more complicated in its disbursements and controls. He'll be at it for a week or so, at least. I don't envy him wading through forms and whatnot. Hermione rolled her eyes but then noticed Minerva striding from the front doors. Poking Harry in the ribs, she motioned with her chin. Remus and Harry noticed the elder member of the family just as she reached hailing range. Professor, Harry greeted solemnly. Not bothering to respond to Harry's greeting, Minerva drew her wand in order to cast a quick privacy charm. Severus was sacked and taken into custody. Amelia is going to charge him with assault, battery and anything else she can find. Also, she told me on the side that she's going to dig through the records to see if there are any residual charges that were not covered in his Albus-sponsored pardon. She looked at Harry with intent and he caught her meaning. Pulling a face, he told her, I'd rather not think of what I saw in his mind, but if I can borrow your pensieve, we can sift through the memories either with or without Amelia. I'm fairly certain his original pardon didn't include use of the unforgivables. Or murder. Or, tapping the bench on which she was sitting, Minerva was lost in thought. Eventually, she roused herself, mentioning, I can't recall if it did or not. I'll mention it to Amelia. If he can be prosecuted for the unforgivables, there's no need to go ransacking through the more disgusting memories. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Harry murmured, good. Hermione gave him a sad smile from his lap while she ran her fingers through his hair. What was the headmaster's response to the whole affair? The smartest witch of the age asked. Her eyes narrowing, Minerva replied, disapprobation of Amelia's action and the Prophet, primarily. He told Amelia that to arrest Severus on a suspicion without ever interviewing a witness was inappropriate. He said that Severus had done great things for the British magical community and deserved better from its government. He said that Snape had done great things. Harry asked in amazement. A quick nod from the gray-haired Scot was all the answer her got. He's lost his fawning mind, Harry continued. Truly befuddled, he asked, how can he say that? Her face hard, Minerva told him, if what Albus says about Severus spying for the Order during the last war is fact and not fancy, he's telling the truth that Severus has done our country a service. But that doesn't give him a free pass on his other monstrous acts, Hermione observed with a cold voice. No, it doesn't, Remus agreed in a surprisingly cold tone. Winning the war with her anger, Minerva told Harry, there are 2 Aurors in my office waiting to take your statement, the Weasley twins have already been interviewed. Nodding, Harry and Hermione stood in tandem. Remus gave a short wave, muttering about grading 3rd-year essays and they all headed up the hill to the castle. Fong, Harry muttered as he walked in the deputy headmistress' office where Aurors Dawlish and Tonks were waiting for him. Dawlish had always been a prick, and when the world went in the toilet face first, the spineless bastard had run. Last Harry had heard, Dawlish had made it to an island in the Pacific, the exact opposite side of the planet from Britain. Pussy, Harry continued, sotto voce. Apparently, it wasn't sotto voce enough. Tonks barked her braying laugh as Dawlish spun about, face purpling. Adopting an expression of innocence that would have brought his father to tears of joy and pride, Harry asked the two law enforcement officers, "You wanted to see me?" As Dawlish was currently incandescent with rage, Tonks replied for them both. "We needed to ask you a few questions about any altercations you may have had in the last few days." Adopting a serious expression, Harry pondered the situation for a moment. Finally, he looked up and asked Tonks, "Shouldn't my legal guardian be present?" Dawlish started to answer, but Tonks cut him off. "Do you have a loco parentis form signed by your guardian that allows the headmaster and the deputy head to act en loco parentis while you're here at Hogwarts?" Harry snorted, "Not bloody likely." Tonks smiled, "Well, I guess we'd best call my cousin, then." "Cousin," Dawlish responded as he blinked owlishly. His upset had quickly been replaced with befuddlement. Tonks was his trainee and he wasn't used to trainees speaking, much less taking over an interview. The fire roared green after Tonks tossed a pinch of flow powder in it. A few moments later, Sirius Black in all his glory tumbled out of the fireplace. "Nymphy," he bellowed jovially. He moved approximately one step before his skin was green, he had tentacles sprouting out of his head and his outstretched hands had been transfigured into flippers. Pulling a face that looked disturbingly like the Gorgon, Sirius mumbled, "Sorry." "Please, undo it." With a smirk the metamorphagus Auror waved her wand, cancelling the charm and transfigurations. "Good to see you too, Sirius." "Sirius Black is your cousin?" Dawlish asked suspiciously. "Yeah," Tonks answered absently, giving Sirius an affectionate hug. Redirecting her attention to the animagus in her arms she warmly greeted him, "It's good to see you well, cousin." "You too, Dora. It's been too damn long." "Well, don't go to prison next time." She mocked. Shaking his head ruefully, Sirius jabbed, "I thought I was the only person in the family to make spectacularly inappropriate jokes." "Nah, Dad is good for it too." A warm expression on his face, Sirius asked, "So, why am I here?" He trailed off as he put together the pieces of the puzzle. Harry and Minerva on one side of the room. Tonks and Dawlish on the other. The Aurors were in uniform. A large Cheshire cat smile spread across his face. With a very Padfoot expression, Sirius turned to Tonks and asked, "Why Auror Tonks, what business do we have to conduct this fine day?" "We need to interview your godson and ward, my Lord Black." "Really? Do tell." The interview was very quick and to the point. Harry left out Snape's legilimency attack as he didn't want to explain how he defended it. He downplayed the twins' intervention, hoping to draw attention away from them in case the entire thing backfired on them. At one point, Dawlish interrupted Harry's recital. "You mean to tell me that you think that a Hogwarts professor attacked you because his house lost a Quidditch match to your team?" The sarcasm was dripping from the man's words and the condescension palpable. "No, you blithering idiot," Sirius replied for his godson. "My godson said that he joked with Fred and George Weasley about that being the cause." "Do you have operative ears?" "Excessive ear wax. I know a good potion to unclog those ear canals for you." "Lord Black," Tonks admonished with a half-smile dancing across her face. Hiding his smirk behind a patently false expression of contrition, Sirius sighed. "My apologies Auror Tonks. Sometimes my mouth runs away." "Shouldn't you track it down soon?" Harry asked with faux concern. Minerva put an end to the shenanigans with one firm clearing of her throat. "Right, so Mr. Weasley pulled the professor off you," Tonks prompted Harry. Finishing his story, he wound up with, "He gave the twins an excessive punishment considering they were defending me. 500 points and a month of detentions." Turning to Minerva, he asked, "I assume those detentions are cancelled and all points reinstated?" A nod was his only reply. Tonks checked the dictaquill to ensure that it had recorded the entire conversation, snide comments and all. Nodding her head in satisfaction, Tonks tapped the parchment with her wand to dry the ink, rolled up the record of the conversation before stuffing it in her pocket. Pulling it back out, she told Harry, "Mr. Potter, you'll need to sign this attesting that it's a true record of the conversation we just had." Nodding to Sirius she added, "You'll need to sign as well, Lord Black." Harry read quickly through the transcript, Sirius reading over his shoulder. Nodding, Harry stole Tonks' quill to sign his name in the space provided. After handing it to Sirius, Padfoot signed as well. Handing the parchment to Tonks, Sirius told her, "You should come out with us on Friday, Dora. Me and Remus are gonna paint the town red." Cocking an eyebrow, Tonks asked, "And Remus is?" Harry hid a smile behind his hand as Sirius replied, "Oh, an old friend of mine. He's a great guy. I'm sure the two of you will hit it off." "If you don't mind, trainee," Dawlish interrupted snidely, "we need to get back to work. Social hour is over." With real malice, Sirius turned his gray eyes on the older Auror. In that instant, all the years in Azkaban came to the forefront, causing Dawlish to step back a pace. Turning away, he nearly ran to the fireplace. "Come on Tonks," he called over his shoulder. "See you Friday?" Sirius asked. "Sure, meet at the cauldron. 7-ish. Yeah, we'll go from there." Patting her shoulder, he added, "It really is good to see you all grown up and doing well, Dora." "Thanks Sirius." After another hug, she disappeared into the green fire. Harry couldn't hold it in any longer. As soon as Tonks' feet disappeared in the fire, he broke out in laughter. Sirius, knowing what was tickling his godson's fancy, danced a little jig as he sang, "Oh, I'm a happy boy. Moony's getting his girl. Moony's gonna get laid," over and over until Minerva silenced them both. "Good lord, it's worse than the 70s. Hey, you got a minute?" Hermione looked up from her book. An expression of confusion crossed her face as she sat down, a compendium of wards for private residences. "Of course," she told Harry. After he nervously twitched his head toward the portrait hole, Hermione stood to follow him. Eventually, they found themselves in the room of requirement. Hermione was becoming nervous herself, now. Harry hadn't spoken a word en route to the room. Now, he was sitting in the edge of the couch the room had provided, all the while holding his head in his hands. Trying to be patient, she gently rubbed his back, waiting for him to tell her what was on his mind. Just as she was about to give in to her anxious curiosity, he whispered, "I talked with Minerva last week." She merely nodded in reply. When he disappeared for 7 hours, she figured he'd finally worked up the nerve to talk to someone. She knew that he'd confide in Minerva. The older witch was the closest person he'd ever had to a mother, despite Molly Weasley's protestations. Sirius was still a bit unstable, but had made surprising progress in such a short time. He'd come far farther than Hermione ever expected, actually. However, Minerva was his mother for all intents and purposes. "She told me that I need to tell you some things. Some things I've never told you." Hermione stilled. Many other wives or girlfriends would be in terror that their man was about to disclose an adulterous act. That was the farthest thing from her mind. Her imagination had taken her to 4 Privet Drive in Surrey and drawn up the most heinous crimes those monsters could have inflicted on her man. Harry was silent for almost 5 minutes. Quietly, Hermione reassured him, "I love you, Harry. I always shall. I've cast the killing curse. Twice." Completely taken aback, Hermione gaped. That was not what she had expected. Shaking herself out of her stupor, she lamely replied, "Oh. Oh," he challenged with a hint of anger. Rolling her eyes at her husband, she tried to soothe him. She knew he must have been terrified to tell her this, but didn't he know it would never matter to her? He was everything. Yes, oh. Give a girl a break, Potter. To say that I didn't expect that is a mild understatement. Flushing a bit, Harry offered, "Sorry." Rubbing his back again, she gave him a quick sideways hug. "I'm surprised, but I still love you more than I can ever tell you." A deep sigh vented from deep in Harry's chest. Loosening the tension in his shoulders, he leaned into her. "You were really worried about my reaction." Contemplatively, he began, "I've been so ashamed of those 2 instances for so long, I didn't know what to expect." Scrubbing his hands through his hair, he elaborated, "If there is any spell that I hate, it's the killing curse. It took my parents away, it took you away, and it thrust me into a life I never wanted. I hate it, and yet, I used it to kill 2 people. She gently brushed the tears off his cheeks. Tears he wasn't even aware of until her action. "Tell me," she encouraged. So, he did. When he finished, he was dry-eyed. He had worked out the more overpowering emotions with Minerva. The residual tears from earlier were of apprehension regarding Hermione's reaction to his news. Apprehension that hadn't receded. Silently, he awaited his wife's verdict. Without speaking, she stood and straddled his legs. Sitting on his lap, she stared directly in his eyes as she recited, "Love is patient and kind. Love is not jealous or boastful, it is not arrogant or rude. Love does not insist on its own way, it is not irritable or resentful, it does not rejoice at wrong, but rejoices in the right. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never ends." His voice full of emotion, he remembered, from our wedding. She nodded. After a moment, she asked, "Do you understand?" He nodded before embracing her tightly. "I'll always love you, Harry. From now to the close of time without end, I'll always love you." His voice muffled, he replied, "I don't deserve you, but I need you. I love you." Gently caressing his back with one hand, she pulled back slightly. Their eyes met before she eyed him, hard. She tried to convey all the passion, devotion, love and desire she'd ever felt for Harry James Potter. That her love was eternal. Slowly, there ended. Small nuzzles replaced the passionate embrace until they ended up entwined in each other's arms. "Thank you for not hating me," he whispered. She was pursing her lips, which was always a prelude to the actual gnawing of her bottom lip. "I'm most annoyed that you kept it a secret. If I were in your shoes, I doubt I'd have done much different." "Oh." With a mischievous grin, she challenged, "Oh." Snorting at her gallows humor, he muttered, "Fawn off." Gathering himself, he thought about her words. Slowly turning out of her embrace, he faced his wife. "I'm truly sorry about keeping it a secret. I was so ashamed." Shaking off the wave of guilt, he asserted, "I've no other secrets of note, I promise." Silently nodding, she took him back into her arms. All was not well, but getting there. Each day, they healed a bit more. Each day they got a few steps closer to their humanity. "So, how was your date?" Hermione asked Remus. Harry had a Quidditch meeting and Sirius was who knew where. Despite not being on the faculty, Padfoot spent a surprising amount of time in the castle. Harry had told her that Sirius had dared Dumbledore to restrict his access to Harry and Remus. Apparently, Dumbledore backed down. Flushing slightly, Moony replied, "It wasn't a date." Sure it wasn't. "So, how was your evening with a woman that I'm sure you've been bothering Sirius about for the last few weeks trying to find out all you can about her?" Grimacing, Remus dodged. "He told you that, did he?" Hermione nodded but didn't say anything. Finally, Remus caved. "We all had a wonderful time. She's a delightful woman who maintains a child's wonder at the world mixed with a world weariness to which I can relate and understand." "World weariness?" Hermione asked. "Imagine all your life, everyone outside of your family has been asking you to change into someone else. They want you to be someone you're not for their personal amusement, or in later years, their lust." "Ah, world weariness indeed." Remus nodded while a contemplative expression fell over his face and a faraway look took over his eyes. Hermione stifled her smile. The man was smitten and didn't even know it yet. "Do you like her?" Without looking, Remus nodded. "Are you going to go out again? Just the two of you?" Remus nodded again, but now a sad expression began to steal over his face. Finally, Hermione couldn't stand it so she asked, "What's wrong?" "I feel like I'm lying to her." "You want to tell her about the time travel?" It was a statement, not a question. Sighing, he nodded a third time. "She already knows about the lycanthropy. I always feel obligated to get that out there immediately when I meet someone." He snorted and smiled. "She called me Wolfie, the rest of the night." After a second's consideration, he elaborated with a question. "How would you feel if Harry came back in time, courted you and you found out a later date that you'd been married in the future that was?" Hermione reflected on the question, trying to be as honest as possible. "I'd be pretty upset that he kept that kind of a secret." Nodding, Remus agreed, "I would too. I'll talk to Harry about releasing you from the vow. We don't really need it anymore." Her expression flexed with worry. "You understand why we asked for it, don't you?" Remus waved away her concerns. "I understood then and I understand now. I'm considering asking Tonks for a vow, just at the beginning." Hermione wrinkled her nose. "Sounds like a prenuptial agreement." "Yeah, I guess it does. We never really knew her before. Do you trust her?" Remus sat back in his chair and considered. Pushing my feelings and attraction aside, I have to admit that I don't know her well enough to trust her. Neither does Sirius, really. Would she be offended by us requesting a vow? I don't believe so. After we tell her, I'm sure that there wouldn't be any trouble whatsoever. Despite her buoyant cheerfulness, she has a pretty level head on her shoulders. You've been on one pseudo-date and we're already discussing revealing deep secrets. You must be pretty serious about her. Hermione smiled as she finished. My heart tells me that if I fell in love with her once, I can do so again. She's a great person whose perpetual optimism easily counters my oft-found depression. A devilish smile crept across Remus' face. Despite appearances, don't forget, I am Moony of the Marauders. That's something I'll never forget, Hermione replied as she rolled her eyes. I'll talk to Harry, she reassured Remus. Maybe the whole family should discuss it. That's a good idea. I'd like to know what Minerva thinks. What about Sirius? In a deadpan tone, he told her, I'm well aware of what Sirius thinks, thank you very much. I can imagine, she laughed. No, you can't, and be grateful you can't. This only caused her to laugh harder. In early November, Harry's magical core began to settle out. He and Hermione had pretty much opted out of spellcasting in all classes but charms. Even then, Minerva had a private word with Phileas, so the diminutive professor had refrained from using the Potters as test students during class. So, what's the verdict? Harry jibed from the couch in Minerva's office. That you're a smart-mouthed boy like your father before you, Minerva returned without missing a beat. When her furrowed brow cleared, she told him, well, your Murchison magical index is off the chart, but the secondary diagnostics show you as having a relatively stable core. Stable for a 13-year-old boy, that is. Curious, Hermione asked, his core is still growing. It appears to be. Physically, he's still 13. The extra magical capability that he brought back nearly caused an immediate expansion of his reservoirs of magic at his command. With a sharp motion, Minerva indicated Harry and Hermione to switch places before she performed the same tests on Hermione. You have the same stability as Harry, but your core is growing at a slower rate. Witches reach magical puberty much earlier than wizards, so they also stop growing earlier. So, we're cleared for high-powered casting? Harry asked as a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Yes, Minerva replied hesitantly. Why? Oh, Sirius told me that I was a ponce and that he could kick my ass any day of the week and twice on Sunday. I intend to prove him wrong. Boys, Hermione muttered to herself. Sirius was still limping when they all assembled in Minerva's rooms 2 days later. Harry smirked when Sirius winced as he sat on the couch. Bum a little sore, pads. The two-fingered salute was Sirius' only response to his godson. Remus hustled in as Minerva poured for everyone. Harry accepted his tea gratefully, he was nearly exhausted. He'd been on a tear with his animagus tokening. Ever since coming clean with Hermione and telling all to Minerva, he'd tokened 7 times during the last 3 weeks. Strangely, it was very emotionally tiring each time. Hermione hypothesized that it was because they were reaching out to the natural world around them, stretching themselves in ways they'd never done before. Any muscle that is unused, rebels at first exercise. We're here at Remus' request, Hermione began. Indicating Harry with a casual motion of her hand, she told the group, Harry released Remus from his unbreakable vow to keep him from telling anyone about our story. The reason is that Remus feels that he owes it to Tonks to be honest with her up front about his knowledge of the future. About their past in the future that was. In a soft voice, Remus added, it wouldn't be fair otherwise. We'd like the whole family to discuss the matter, though, Hermione continued. Harry and I have talked about this and we're okay with it if you all are. Harry nodded to reinforce the point. Sirius shrugged. At Harry's pointed look he elaborated, look, she's family. If worst comes to worst I'll invoke head of house on her. I'd rather not, but I will if it's necessary. Leaning forward, he added, I don't think it'll be necessary, though. Andy and Ted raised Dora right. There's also enough black blood in her so she has a certain disregard for the rules. She'll join up. Hermione nodded, assuming Sirius' vote was, yes. Turning to the oldest member of the family, she asked, Minerva. Surprisingly, Minerva's lips were in a straight line, thinning to paper's edge thickness. This only happened when she was upset or distressed. Sirius is correct that Nymphadora is a good person. She definitely has a disregard for the rules. She left her analysis at that point, forcing Harry to ask, but. Taking a deep breath, she finished, but I'm unsure if Miss Tonks is mature enough to join us. When Sirius scoffed, Minerva wagged her finger as she corrected him, you can be extremely silly on occasion, Sirius. However, you know the time and place for your jesting. Some of the time, Hermione teased. The thinness of her lips lessened by a minute amount. True. Some of the time indeed. Min, are you basing your opinion on current experience with Tonks or based on knowing her as a 7th-year Hufflepuff? Harry asked. Nodding in acquiescence, Minerva conceded, that's a very good point. I'm basing my opinion on her behavior as a 7th year. Are you willing to take the chance? Remus asked softly. With real emotion, Minerva replied, for you, I am. Touched, Remus nodded. To all of them, he said, thank you. I'm going to memory charm her into a vegetable if this goes wrong, though, Harry joked. The humor was well timed and the group snickered and laughed for a few minutes. After a suitable moment passed, Sirius spoke up. I'd like to talk about another topic. The adult Death Eaters, those in and out of Azkaban. Waving his hand, he added, I'm not even going to bring up the whelps because I realize that it's a confusing issue at best. Let's talk about my cousins, for example, Bellatrix Lestrange and Narcissa Malfoy. We all agreed last time we met that those already marked have signed their death warrant. Now it was down to brass tacks. Sirius was mostly healthy, had full control of his family's fortune, had been exonerated and recompensed for his years in prison and was ready to take some action. There was only one kind of action to be taken in this situation. With a steady gaze he met Remus' eye. Surprisingly, Moony's gaze was hard as he nodded his approval of Padfoot's unspoken but plain-to-see plan. Unblinking, Minerva nodded as well. Hermione nodded, her gaze losing focus as she remembered days of futures past. Harry's face was completely devoid of emotion. He and Sirius had discussed it before their duel and come up with a simple yet workable plan for the imprisoned Death Eaters. Now that Harry and Hermione's magical cores had stabilized, they could execute it as soon as they achieved their animagus transformation. Do we wait to see if Dora comes into the fold? Sirius asked. Pursing his lips, Remus admitted, we've a date tonight. I'll tell her the whole story and we'll know tomorrow. Uncharacteristically thoughtful, Sirius asked, are you sure? She is an Auror. Considering his best friend's question for a long minute, Remus replied, yes. Right then. Potters. Sirius mockingly ordered the time travelers, get finished with this animagus business, we've work to do. Moony. Go get your woman. Minerva. She glared at him in reply. You do whatever you wish, he finished lamely. I'm going to get sodded tonight. Who's this Slughorn fellow? Does he know potions? Harry asked the twins as they all meandered to the Great Hall. Hermione was to meet them there as she was finishing her occlumency tutoring session with Luna. Fred shrugged, but George piped up, he taught Bill for most of his time here. Charlie said he had him for a few years before Snape got hired. Bit of a self-important poof, Bill says. Always ing up to the rich and famous, he gave Harry an appraising look as he finished. Great, that's all I need, Harry groused. Harrikins. Mustn't be cynical, you're far too young to be cynical without sounding like you're whinging, Fred teased. The entire time, George watched Harry with a solemn expression. Rounding the corner they saw the doorway to the Great Hall. A brief smile flickered across the faces of all three, but was quickly banished. Moving toward the Gryffindor table, they sat, leaving a space for Hermione. Harry surreptitiously drew his wand as he ladled soup from the tureen. The twins were fiddling with their potatoes as the hall filled. Harry's face brightened as Hermione and Luna entered, chatting about some topic or another. Beaming at her friend, Hermione broke off to sit with Harry as Luna gave a cheery wave before joining the Ravenclaws. How'd it go? Harry asked. Surprisingly well. She has an affinity for the topic and is making remarkable progress. Hermione was enthusiastic as she helped herself to the roast beef. How remarkably? Harry asked in an undertone. Wincing a little, Hermione replied, not that well, but she's probably a year off at the rate she's going. Really? He asked. That kind of progress was impressive to say the least. Hermione replied as she chewed her green beans. So what are you teaching little Luna? Fred asked. Occlumency. Really? George asked, surprised. You know occlumency? Hermione was surprised in turn. You know what occlumency is. Rolling his eyes, Fred replied, duh. We're the Weasley twins. We were researching all the ways we could get caught when we came across legilimency and occlumency in a book. Couldn't find anything more detailed than a general overview. When was this? Harry asked. First year. Why am I surprised? Hermione rhetorically asked herself. So, what? So, will you teach us? Hermione sighed before she shrugged. Sure, but it'll have to be after the new year. I'm swamped with a project plus teaching Luna. Things should slow down by then. Noticing Harry's hand, Hermione frowned. Why is your wand in your hand? She hissed. SSSSSHHHHH. George urged. Oh, no. You idiots have corrupted him, haven't you? It was originally for Snape, but with him gone, we've had to switch to our alternate target. Who is? Ah, George smiled. He just entered the hall. In a hushed mock announcer tone, ladies and gentlemen, Elvis is now in the building. Slowly turning her head, Hermione saw none other than Draco Malfoy prancing to the Slytherin table. She smiled. I love you boys. Out of her peripheral vision, she saw Harry flick his wrist in a complicated movement. There was a heartbeat pause before it began. First, young Malfoy's robes began billowing in an impressive impersonation of the effect Snape always seemed to create as he stalked down the halls. Then the robes turned yellow. Then purple. Then pink. At this point, the blonde Ponce was staring down at his robes in horror, the dreaded sentence forming on his lips, my father. Suddenly, fiery letters shimmered into life over Malfoy's head. Slowly rotating so that everyone in the hall could have the chance to read them, they proclaimed, the new greasy git. There was an arrow pointing down to Malfoy in case the dimmer members of the student body missed the object of the declaration. Everyone held their breath as they waited for the punch line. The Hogwarts anti-apparition wards are world-renowned. No one can apparate in or out of the school grounds regardless of magical skill or power level. There is a little-known fact about the wards, though. While prohibiting apparition through the wards, one is able to apparate for short distances within the wards. Say from 50 feet away, which coincidentally was the distance to the hidden package that Harry had ordered and the twins prepared just that very morning. Ancient runes can be a deadly dull subject, but in the hands of a true runemaster like Remus Lupin, all sorts of interesting avenues for magic can be explored. For example, after the coincident carving of the Norse rune Thera and the Egyptian rune Iwa are charged, they can cause an object to be apparated to its companion runes, wherever they may be carved. Also of note, runes don't have to be a certain size. They can be carved on the requisite slate and then shrunk to the size of a grain of sand and then sprinkled into the hair of Draco Malfoy while one is wearing your father's invisibility cloak. Remus was standing in said broom closet waiting for Harry's signal. When the communication charm sounded, now, in his ear, he muttered the simple charging spell. This spell in turn charged Thera and Iwa, causing the forced apparition of the contents of a 55-gallon drum of axle grease onto the head of Draco Malfoy. Fortunately, the grease had been treated by the Weasley twins so that it couldn't be cleaned by magical means. There was a pause of stupefied silence before the entire hall exploded in laughter. Fortunately, it was a Hogsmeade weekend. After Harry joyfully waved his Sirius signed permission slip at Filch, he and Hermione tromped down the road to the only all-magical village in Britain. Accidentally, bumping into Minerva near the Three Broomsticks, the threesome began chatting about the latest topic in Transfiguration as they headed down a side street, presumably to cut across the village to Binding and Stitches, purveyors of rare books. Harry quickly scanned their surroundings magically and visually. When all three nodded, there was a triple pop pop pop, as they apparated away. They appeared at the front gates of Rowan Hill. Minerva hadn't made the time before so that Harry could key her into the wards, so she was escorted on the grounds. It was a fair walk to the house, at least a half a mile. Hermione and Minerva were quiet, their minds preoccupied with the meeting to come. Harry was muttering while occasionally jabbing his wand at Minerva as he keyed her into the wards. With a final flourish, he finished. Apparition, Flo and Portkey, he told Minerva, meaning that she was now allowed to travel to the estate via the named methods. The wind was brisk as it blew off Cardigan Bay. Bundled in a heavy woolen coat, Hermione flipped the collar up against those pesky drafts which seemed to burrow under one's jacket. Eventually, they made their way to the front doors where Dobby was waiting for them. Harry had tried to hire the little fellow to be their discreet go-between, but when the hyperactive house elf found out about Harry and Hermione's home, he'd insisted on bonding with the couple. After she sighed and rubbed her face in resignation, Hermione conceded. Dobby had taken to Rowan Hill like a possessing demon. All the living areas on the main floor were now spotless and the master suite livable again. As Dobby popped away with Harry and Hermione's coats with Minerva's cloak DD across his arm, Harry doubted he'd ever seen the little fellow happier. Heading to the main drawing room, they found Sirius, Remus and Tonks waiting for them. Padfoot and Moony were quiet and Tonks obviously nervous. She was fidgeting and crossing her legs back and forth. Knowing that Sirius was such a boisterous person, Tonks was well aware that something was up and it didn't bode well for her cousin to be so subdued. Dobby returned with tea and biscuits before popping out again. After Hermione poured for them all, Harry began without preamble. Turning to Tonks he asked, "Remus told you everything?" A bit pensive, she replied, "He told me that he had future knowledge and it included us being married with a boy." With a slight grin, she added, "I think he was just trying to get me out of my knickers." They all smiled briefly, but the levity was forced and they quickly got back to business. "First, I want you to know that we all want you as part of our family. I'll need an unbreakable vow if you want to know the whole story, though," he indicated the others sitting quietly. Soberly, Tonks contemplated the issue before asking, "Why me? What's so important that you need a vow?" Sirius answered, "It's important enough. Trust me Dora, it's important enough." Remus nodded absently in concurrence. "Why you?" Hermione asked in reply. "For starters, because Remus asked us to let you into our family." Tonks turned to her boyfriend with a wide-eyed expression. He smiled gently. Sirius rolled his eyes before making a "get on with it" motion to Hermione. Chuckling, Hermione continued, "Also, because, well, most of it is part of the story, but we trust you enough to tell you. But not enough without a vow," Tonks finished matter-of-factly. "It's part of." Yeah, it's part of the story, I get it," Tonks waved away. Coming to a decision, she asked, "How exactly will this vow be worded?" They laid out the words which were identical to the vow that Remus had taken. Nodding her agreement, she made her vow with Harry, bound by Hermione. Originally, a little over a year and a half from now, Voldemort will be resurrected. 2.5 years from now, Sirius will be killed and the next day, so too will Dumbledore. A week later, Voldemort will take over the ministry. Shortly thereafter, he will take control of all of the UK and the world will swirl down the crapper in ever-tightening circles. Hogwarts will be torn down, extermination camps are constructed to reinvigorate the final solution, but with Muggleborns and half-bloods replacing the Jews, Harry baldly stated. Tonks, face first was confused, but the more she processed Harry's statements, the paler she became. Being a metamorph, it meant her face was literally white by the time the full impact of the future realized itself for her. Without pausing, she ran from the room, the sounds of retching following her. A few minutes later, she returned, a little wobbly but with more color in her face. "Sorry," she mumbled. "Bit much to take in all at once." "We understand completely." "Moony here cried like a little girl," Harry teased. "You," Remus muttered. Tonks smiled at the interplay, which was Harry's intent. How do you know?" the Auror asked. Harry turned to Hermione who began, "We have the memories of our 27-year-old selves." By the time she and Harry finished their tale, the tea had been replaced by a fine single malt whiskey. "And when I came to, I was in care of magical creatures class of all things." Harry was across the way, standing next to a hippogriff. He was looking at me with an intensity only my husband could muster. Hermione took his hand while smiling fondly. We reconnected, which drew humorous snorts from Padfoot, and sought out Minerva, Hermione continued, ignoring the man-child in the corner. Harry laid out the action they had taken to avert the future that was. Pettigrew's capture, Snape's imprisonment and the coup de grace. Today, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Skeeter shall be revealing all about Barty Crouch and his wayward son. Frowning, Harry turned to Sirius. "Did you give Amelia Bones the tip that the article was coming out? We don't need either Crouches doing a runner." Sirius gave a hurt look to his godson, placing his hand dramatically on his chest. "Who me?" Throwing a pillow at Harry, he added, "Of course I did you twit. Sent it yester morning." Harry nodded while Hermione cuddled into Harry's side. They had been working day and night on their animagus tokening process. They felt comfortable with the transfiguration side, and they both had 13 tokens. Minerva had suggested 15 as a solid number, so they had gone out the night previous as it was a new moon, hoping to find mooncalves or any other lunar-sensitive being. "So what's the plan?" Tonks asked. With a half-smile, Harry replied, "Free Sirius, kill Voldemort and tell the rest to bugger off. So far, we've one item ticked off our list." Moony, Padfoot, Hermione and even Minerva smiled slightly at his quip. It had become Harry's standard reply to any question regarding planning. Rolling her eyes, Tonks stuck her tongue out at Harry before reiterating, "Really, what's the plan to deal with his Dark Lordishness and his fanboys?" "Well, we intend on killing Voldemort," Sirius replied. "Actually, Pronglet over there gets that honor. We've a plan to deal with the slime that are in Azkaban. They're the really dangerous jackals." Nodding, Tonks processed the thought before she asked, "But what about all the rest that aren't in prison? Malfoy, McNair and their ilk. I've a plan for Lucky Lucy, but the rest, not my problem," Sirius replied offhandedly. "Not your problem?" Tonks asked with a hint of indignation in her tone. "Yes, Dora. Not my problem. It's the government's problem. It's the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's problem." Standing, his expression turned thunderous. "Are we the only persons on the planet who know that Malfoy and their brethren are Death Eater scum? Are we the duly appointed constabulary whose job it is to round up these criminals? We're shutting down Crouch, Pettigrew and Snape because they were integral to Voldemort's rise. The rest aren't our problem. But the only thing that allows evil to flourish is for good men to do nothing, yeah." Remus quoted. When his girlfriend nodded, he continued, "We are doing something. We are working toward the end so that Voldemort is destroyed forever. Without him, the future that was won't be realized. Think about it," Remus implored. Turning in his seat so that he was facing her full on, he proposed, "All these people that escaped Azkaban have been out there for the last 12 years and done nothing other than be evil gits. Unpleasant and so forth. They haven't been seditious. Leeches, that's what they are. The truth is that they are so poisonous to any growth of society that it's why their behavior is criminal. They are the reason our society is so backward. They are the reason that innovation dies of strangulation here in the UK. People like Lucius Malfoy have bribed and used their wealth or influence to make society more corrupt than ever, but in the end, they aren't about to take over the world. That's what Voldemort can do. Without him, they're a bunch of poncy assholes." Sirius stared at Remus for a long moment before he burst out in laughter. "My cousin, a poncy arsehole." Harry chuckled and Hermione smiled at the thought of Remus calling Bellatrix Lestrange a poncy arsehole and the madwoman's response. "But all those people could die." Tonks objected. "The crux of the problem is not Voldemort," Remus explained. "The crux of the problem is the inherent bigotry, the rampant corruption and the sheep-like mentality of magical Britain. They need a revolutionary like Gandhi, King or Christ to lead them out of this problem." Tonks turned to Harry, her conclusion clear. If the boy who lived took a stand, he could be that leader. "Magical Britain can go itself as far as I'm concerned," Harry drawled. Hermione didn't look up, merely curled a bit closer to her husband. Sirius was stone-faced while Remus merely nodded his concurrence. None of them had any reason to love their country aside from jingoistic pride. All of them had lost much from the worst excesses of their motherland. Sirius had lost a third of his life to the Dementors. After his brother in all but blood had been slaughtered due to a betrayal by another he'd trusted, he'd been betrayed again. By his country. The betrayal had been life-altering and nearly life-ending. Remus lost any possibility of acceptance by everyday Britons when, as a 6-year-old boy, he'd been bitten by Fenrir Greyback. He was the most decent man that most would ever know, yet housewives had stoned him on 4 occasions. He'd been beaten bloody 3 times. The last time he'd awoken covered in piss. It was a testament to his humanity that he wasn't feral. Hermione was a Muggle-born witch who, due to her lineage, would never hold any gainful employment at any established firm, much less the ministry. She'd been shunned by many even before the walls came down on the world. Afterwards, she'd been forgotten by the rest. In the end, her life had ended in a shitty grocer's, a tin of beans in her hand. No one besides her husband and parents had cared. She was one of many. Harry had lost his entire life twice over. The first time had been when he'd been placed in the agony of torment that was his relative's home and forgotten by all who should have looked out for him. The second time had been when his country disavowed his many sacrifices and heroics in order to turn their back on him. They allowed their eventual destroyer time to manifest the power necessary to seal their doom. Voldemort had annihilated the world as they knew it. Yet most everyday magical Britons didn't want to be inconvenienced. They didn't want to believe that their downfall was nigh. They wouldn't believe the one who'd bled, killed and suffered for them. The others all knew Minerva's story, but they would respect her silence and allow her to tell it to the newest member of the family when she felt it was time. She caught Tonks' anguished gaze as she told her the truth. You'll try to reveal what should remain hidden, you'll try to incite people to learn from the past and rebel, but they will refuse to believe you. They will not listen to you, you'll possess the truth, you already do. But it's the truth of a madman. Minerva's passion was palpable as she railed against society and its adherence to custom. As a whole, all societies' behavior was reprehensible, only striving against the norm in times of great strife, because of great necessity. Society never changed because it ought to, it only changed when it hurt too badly. Tonks hung her head, admitting defeat. Nodding, she conceded with, "You're right. I wish I wasn't," Minerva whispered. They were late getting back to school, but in the end, Minerva apparated back to Hogsmeade with the Potters. Remus had stayed behind at Rowan Hill as Tonks wanted to talk. Sirius stayed with them. All three were emotionally exhausted, so they were quiet as they hiked up the road which led to the castle. Absently waving to Minerva, Harry took Hermione in his arm as they trudged up the stairs to Gryffindor Tower. Turning the corner, they found Fred and George lounging against the wall, apparently nonchalantly killing time. "Hey, guys," Harry greeted as he and Hermione moved past the red-headed twins. "You two have a minute?" George asked. "We're knackered, is it quick?" The twins exchanged one of their looks, before shrugging, "It can be. That depends on you two." After that enigmatic reply, Hermione's curiosity was piqued. "Room of requirement?" she asked. "Nah, too far." Tapping his wand in a triangular fashion on the face of the statue of Glinda the Good Witch of the North, they all entered the hidden room behind her when she floated to the side. Fortunately, there was a comfortable couch which Harry sank onto with a sigh. Hermione followed him, nuzzling into his side. "So, what's so important?" Harry asked as he rubbed his eyes with his free hand. In the most serious tone Harry or Hermione had ever heard, George asked, "How'd you do it?" Harry froze. Dropping his hand, he stared at George. When he didn't flinch, Harry switched his gaze to Fred. He too was watching the third-year couple with a solemn expression. "How'd we do what?" Hermione asked, attempting to be offhand. "Time travel. Fong. You know, you keep saying that, but I have no idea what it means," George casually commented. "It keeps her," he pointed to the smartest witch of the age at his side, "from pummeling me on a regular occasion for saying, all the time." When she smacked him on the arm, Harry merely raised his eyebrows as if to say, "See. That makes sense. So now that we've had the obligatory attempt to dodge the question, let's return to the point at hand, shall we?" "Indeed, brother. Valiant attempt, though Harry," Fred consoled. "You do realize what you're asking is ridiculous, don't you?" Hermione asked. "This is what we meant by the discussion's length being up to you," George sighed. "Look, you're completely different than you were on the train. Your mannerisms, your speech, everything. This Fong thing is a perfect example. You say it as if you've been using it for years. You," Fred pointed to Harry, "are not only done with your homework, you're what? Finished through the end of term." But, after the chamber, Harry stumbled through the explanation. "Oh, put a sock in it, Potter," George chimed. "You," Fred pointed to Hermione, "haven't slept in your bed for months." "Not that we care at all, it's just part of the pattern," George explained. "You're both doing silent spellcasting most of the time when you think people aren't paying attention. You both know occlumency. You captured Scabbers, or Pettigrew I suppose. Quite nasty, that revelation." "True. Back on topic, brother. Yes, you knew about the map. And that we had it. And the room of requirement. You've dropped our brother like a hot potato. Not like he didn't deserve it. You hang out with Lupin and McGonagall all the time. You got Snape arrested." Holding his hands up to interrupt the litany of evidence, Harry deflected, "That wasn't me. Sirius did that. Whatever. You did it and you know it. But, shut it, Harry. We're proving we're right. Now, where were we? Snape. Yeah, you got him put away. You know way too much magic for ickle thirdsters. That rune apparition, while a work of art, was way beyond any but the professor's. But that was Moony. Shut it, Harry, we're working here. Let's not forget about your little exchange with Malfoy in the library, George added as he turned to Hermione. Memory charms. Bone-knitting charm. For a thirdster. And what's all this, ferret, business? There's more, but that's what comes to mind. If they hadn't been so tired, Harry and Hermione would most likely have come up with a suitable dive for the twins. Or maybe not. Fred and George were obviously very perceptive, so maybe no matter what they had come up with, the twins might not have been thrown off track. It didn't matter, though. The previous 4 weeks culminating in the emotionally exhausting day just past left the Potters' defenses down. In a flash, Harry had drawn his wand and was beginning the movement for the memory charm when Hermione caught his arm. Her eyes red with fatigue, she slowly shook her head. Not on our friends. Deflating a bit, Harry nodded his agreement before holstering his wand. Looking back to the twins, he saw their wide eyes tinged with a hint of fear on their faces. Cringing, he muttered, sorry. Add, almighty ing fast with the memory charm, to the list, George breathed. Hermione closed her eyes, trying to think of a solution that didn't involve mind-raping their friends. They'd actually become quite close to Fred and George in this new incarnation, so she had no desire to hurt the fifth-year wizards. You start occlumency training tomorrow, Harry sighed, making the decision for both of them. When the twins made to celebrate, Harry interrupted them. But, you need to agree to a memory charm of this conversation. Hermione frowned. She understood what he was getting at, but didn't like how he was going about it. Interjecting into the discussion, she told the twins, Dumbledore uses legilimency on students without scruple. Snape was worse, but thank heavens we don't have to deal with him any longer. Turning to Harry, she laid a gentle hand on his shoulder, I think I have a better solution. Returning her attention to the twins, she told them, no pranks until I tell you that you can defend your minds. While Fred's face fell, George had an evaluating expression on his face. We're right then. I don't want you to even dream about this conversation. If Dumbledore got wind of this discussion, there would be hell to pay. People would die. This brought the twins up short. Really? Fred asked. When a stone-faced Harry nodded, they both breathed, bloody. For once, they didn't consult each other, but both came to the same conclusion. All right. Turning to Harry, Fred offered, if it would be better, I'd agree to a memory charm that you promised to reverse once we're good enough at occlumency. Shaking his head, he told them, nah, Hermione's right. Dumbledore doesn't have time to ransack everyone's mind for no good reason. His eyes narrowed, except maybe mine. Shaking off the foul thought, he continued, stay away from pranks for the rest of the year so he'll have no reason to notice you and we'll be fine. The rest of the year? George asked. Nodding, Harry shrugged, give or take. Look lads, I'm knackered and so is she, he squeezed his wife who'd lain her head on Harry's shoulder. Right. Fred stood and after another complicated tapping of the backside of Glinda, she floated aside again. Before they left, Hermione asked, how did you know where I've been sleeping? Fred smirked, ask me no questions, I'll tell you no lies. I can't believe that Remus laughed. Hermione exclaimed. Harry chuckled under his breath. Taking her hand in his as they made their way to the Black Lake, he held his tongue. Despite being mentally 27, every so often the 14-year-old girl slipped through. When they'd told Minerva and Remus about the twins' newfound knowledge, Minerva had made all the right noises of concern and began speculating about Fred and George's maturity levels, occlumency potential and so on. After a 5-minute discussion between the two witches, Remus couldn't hold back any longer before he let loose a loud guffaw. Harry had been confused, but waited patiently for Remus to get control of himself. Finally, his giggles subsided so he could squeak, they remind me so much of us. It's just like when Prongs and Padfoot confronted me about being a werewolf. Wiping his eyes, he muttered, God, I loved those boys. Still do. Remus, reminiscences didn't soothe the ire of either witch, but in the end the foursome concluded that Hermione's plan was sound. Without Snape to interact with the twins on a regular basis, they seriously doubted they'd ever interact with Dumbledore lacking a prank-related reason. Tonight, however, was a milestone night. Tonight, Harry and Hermione were to take their animagus potion and attempt to transform for the first time. Minerva, Remus and Sirius were waiting for the couple on the far side of the lake. As the Potters left the castle, their nerves overtook them and they fell silent. The gibbous moon shone brightly down, while the crisp autumn air pleasantly chilled them. Squeezing her hand more for his reassurance than hers, Harry gave Hermione a jaunty smile while he told her, "It'll be fine. If Wormtail can do this, so can we." She nodded silently as the three older members of the family came into view. Remus was tending a small fire over which two small cauldrons were simmering. Sirius and Minerva were chatting a few feet from him. Sirius saw them first. "You two ready?" he asked. "Never readier," Harry shrugged in reply. Rolling her eyes at her husband's mangling of the Queen's English, Hermione stuck her hand out. Harry reached inside his robes to withdraw his token bag. Handing it to Hermione, he moved to his godfather's side. As Hermione handed Harry's tokens to Remus for immersion in the potion, she withdrew her own bag from a pocket in her robes. Remus began to slowly add each of Harry's tokens to the potion, while Hermione added her own to the other cauldron. When he finished, Remus flicked his wand, starting a magical timer for 5 minutes. "Did they get the Crouches?" Harry asked the group. He and Hermione had missed breakfast the previous few days after the twins' revelation. Harry had sat with both boys until midnight, force-feeding the basic principles of occlumency down their throats. The brothers were very willing and surprisingly serious, but they had a long way to go. Minerva nodded absently. "Yes," Sirius replied as he grinned at Remus. Tonksi came by to tell us in person that they found Barty the Elder holding Barty the Younger under the imperious curse of all things. He paused dramatically. "Unbelievable!" Padfoot Mock exclaimed. Grinning, Harry muttered, "Shocking." Adopting the tone of a gossiping matron, Sirius added, "I'll tell you what's shocking." Remus and little Nymphadora disappeared behind closed doors for an hour without a chaperone. Hermione giggled at the combination of Remus' expression and serious tone. Harry smiled at Minerva's expression. She was wistful of times long past and persons long dead. A light tinkling chime announced to all that the 5-minute timer had expired and therefore, the potions were ready. Harry was surprised that the time had passed so quickly, but then remembered that Sirius was much smarter than he acted. He'd put his godson and his goddaughter-in-law at ease with his usual silliness. "Which of you shall be first?" Minerva asked. "I'll go," Harry volunteered. After a steadying breath, Harry stepped forward to take the vial Remus offered. Without pausing, he shotgunned the disgusting brew down his throat. Shivering with disgust, he muttered, "Yuck." Sirius snorted and smiled as he, Minerva and Remus backed away from Harry. None knew what his form would be, so it was only prudence to give him a bit of space. "It's pretty revolting as I remember. 5-day-old cabbage with a hint of yak shit." Hermione muttered, "How do you know what 5-day-old cabbage with a hint of yak shit tastes like?" "Wait," she immediately interrupted, her eyes never leaving Harry, "I don't want to know." All the while the interchange ranged back and forth, Harry was feeling odd. It started deep in the pit of his stomach. It wasn't painful, but neither was it comfortable. It was a watery feeling that was slowly radiating outwards towards his limbs and head. Within seconds, his entire torso was moving and reshaping. By the time Harry noticed what was happening to his chest, the feeling had engulfed his entire body. Falling to all fours, he shivered, instinctively resisting the feeling. "Embrace the change. Embrace it, Harry," Minerva commanded in her no-nonsense professor's voice. With a deep breath, Harry surrendered the fight, letting the change wash over him like a wave. Groaning as he felt himself transform under the control of the magic, he shut his eyes. He groaned again, but this time it sounded raspy in his ears. Like turning on a light in a dark room, he could suddenly hear everything. Snapping his head up, he looked about, finding he could see everything, as well. The change began to recede. Regaining normal feeling in his body, he paused. Looking up, he saw Minerva beaming in pride, Sirius grinning delightedly, Remus shaking his head in amazement and Hermione excitedly bouncing in place. "You did it," she squealed. Urges to run, hunt and kill overwhelmed him. Seeing Hermione directly in front of him, his new mind immediately classified her as his mate, someone to protect, defend and for whom he would kill without a moment's regret. His raspy growl reminded him that he couldn't speak. Looking down at the ground, he saw his hands were now large black paws. Returning his gaze to Minerva, he saw she was already in action. A heartbeat later, a large mirror was across from him. Staring back from the reflective glass was Panthera onca, commonly called the Black Panther but in reality the Black Jaguar. Bright green eyes looked back at him with a shock of white on the panther's forehead where a lightning bolt-shaped scar resided on Harry Potter's brow. Extremely pleased, he looked this way and then that, observing himself in the mirror. "Stop admiring your reflection like a teenaged girl," Sirius rebuked. "Ow," he exclaimed as Hermione smacked his shoulder. "Wench," he muttered. "Anyway, come on Pronglet, change back." Intimately aware of the feeling of the change, Harry willed the magic to life within himself. Just like before, the liquid feeling was born in his belly. Quickly, it spread. Before Harry drew 3 breaths, he was on his hands and knees, panting from the exertion. That, he announced, was brilliant. Before he could stand, Hermione tackled him to the ground in her embrace. The 5 magicals laughed as she delightedly squeezed Harry. He finally gave her a quick before he told her, "Your turn." "Right," she agreed as she stood. Smoothing her robes, she took her vial from Remus. Imitating Harry, she immediately drank it off. Pulling a face, she tried to blink away the taste. Harry watched her expression. He could tell when the change started, for her brow furrowed and her eyes began to dart back and forth as she were trying to identify that which she couldn't see. Seconds later, she was on her hands and knees. Her groans turned raspy as Harry's had. "I don't believe it," Sirius mused. "What?" Harry asked, looking away from Hermione for a quick second. Sirius merely pointed to Hermione's hands. Harry looked and saw large tan paws in lieu of Hermione's normally delicate, small hands. As if her body was melting, Hermione's figure began to reform and recolor. Her black robes became a tawny brown while her bushy hair crept down back and around her neck. 10 seconds later, a lioness stood in front of them, growling softly. Harry couldn't suppress a wide smile. Looking up, he saw a smiling Minerva conjure another mirror for Hermione. "Grrrr!" Hermione the lioness exclaimed when she saw her reflection. "Transform back now, Hermione," Minerva commanded. Moments passed, but Hermione changed much faster than her original. She too, was panting on all fours, a broad grin on her face. "Names. You two need names," Sirius exclaimed. Waving his godfather off, Harry moved to help his wife to her feet. "Later, pads, we need some sleep." Among other things, Remus muttered as the group headed to the castle. The teens unabashedly wrapped an arm about the other as they excitedly discussed the activities for the next full moon with Padfoot and Moony. "Ready," she nodded, straightening her robes. They were standing in the 3 broomsticks with the twins while waiting to use the public flow. Harry flicked a stray bit of fluff off Hermione's cloak before she shooed him toward the fireplace. "Ministry of Magic," he called. First George, then Fred, followed by Hermione, and finally Harry twirled away in the green flames. Fred was helping Hermione to clean the soot off her fine blue robes while George waited for Harry to, as usual, tumble out of the fireplace. Braced for the impact, George caught the boy who lived before he cartwheeled across the atrium of the ministry. "Bloody buggering." Harry. Sighing, he mumbled, "Yes dear." George smiled as he flicked the bits of soot off Harry's shoulder and back. All settled, the foursome saw Professor McGonagall striding across the atrium to collect them. "Professor," Hermione greeted. "Miss Granger, Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Potter, the hearing is in courtroom 4 and will commence in 30 minutes. Turning to a red-robed Auror, she motioned, "This is Auror Shanahan, he'll be escorting you to the witness waiting rooms from which you'll be summoned." "Can I wait with Mr. Potter?" Hermione asked in a hopeful tone. "Your relation, Miss?" Shanahan asked in a genial manner. "I'm his," she trailed off before she replied, "wife," and filled in, "girlfriend." Shaking his head, Shanahan nixed the idea, "Sorry, miss. Only the witness in the waiting room or their spouse, and that's only if the spouse is not a witness. Come, Miss Granger, I have Mr. Weasley saving the both of us seats in the gallery." Nodding to her remaining 3 lions, she wished them, "Good luck. Tell the truth and you've nothing to fear." The lads followed Shanahan while Minerva and Hermione split off at the lifts. "She doesn't change much," Shanahan muttered. "Which house?" George asked. "Gryffindor, 87. Go Lions," Fred added. They turned down a nondescript hallway littered with plain wooden doors, each bearing a brass number. "Right, Mr. Potter, you'll be in room 1, Mr. George Weasley, you're in 3 and Mr. Fred Weasley, you're in 2. I'll be up there," he gestured to a desk at the head of the hallway. "If you need to use the toilet, stick your head out. If you need a drink or small snack, call for Joey, and our house elf will attend you." Questions. When none were asked, the 3 teens opened the door to their respective rooms and entered. Each hoped that the wait wouldn't be too long. Hermione and Minerva settled into seats between Sirius on Hermione's left and Arthur Weasley on Minerva's right. Molly was on Arthur's right, fretting to beat the band. The red-headed matron was very far from Hermione's attention at the moment. This was the first time she'd seen Arthur since he died almost 10 years in the future. Amazing the wear and tear the war and the loss of his family inflicted on him. She reflected that the day he died, Arthur was almost completely bald, his normally trim frame had been gaunt, his eyes jaundiced and he had a noticeable shake in his hands. Sitting between Minerva and his wife, the present-day Arthur was visibly concerned about his twin sons testifying in what had become a capital case, yet he was still in the bloom of life. Granted, his hair was still thinning, but his skin was pink and healthy and his eyes bright. He unexpectedly turned to her. "Hermione. Good to see you, girl. How's things?" "I'm well, Mr. Weasley. Yourself and Mrs. Weasley?" "Grand," he replied. Waving his hand toward the dais upon which 3 judges were settling, he added, "Wish Harry, Fred and George didn't have to go through all this." But his unspoken "it has to be done" was well understood. Hermione nodded grimly but didn't reply as the sergeant at arms called for quiet. To her surprise, Albus Dumbledore preceded Snape from the prisoner's entrance. For a fleeting moment, she thought that Dumbledore was being tried as an accessory to some of Snape's more recent crimes. Banishing the thought as ridiculous, she waited. The potion master appeared to be in good shape. He was clean-shaven and dressed in well-fitted robes. Snape mounted the steps to the questioner's chair and sat. After a brief spot of glowing, the chains wrapped themselves about Snape's arms and legs, binding him to the chair. Dumbledore strode to the defendant's table, sitting next to the bewigged barrister. The center judge of the triumvirate, Lord Dundas, frowned. "Chief Warlock, state your business with this court." Rising, Dumbledore replied, "My lords, I shall be assisting the Honorable Mr. Harvey in his defense of Potion Master Snape." The frowns on the judges' faces deepened, but they were bound. One didn't need a license to assist a barrister during a trial. Turning to the Crown's representative, Mr. Finch, the displeased Lord Dundas made a "get-going whippersnapper" motion. Mr. Finch was a very experienced barrister. Usually, he represented the defense, but he'd been specially recruited by Amelia Bones to prosecute this case. To anyone even remotely acquainted with the British magical courts, Atticus Finch was known as a man of unimpeachable integrity. Even his most entrenched enemies respected the man and trusted his word. Director Bones had divined that Dumbledore would make a play to help exonerate his friend and associate. Playing to his dramatic nature, she figured Dumbledore would do exactly as he had, attempt to initially sway the court with his presence, followed by various statements of his unswerving support of Snape. Hence, Atticus Finch. If any barrister was able to overcome the larger-than-life persona of Albus Dumbledore, it was Atticus Finch. Finch's repute, bearing and character were so overwhelming that a silent Atticus Finch drowned out a speaking Albus Dumbledore. Albus didn't know it, but it was already check and mate. Snape was going to have, at the least, an extended stay on the shores of sunny Azkaban, he just didn't know it yet. Rising to his feet in a slow, unhurried motion, Mr. Finch began, "My lords, the Crown shall show that Severus Snape did willfully cast all 3 unforgivable curses over a span of 6 months beginning in December 1980 and ending in May of 1981. Secondly, the Crown shall show that Mr. Snape did willfully attack one Harry Potter on or about the 3rd of November of this year. Finally, the Crown shall also show that Mr. Snape has willfully caused or allowed by inaction to cause the harm of no less than 50 students during his tenure as the potions professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Amelia had thrown the last set of charges in as a dig at Dumbledore. The man had allowed a sadist to teach potions for years, causing an overall degradation of potions proficiency in the UK that should have been criminal. On top of it, when she'd seen Harry's memory of a potion-induced burn on Susan's arm, she'd gone mental. Julius Harvey was a round-headed man, balding with thick spectacles. He wasn't a bad man by any means. He was a jovial man who went about his responsibilities in as pleasant a manner as he could. Defending Severus Snape was one of the more unwelcome tasks he'd been given in quite a long time. His sister's son was Neville Longbottom. Setting aside his client's bad behavior toward his nephew was surprisingly easy for the barrister. He was a professional who would do his best for his client no matter how odious the man was. Albus Dumbledore's theatrics were most unwelcome, though. There were far too many celebrities involved in the case as it was, and having the long-bearded wizard next to him attempting to whisper in his ear little nuggets of wisdom was not very high on Julius Harvey's wish list. Nonetheless, he rose to address the judges. "My lords, the defense shall show that Potion Master Snape is innocent of all charges. He has never cast an unforgivable curse, he has never assaulted anyone, much less the boy who lived, and despite his best efforts, some children are unfortunately injured in his classroom due to their own inexperience or inattentiveness. Never have any been injured due to his willful actions or lack thereof." It was a brief opening statement, but Julius Harvey was a realist. He was facing his good friend Atticus Finch across the way. Atticus had some ironclad evidence and the boy who lived to put on the stand. The defense was sunk. Hermione sat nervously in the gallery. She was fairly certain that Snape would be found guilty and spend the rest of his natural life in the loving company of the Dementors of Azkaban. Her nervousness was due to the presence and behavior of the headmaster. She didn't put it past him to attempt legilimency on Harry while he was in the witness box. That would lead to all sorts of complications that they didn't need. Sirius wrapped his arm around her shoulders, pulling her in close. "Listen up, little one. All will be well and we'll head back to Rowan Hill for a nice dinner, all right?" Relaxing into Padfoot's embrace, she nodded to accept the comfort and reassurance that he was offering. "This is fawning boring." Harry tossed the 2-year-old Quidditch Illustrated on the table next to the others he'd leafed through. One article dissecting the advantages and disadvantages of an active seeker did hold his attention. For 10 minutes. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he saw that it was nearing lunchtime, so he'd been in the waiting room for nearly 3 hours. Realizing that the twins were in the same situation, he began laughing. They must be bouncing off the walls. Reconsidering what he knew of Fred and George, he pondered what they would really be doing. Shaking his head, he realized they'd most likely be researching or experimenting with new magics. With that thought in mind, he was half tempted to transform into his panther form to get more used to it. Now that they had finished their tokening and other preparation which had led up to their transformation, Harry and Hermione were able to catch up on the sleep they'd missed. Where before they'd been getting 2 to 3 hours a night, now they were easily pulling down 8 and even 10 hours a night. Harry smiled as he remembered waking a few days before. Hermione was still asleep, for once. Usually, she woke him when she was casting the disillusionment charm on herself or rustling his invisibility cloak about herself in preparation for returning to her dorm. This morning, though, he'd woken first. She was so peaceful. He stared at her face for a long time, studying her. He saw the woman she would become, that she had been, embedded in her features. The longer he watched her, the more he saw the woman she'd been. Wonderfully, he realized that they now had very different memories. Where before, all their memories were bittersweet, tinged with murder, loss or death, now they had happier reminiscences to draw upon. Sirius was free and alive. Remus was becoming whole after so many years of hurt. Tonks was fully involved in their lives. Minerva was healing from all her own pains. He had his Hermione and they were together in love. After casting some quick charms to relieve both their full bladders and bad breath, he had the young woman who was and would be again his wife. She smiled into his lips. "What's all this about, Potter?" Moving on top of her and settling between her legs, he had her neck. "Oh, this and that," he eventually replied. Groaning, she wrapped her legs around his waist. "I do so like this and that." The rest of the morning was lost to their love. He was roused from his reverie by the appearance of a house elf. Joey bowed, placed a platter containing a standard, if bland, lunch on the table next to Harry. Without a word, he popped out. Shrugging, Harry dug into his meal, wondering if he'd ever get to testify and get the hell out of there. The evidence against Snape casting the unforgivables was damning. There were 3 witnesses to testify under the influence of Veritaserum that they clearly saw Snape cast the killing curse and the Cruciatus. Two witnesses testified to his casting the Imperius. Dumbledore's face had fallen when the fourth witness left the witness box. Finch had a very direct and unavoidable plan. He was the reaper mowing down a field of corn. Relentlessly and emotionlessly he plowed through the same set of questions with each witness. What did you see on the day in question? Are you sure that you saw the defendant, Severus Snape, cast the spell in question, and why? Are you sure that the defendant cast the unforgivable curse in question? Do you have any ulterior motive in testifying today? Those 4 questions put to each witness under the influence of Veritaserum ended Severus Snape's life as he knew it. Despite any acts of redemption he may have undertaken after the fact, there are consequences to actions. He'd killed 4 people and tortured 3 others. He'd caused one father to kill his entire family. No amount of spying, regret and remorse can obviate those facts. The only point in question was whether he would get the life in Azkaban. The defense tried. Truly, Mr. Harvey tried every trick he could to elicit any fact or statement from the witnesses that could throw a shadow of doubt on his client. He failed to find anything. Should we consider a plea bargain? Dumbledore whispered in Harvey's ear. Annoyed at the use of "we," Harvey replied in the same whisper, "Atticus is a good man, but we've got nothing with which to bargain. He's already got life in Azkaban for Severus. If he gets similar statements from Potter and the Weasleys plus the affidavits from your students," the implication was clear that if the trial kept going on the course it had, Snape would have an appointment with the Veil of Death this afternoon. Can we appeal to Finch's humanity? Dumbledore asked. Pulling a face, Harvey shrugged. I doubt it. Atticus probably has direction from Amelia to crucify Severus. Dumbledore frowned at the evaluation. I thought Amelia better than that. Harvey rolled his eyes before ignoring his erstwhile colleague. Dumbledore and Harvey were not the only persons in the courtroom who foresaw the inevitable end of the trial. Hermione sat in the gallery watching the defendant. Snape's face had been a blank mask for most of the trial. On a few occasions he'd slowly closed his eyes for a long moment, usually when one of the dosed witnesses was recounting a crime committed by the potion master. It was as if he were trying to hide from his past in the only way he could. When the 5th witness to his casting of the Unforgivables left the box, a tinge of pink appeared on the doomed man's cheeks. It was the only emotion he'd shown the entire day. Most considered Severus Snape to be completely in control of his emotions. If that were so, he would have treated Harry as any other student. He'd never have executed his near pogrom of non-Slytherin students. He'd never have lost control of himself on numerous occasions. No, Severus Snape was not a master of control. Rather he was a master Slytherin. He was cunning, ambitious and ruthless enough to do what it took to achieve his goals. If that meant impenetrable occlumatic shields while in the presence of the Dark Lord, so be it. Overall emotional control was not within that description. Hermione stood to stretch her legs as there was a short recess called. Since it was just for 10 minutes, she opted not to leave the gallery. Turning to Minerva, she was shocked to see her mother figure shaking with suppressed rage. A concerned expression on her face, she asked, "Professor, are you well?" With a jerky nod, Minerva lied. As her dark eyes flashed behind her spectacles, Hermione divined the source of Minerva's upset. Leaning into the older woman, Hermione asked, "Is it because Albus hired Severus when he'd done all this?" She waved with her hand to indicate the witness box. A flick of her wand created a small privacy sphere. Quietly, Minerva hissed, "He told me I don't know how many times that he trusted Severus." After this, breathing deeply, Minerva regained control of herself. "I'll be having words with Albus when we return to the castle, have no doubt." Hermione winced, glad that she wasn't in Albus Dumbledore's shoes. After Minerva had her pound of flesh, she was sure the Board of Governors would want to have a similar discussion with him as well. The sergeant-at-arms was calling the courtroom back to order as the judges returned to their seats. Harry and the twins were up next. Finally, Harry murmured as Auror Shanahan opened the door and beckoned to him. "Need to use the toilet?" the beefy Irish Auror asked. "No, just want to get this over with," Harry replied a bit nervously. He was trying to play the part of a nervous third-year student and found he didn't have to try too hard. A few minutes and winding hallways later, Harry was led into the courtroom. Shanahan indicated the witness box before leaving. Gone to collect Fred and George, Harry surmised. Standing in the box, Harry took the magical oath to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. He was surprised that the clerk left, so help me God, off the end of the oath but shrugged it off. Mr. Finch rose from his table before asking Harry, Mr. Potter, would you please describe to the court what occurred between yourself and the defendant after the Gryffindor vs. Slytherin Quidditch match on November 3rd. Nodding, Harry began to fidget with his robes. I'd just finished cleaning up after the match and was headed back to the castle to get a head start on my Transfiguration homework. A little reminder that he was a schoolboy wouldn't hurt. Outside the changing rooms, Professor Snape grabbed me by the shoulder and pushed me against the wall of the changing room. Which shoulder, Mr. Potter? Finch asked. Harry made a left-right motion before he replied, my left. Nodding, Finch motioned for Harry to continue. Well, the professor pushed me against the wall. He got in my face and said, I know you did something, Potter. I'd no idea what he was talking about. To tell the truth, I was kind of scared and didn't say anything. When I didn't reply, he slid his hand from my shoulder to my neck and began to slowly choke me. There were gasps from the gallery and the dictation quills in the press box were scribbling at high speed. Now I was really scared, Harry added, playing up the moment for a bit. Before I could do anything, Fred and George Weasley rescued me. They pulled the professor off me and tossed him a few feet away. The professor yelled at them, assigning a month of detentions and 500 points. He also told them to come with him to the headmaster's office. George Weasley said that he would be curious as to the headmaster's opinion of one of his professors attacking a student. This seemed to stop Professor Snape in his tracks. Without saying anything else, he spun on his heel and stormed off. Nodding, Finch asked him, were you injured due to the attack, Mr. Potter? I don't think so. Did you seek medical attention? No, it was just a bit of choking. I was fine. Frowning, Finch let it go before motioning to the defense table. Your witness. Harvey rose. Mr. Potter, isn't it true that you are a substandard potion student? Harry frowned. This year I have a solid E that is close to being an O. Yes, but in previous years. Harry frowned, trying to remember his second and first year potion scores. I'm not sure how my potion scores are relevant to Professor Snape attacking me. Just answer the question, Mr. Potter, Harvey clipped. I'm not sure. I believe I had an A last year. True, you had an A for both your first and second years. Harry waited silently for the punch line. He didn't have to wait long. So wouldn't it be fair to say that you have been a source of irritation to Professor Snape for over 2 years? Now that he saw Harvey's plan, Harry had to forcibly restrain himself from laughing. Professor Snape has hated me from the first day he met me because my father was a childhood nemesis of his. As such, he has consistently belittled and degraded myself and my parents. He has graded my work at least 1 letter grade lower than my peers and has outright vanished successfully brewed potions and graded them as a 0. If I'm an irritation to him, it's because of my lineage, not my behavior. Up in the gallery, Hermione wondered if Harry wasn't going a bit too far. He sure didn't sound like a third-year student. Risking a glance at Snape, she saw the pink highlights on his cheekbones again. That can't be good, she observed silently. Gently grasping Minerva's hand, she inclined her head toward the bound potion master. Minerva frowned at what she saw. With an indulgent smile, Harvey opined, it must be difficult to be an orphaned public figure, Mr. Potter. Do you usually act out in all your classes to gain attention that you haven't received due to your celebrity status and lack of parents? Harry turned white with anger. In the gallery, Hermione stood to make her way to the floor of the courtroom. Unsure as to the specifics of her intent, Sirius was fairly certain that cursing Harvey into the next millennium was on the agenda. Gently, he pulled her back into her chair. As the gasps from the gallery receded, Harvey smiled at Harry again, raising his eyebrows in an "I'm waiting for your answer" manner. I am sure I have no idea as to what you're referring, sir, Harry ground out. Internally, Harvey deflated. He'd hoped to bait the boy who lived into a teenage rant which would therefore discredit him as a material witness. It was distasteful, but Harvey was literally working to try and save his client's life at this point. Attempting another tack which he knew was risky but could be the key to saving his client, he asked, what was Professor Snape referring to when he told you that, I know you did something, Potter? As I said before, I've no idea to what he was referring. Really? Harvey asked with a hint of sarcasm. You know nothing about casting a memory charm on my client. Turning to the judges, Harvey held up a sheaf of parchment and declared, "Your lordships, my client has been evaluated by 3 separate mind healers and all have found evidence of memory charms being cast upon him." Striding to the bench, he laid the documents in front of Lord Dundas. "The Crown objects, my lord. The witness is a third-year student," Atticus Finch stated as he rose. "It is ludicrous to postulate that he cast memory charms on his professor. In addition, this line of questioning bears no relevance upon the fact that Potion Master Snape assaulted this person." "Goes to motive, your lordship," countered Harvey. After the 3 judges mulled through the documents, Dundas turned to Harvey and told him, "If you can't connect these documents to this witness with one more question, Mr. Harvey, I'll sustain the Crown's objection." "Understood." Sirius, Hermione and Minerva were tense with fear. If Harvey asked the right question, there would be hell to pay. Harry's face was blank, but inside he was a riot of fear and anger. If he lied, he'd lose his magic. If he told the truth to the right question, the secret would be out. Holding on to the memory of his reunion with Hermione as his anchor, he kept his face impassive. Dumbledore was already watching Harry like a hawk. Nodding to the judge, Harvey turned back to Harry. "Did you cast the memory charm that caused my client's memory to be altered?" Inside, Harry's guts unclenched and he almost smiled. "I did not cast the memory charm that caused your client's memory to be altered. I cast about 40 or so, not just one." Harvey must have seen something, as he turned back to the judges and asked, "My lord, I would ask that you command the witness to cast the lighting charm to ensure his truthfulness." Harry drew his wand at the judge's nod. Mentally crossing his fingers, hoping that his logic worked, he muttered, "Lumos." His wand lit up like a searchlight, causing all in the courtroom to shield their eyes. "Knox," he muttered. The quills in the press box started to smoke, the reporters were dictating so quickly. In his mind's eye, Harry could already see the headlines, "Boy Who lived a mage," or some other such nonsense. "Great," he muttered to himself as he looked about and saw that most of the occupants of the courtroom were staring at him with wide, wondering eyes. Except Dumbledore, who had an evaluative expression. "You're wondering if this is the power the Dark Lord knows not, aren't you, Albus?" Mentally, Harry ignored the old man and turned back to Harvey just in time to see his crestfallen expression. No further questions. Turning about, Harry left the witness box, heading toward the door by which he entered the courtroom. In the gallery, Hermione melted into Sirius' side. Relief was etched on her features as Padfoot gave her a quick sideways hug. Harry made his way to the gallery. After Hermione scooted over, they shared a seat to watch the rest of the proceedings. It was far too public a place to have a discussion about his testimony, but Hermione needed to feel him close, so she wrapped herself in his arms. The flash of a camera only let them know that which would come out soon enough. Harry and Hermione were a couple with pictures to boot. First Fred and then George testified. Both gave the same substantive story. They pulled Snape off their friend when Harry was in danger. Harvey tried the same tactic of questioning the twins' motives, but just as with Harry, the attempt fell flat. There was a mid-afternoon recess for the judges to deliberate. It had been a quick trial, the Crown's evidence was overwhelming. Neither the defendant nor Dumbledore took the stand as Harvey realized they could do more harm than good. Harvey caught Finch's sleeve as the courtroom cleared for the recess. "Atticus, can we deal at all? What would you ask for in return for a clean sweep of guilty, please?" "Life with no parole." Raising his eyebrows, Finch replied, "Are you sure? I think I'd rather have the veil than years uncounted with the Dementors." Harvey nodded. As Finch considered, he proposed, "Look, the judges will be in recess for a while, I think. Talk to Amelia and see what you two can do, eh?" Atticus nodded before shaking Harvey's hand. Before the two could leave the courtroom, Amelia Bones approached the two barristers. "I saw the two of you talking. No deals, gentlemen. This Death Eater is getting his just desserts." The recess was far shorter than everyone expected. The sergeant-at-arms called the spectators back to the courtroom shortly after a quick supper. Sirius, Harry, Hermione, Minerva, Arthur, Molly and the twins crushed into the packed gallery. Down on the floor of the courtroom, Snape was standing in front of the questioning chair, his arms manacled. Flanked by 2 Aurors that Harry didn't recognize, he awaited his fate. The judges returned, taking their seats while rustling parchment forms in their hands. Finally, Lord Dundas announced, "In the case of the Crown vs. Snape, for 4 counts of murder by the use of the killing curse, the court finds the defendant guilty. In the matter of 3 counts of torture by use of the Cruciatus curse, the court finds the defendant guilty. In the matter of 1 count of control of a person by use of the Imperious curse, the court finds the defendant guilty. In the matter of 1 count of assault and battery of a minor, the court finds the defendant guilty. In the matter of 50 counts of willful neglect of minors in his care, the court finds the defendant guilty of 32 counts, and not guilty of 18 counts. Turning away from his parchment forms, Dundas addressed Snape, "Severus Snape, your punishment shall be death via the veil of death not later than the 15th of January 1994. May God have mercy on your soul." Banging his gavel, Lord Dundas announced, "This court stands adjourned. Bailiff, place the prisoner in Azkaban to await his fate." It happened faster than anyone could react. Dumbledore was looking in his lap, contemplating the situation. Harry and Hermione were talking with Sirius about meeting Remus for a late dinner while Minerva and the Weasleys were discussing Ron's abysmal performance in Transfiguration. One of Snape's guards moved off to clear a path, while the other reached for Snape's arms. With a quick movement, Snape had the man's wand and had cast a cutting curse which slit the Auror's throat. No one even noticed that the guard was falling, his neck fountaining blood. Whirling to his left, the condemned man lifted his wand. Hoping to cause confusion, Snape cast a series of reductor curses at the underside of the gallery. The gallery was suspended over the courtroom proper by a series of 7 rune-powered levitation charms. 3 of these runes were destroyed by Snape's curses. With a roar, the gallery shook first to the left and then to the right, followed by a precarious lurch forward. Screams of panic by the over 200 watchers incited panic. Those in the back by the 4 doors off the platform were nearly trampled as the mass of screaming humanity surged toward the doors. 3 people in the front row of the gallery toppled over the side, falling 50 feet to their deaths below. No. Turning, Harry and Hermione watched in mute horror as they saw Arthur Weasley pitch over the railing. Molly. No. Minerva shouted and dove over the twins toward the red-headed matron. Molly had leaned over too far in an attempt to catch her husband, only to follow him to her death. Too late to save the fallen, all the Aurors in the room moved to cast various levitation charms on the platform while Dumbledore was levitated to the gallery proper and began to hastily inscribe new rune sequences. After 3 minutes, the gallery was stable. The doors in the back slowly unclogged and the survivors streamed out into the hallway outside the courtroom. In the hallway, the family and the Weasley twins ran into Amelia Bones, who was cursing up one side and down the other of a shamefaced Rufus Scrimgeour. Severus Snape had escaped in the confusion and panic. "This is bad," Sirius observed. "No shit," Remus replied. "Guys, you're not helping," Hermione rebuked them. "Let's focus." "The twins upstairs?" Remus asked. Harry nodded. They'd led the stumbling boys through the flow to Rowan Hill. Dobby had provided a sleeping draft which knocked them both out. They'd been ensconced in 2 of the over 20 spare bedrooms with monitoring charms in place to warn Harry when they awoke. "Min's in the know and is telling Percy, Ron and Ginny tonight," Harry informed the lycanthrope. "Christ, 7 orphans because of goddamn Snivelus. Prongsy should have let you eat him all those years ago," Sirius lamented. Moony didn't even bother to reply. "I have no idea how the others are going to react," Hermione told the rest, "but the twins are going to be mad. No, scratch that, they'll be furious once they break out of their grief." "What about Bill and Charlie?" Harry mused aloud. "Don't know. Bill was a decent fellow, but I didn't know him well at all. I expect that Bill and Charlie will get custody of their younger brothers and sister," Harry pondered. Hermione shrugged as they all sat in silence for a bit, remembering Arthur and Molly. "Damn," Sirius swore. "Let's do something. This weepy silence is killing me." Turning to Hermione, he asked, "What do we know for sure? As far as Snape and Voldemort are concerned?" When Sirius nodded, she thought for a moment before beginning her list. "Fact. Snape is now firmly on the side of Voldemort. His only recourse on the side of the light is death. He has no choice but turn to the Dark Lord now. Fact. Snape has been fully in Dumbledore's confidence for years. We must assume that he knows far more than even we know. Fact. Voldemort needs assistance to return to his body. Fact. Last time the bones of his father were a key ingredient. Fact. Snape is a potion master who, I'm sure, is more than a little aware of some of the nastier rituals out there." Sirius interrupted. "Fact. I'm going to apparate to Little Hangleton and remove those bones. Harry nodded. Yeah, but let's leave some other bones behind. We don't want Voldemort to attempt a different ritual. We want to know where he'll be. We've completely fogged the timeline, so let's keep something under a semblance of control. A crack announced Sirius' departure. Harry spent the time puttering about Rowan Hill's kitchen making a quick snack. He'd had to give Dobby an order to sort out his clothes and watch over Fred and George so as to be allowed to cook for the family. Needing something mindless to occupy his mind and hands, Harry baked a coffee cake and brewed a piping hot pot of decaf. After informing the Weasley siblings of their parents' fate, Minerva was dealing with the aftermath of Severus' escape. The headmaster was revamping all the wards for the school to ensure that the discredited and condemned potion master couldn't gain entry to the school for nefarious purposes. As deputy head, she was the second person required to alter or augment the wards. A half-hour later, the sweet pastry was cooling as Harry, Remus and Hermione sipped their smooth Kona blend. Conversation that was light about life and their dreams, turned vaguely serious. Do you two know what you're going to do about your parents? Remus asked, indicating to Hermione with a nod of his head. Harry shrugged before looking to his wife. What do you think, love? If we tell them the truth, I think it might be bad. Mum could go high order and Dad might very well dig in his heels and refuse to acknowledge the truth. Are your parents really so closed-minded? They agreed to leave the UK pretty readily, before. Harry asked. They can be. When my Hogwarts letter arrived it wasn't much of a shock. I'd been summoning things, starting fires and changing the color of various things for a while. They were more relieved than anything to finally know the why behind all the strangeness. She turned to Harry. I wrote home yesterday to tell them about us and to ask if you could come visit over halls and we could visit you at here. If you think you're sleeping alone any night, you're sadly delusional, Harry informed her. Hermione smiled brightly as Remus rolled his eyes. Of course not, she jibed. I'll be next to you in our bed, here. Right, Harry sighed as he sat back, sipping at his drink. A crack announced Sirius' return. Any problems? Remus asked. Pouring himself a cup, Sirius shook his head. Vanished Tom Riddle's bones and replaced them with some bones from a pauper's grave. I thought about transfiguring something to look like bones, but I figured we should place the real thing in case he checks. That should bugger him. Another crack announced a new arrival. In an unintentionally humorous moment, the foursome discreetly drew their wands, each not wanting to alarm the other. It was all for naught when Tonks slouched into the room. Watch her, all, she greeted. Sinking down next to Remus on the love seat, she burrowed into his side. Wolfie, I'm tired. Sirius was in a quandary. He didn't know whether to give Moony a hard time or punch his lights out. Opting for neither, he asked, What's up, Dora? Director Bones has gone round the twist. We've an Auror dead, 5 civilians dead, one of whom was a senior government official, and a condemned man on the run. She reactivated Mad Eye and has assigned him 10 people to bring Snape in dead or alive. Fudge is a gibbering idiot while everyone is acting as if Snape were the Antichrist. They called in so many of us that they just realized over 3/4 of the Aurors were at work for over 12 hours. That sent Fudge into a screaming hissy fit about overtime and it went downhill from there. She closed her eyes and laid her head on Remus' shoulder. A soft smile danced across Hermione's lips as she watched the budding couple. A little more love in the world never hurt anyone, she murmured. Too right, Harry agreed. Sirius cleared his throat to get the rest of the family's attention. Since our youngest members have finally got their thumb out of their asses, we can move out. Dora, I'll need a few ministry portkeys from you and a watch rotation schedule. Harry, Hermione, we'll probably go the night after next. With Snape out there possibly looking for Voldemort, after a dozen years in Albus, confidence, I think we should strike fast and hard. A cold expression settled over the Potters' faces and they nodded in agreement as one. We may not have the chance later, Hermione observed. It was nearly 1 in the morning when the Grim crawled out of the North Sea. He had to deliberately prevent himself from shaking his coat dry in order to stay as quiet as he could. Behind him a lioness and a panther padded up the rocky slope dripping the cold seawater from their coats. The overlarge dog turned back and received a human-like nod from each of the great cats. Without any further deliberation Sirius headed up the hill, weaving between boulders and fallen rocks trying to minimize his noise as he passed through the scree. The lioness followed while the panther slowly brought up the rear, occasionally checking to see if the group was being followed. Without challenge, they approached the walls of the fortress. Over 40 feet tall and seemingly carved of obsidian, the citadel of Azkaban had stood since time immemorial. None now living knew who built it or its original purpose. The British Ministry for Magic had co-opted the facility into housing the most depraved of their criminals. Slowly, Sirius followed the outer wall to the only entrance into the fortress. All three predators stilled in order to reach out with their senses. Listening, smelling and watching, they saw nothing near. There was a faraway rustling like leaves in the wind, but they were in the clear. Padfoot paused at the doorway, obviously fighting an internal battle. The panther nosed his shoulder in a combined reassuring and urging motion. Nodding, the Grim took a deep breath before stalking through the door. Taking an immediate right, the threesome sprinted up a stairway and down a hall. Padfoot pulled over to the side, allowing the lioness to lead to the doorway at the end of the hall. Being the largest of the three animagi, she leapt at the door, shattering it under her weight. Behind her, Harry and Sirius, now transformed back to their human selves, boiled into the room, stunning the two guards who sat at their desks. 2 quick memory charms were soundlessly performed. Reaching into his robes, Harry handed Sirius one of the small blocks of wood they'd received from Tonks the day before. Settling it in the hand of the unconscious man, Sirius soundlessly tapped the guard's wand on the wood, activating the portkey. Looking up, Sirius saw that Harry had successfully portkeyed away his own guard. Fortunately, the warden of Azkaban was a moron who only staffed the entire prison with 2 human guards overnight. There were plenty of Dementors, though. Sirius began to tremble a bit under the influence of the demons. Reaching into his robes, he pulled out a block of Honeyduke's best, biting off a large hunk of the milk chocolate. Passing it to Hermione, she took a bite, as did Harry. "East Wing," Harry commanded. Nodding, Sirius transformed again, letting out a small sigh of relief as he did so. Patting out the door and down an adjacent hallway, he led the Potters on a 5-minute run to the head of the east wing of the fortress. This was where the most inveterate criminals were kept. Bellatrix Lestrange and her husband were the celebrity inmates. Barty Crouch had been reunited with all 3 Lestranges not so long before. The bulk of the Dementors were also found in the East Wing. Stepping in front of Padfoot, Harry caught Hermione's eye. When she nodded, they lifted their wands in unison. Both reached deep inside themselves, encouraging the fires of their magic. Pulling, pushing and willing it to the surface, they stoked all their power into an inferno for one spell. Harry's eyes snapped open and Sirius was startled to see that they glowed an iridescent blue from lid to lid. Hermione's eyes were the same, the raw magic was leaking out of their bodies. A very simple wand movement later and they both screamed, "Fiendfire!" Dragons, chimeras, basilisks, cockatrices and manticores. Living flame personified in the most powerfully destructive creatures ever to exist rampaged down the corridors, up the stairs, through the walls and through the ceilings. Within seconds everything in the east wing of the fortress was fully involved in the inferno that Harry and Hermione had unleashed. Conventional wisdom says that the Dementors cannot be killed, only held in abeyance via the Patronus charm. That is incorrect. Dragonfire and Fiendfire both can immolate the demonic monsters. It is also said that the fire wielded by a true elemental can destroy the beings, but no one can attest to the truth of that statement. By the time Sirius had pulled Harry and Hermione back to the West Wing and stuffed a pepper-up potion down their throats, 321 Dementors had been consumed in fires so hot they rivaled the fires of hell from which they'd been spawned. On this plane of existence, they were unprepared for the fire. It goes without saying that the prisoners were unprepared as well. Subtlety was long lost, so Sirius shouted to be heard over the roar of the fires, "Can you do it again, or should I cast?" Harry waved his godfather off as he stood, "I've got it." Hermione took a steadying breath as she stood. Stoking their magic as best they could, they repeated themselves in the West Wing. This time, Hermione passed out from the exertion and Harry stumbled to his knees. Expecting this, Sirius levitated Harry and tossed Hermione over his shoulder as he ran for the shoreline. Behind him, the immortal Azkaban burned. Wading into the water, Sirius pulled out a length of rope which had a dual use. Tying one end about Hermione's wrist, looping the middle about Harry's waist, he grabbed the remaining end. A quick flotation charm on the teens allowed him to swim out past the remaining wards of the island before triggering the portkey. They arrived on the boat as it floated at anchor where they'd left it. Remus hustled over to them, wand out and already casting drying and warming charms on the teens. Once they'd been dried, he turned to his oldest friend and repeated the spells. Wrapping a warm blanket about Sirius' shoulders, he picked up the teens as one and took them below decks. A minute later he was on deck and the small fishing boat was headed back to the coast of Scotland. "Aren't you gonna ask if it went okay?" Sirius rasped. Mooney snorted. "Turn around, pads." Looking over his shoulder, Sirius saw the entire horizon aflame. A satisfied nod was the totality of his gloating. "Not bad for 20 minutes work after a half-hour swim. Damn, Dumbledore's been having a bad week, hasn't he?" The glee in Sirius' voice wasn't feigned. He squealed with delight as he rustled from the front page of the paper to page 4. Why is the story always continued on page 4? He wondered aloud. With loud sloppy bites, Sirius ate his way through an apple as he finished reading the latest rant about the headmaster's poor judgment in hiring and supporting a convicted murderer and child abuser. Throwing his apple core at his sleeping godson, Sirius called, "Midnight. Wake up, you slob." The now half-awake boy who lived rolled over before blearily asking, "Wazot?" The night before had been the first full moon since Harry and Hermione had made their successful transformation as animagi. The new potions professor, Horace Slughorn, had made an acceptable wolfsbane for Remus, but the family was all looking forward to a good full moon run. The weeks had been tense and all were looking forward to the inevitable rambunctious play while transformed. Well, all looked forward to it except Minerva. The middle-aged transfiguration professor had protested that she was too small as a tabby cat and too old to run, so Sirius reminded her, "Don't cats climb trees?" Her glare had been vintage Professor McGonagall. "Sirius Black, if you think for one moment that I'm going to spend a late November night sitting in a tree just to please you, then Azkaban has rattled loose more than one bolt in your head." So it was that Harry, Hermione, Sirius and Remus had tromped out to the Whomping Willow, slipped through the passage to the shack to await the moonrise. Some quick transfiguration, cleaning charms and warming charms left what was suggested to be a parlor in a fairly comfortable condition. The waxy and drained Remus sank onto a sofa, closed his eyes and waited for his cursed change. Harry and Hermione traded a look of concern before turning to the expert. Sirius waved away their anxiety. "He's always like this just before turning. Leave him be." Settling on a wingback chair, Sirius eyed his godson and goddaughter-in-law with an amused eye. "It's a tradition amongst the Marauders for us to have nicknames based on our animagus forms. Now that you two have completed the change and we're coming up on our first full moon together, Mooney and I've decided to tell you what we decided upon for your names." "We don't get to name ourselves?" Hermione asked with a sardonic tone. "Did you give yourself your birth name?" "Not likely," she muttered in response. "Right. You, sir," he pointed at Harry, "are now to be known throughout Marauderdom as Midnight." Waving his arm in what was supposed to be a grand gesture but came off looking like he was falling over, Sirius turned to Hermione. "You, good lady, are to be known throughout Marauderdom as Longtooth." With a half-smile obliquely showing on his face, Harry turned to Hermione. "I like it," she told him. Turning to Sirius she told Padfoot, "Mrs. Longtooth approves and agrees with her name." "As does Mr. Midnight." "Excellent," Padfoot replied. "Excellent," Mooney groaned. "By the way, it's time for you all to transform." "It's time." Hermione curled up next to Harry in bed. She'd been up late with Minerva helping with the funeral arrangements for Arthur and Molly. Bill and Charlie had turned to their old head of house for guidance and help in their time of need. Hermione had volunteered to help coordinate the events for Minerva. In the future that was, they'd missed the immediate destruction of all their friends and family. As such, they missed the downfall of the civilities surrounding death. The touches that separated humans from animals, wherein witches and wizards had the opportunity to indulge in the finer aspects of death-like funerals. By the time Harry and Hermione had rejoined the magical world, they were lucky to be able to claim their dead, much less celebrate the life that had been lost with a funeral. The destruction of Azkaban was less than a week behind them. Molly and Arthur's funeral was scheduled for the next day. Neither she nor her husband had raised the issue of discussing their acts. For all intents and purposes, they'd murdered over 500 inmates when they'd torched the island prison. As she snuggled next to Harry she murmured, "Love." "Hun," he grunted in reply. "Wake up, I need to talk." Rubbing his face, Harry asked, "What's the bother? How are you about Azkaban? You mean killing all those people who had no way of escaping or defending themselves?" His precise wording told her that he was thinking on the same wavelength. She nodded into his chest as a reply. "Maybe I'm a cold-hearted bastard, but I'm perfectly all right with it." She sighed in a mixture of relief and sadness. "Me too. We'll see how we feel about it in a year or so," he concluded. "How are you guys?" Harry sat on the sofa next to Fred, Hermione sitting in her husband's lap. George, on the other side of Fred, shrugged for the both of them. The funeral had been extraordinarily sad. All 7 of Molly and Arthur's children had put on a brave face while trying their best to keep from sobbing their hearts out. Ginny had clung to Fred as a lone tear had tracked down his face. Bill, stoic and tall, had done his best to fill the role his father had left behind, but on occasion little Billy Weasley poked through and his anguish was plain to see. Ron looked bewildered, suffering from the fate that so many teens experience when the worst comes calling at their door. "Yes, it can happen to me after all," is a traumatic realization for all. Percy had busied himself greeting the numerous Weasley relatives. Hiding inactivity did nothing to lessen his grief, though. As the beer for his mother was lit, Percy was the first Weasley sibling to break down and openly weep. Charlie held his younger brother amidst his own tears. George had been quiet the whole time, wordlessly watching all, but saying nothing. Cornelius Fudge and the upper echelons of the Ministry for Magic had attended the proceedings. At the request of the family, though, no speeches were delivered. For that small show of decency, all were grateful. Harry and Hermione had attended alongside Minerva, Sirius, Remus and Albus Dumbledore. The old headmaster was obviously grief-stricken and said nothing to the other attendees outside of murmured greetings. Bill and Charlie had talked it over with their brothers and sister, collectively deciding it best for the youngest 5 to stay in school. It's said that maintaining one's routine helps a person deal with grief. That person must have never had a parent die when they were a child. A profound quiet settled about the friends as they sat in their common room. The air was heavy with anticipation and moment. Recognizing the situation, Harry and Hermione sat in silence with their friends. The normally rambunctious twins had been pliant and accommodating to all and sundry over the previous week. They'd been the shoulders to cry on for their younger siblings as Ginny wailed and Ron bawled. They'd described the events in painful detail to Percy when he insisted on knowing all. They'd gone to the funeral of their parents and accepted the condolences of the attendees. They'd helped Bill move home to the Burrow while Charlie put in his notice. They helped Charlie as best they could to find an apprenticeship to work on his Beastmaster qualifications while in Britain. They'd done their duty to their family. Now, they needed something for themselves. The common room filled and emptied, still the 4 friends sat in silence. Students worked on essays and practiced spells, still Harry and Hermione sat with their friends. Around 11 o'clock, with the common room empty, George turned to Harry. "We want to help." Harry gave the twins an appraising look. It was obvious that they had deduced the perpetrators of the destruction of Azkaban. They wanted in on any further activities that would be along the same lines. George said nothing to incriminate anyone, but intimated that they were fully aware of the stakes. The ante for this game was pain while the wager was death, theirs or someone else's. "Come on," Harry told them. Hermione stood without comment, her silence indicating her consent. 4 quick disillusionment charms later allowed the foursome to move at will through the halls. While they glided through the dark passageways, Harry reflected on the public's reaction to the destruction of Azkaban and the associated killing of all the inmates and their non-human guards. The rescue of the human guards of Azkaban had provoked the reaction for which Sirius had hoped. It had swayed the common folk that the destroyers of the prison were working for, the good guys. The public generally considered their action to be a public service. After the infamous Halloween defeat of Voldemort in 1981, most of the public just wanted the problems to go away. There had been so much death, so much pain for so long they wanted to move on with their lives. Lock up the scum, make the problem disappear and stop talking about it, had been the general atmosphere. With Snape's attack in the courtroom, it reminded the older generations of the First Blood War. It brought back, all too clearly, the memories of Voldemort and his Death Eaters' rampages through the UK during the 70s. No one wanted to go back to those days. When the list of the presumed deceased prisoners was published in the Prophet, the general attitude had been, good riddance to bad rubbish. The DMLE was duty-bound to investigate the destruction, but the two Aurors who were assigned to the job concluded there was insufficient evidence to press the issue. Their entire evidence-collecting efforts had consisted of a day kicking at the still-smoking rubble trying to find any kind of gruesome remains which they could sell in Nocturne Alley. The fiendfire was thorough, though. Nothing was left. Approaching the door, Harry dispelled his charm, signaling to Fred and George to release their own spells. Hermione had already moved to the door to open it. The young men followed her into the sitting room where Remus and Sirius were poring over drawings and property plats. Sirius cocked an eyebrow in question to Harry when he saw the grim-faced twins. "They want in," he replied to the silent question. Turning to Longtooth and Moony, he waited for their input. Hermione nodded her assent while Remus rubbed his chin in contemplation. Finally, he told Padfoot, "They deserve the opportunity." With a blank expression, Sirius told the twins, "You may get killed." "Yeah, we know. You will most likely have to kill people." While George silently nodded, Fred replied for both of them, "We know. We aren't real chuffed about it, but realize that it's a possibility." Looking around the room, Padfoot gestured to the others before saying, "We've all killed. It isn't glamorous or cool. It's brutal, revolting, and you'll have nightmares about it the rest of your life." With a gruff laugh, he continued, "A person who can kill without any damage to themselves or guilt is, by definition, a sociopath. Insane." The silent nods of agreement and identification from the rest was stronger support than the loudest shout. "You need to really consider if you can live with yourself if you're required to kill. At the same time, beware that you can never really know what it feels like until you've actually cast the spell which ends a person's life." "It's the most important decision you'll ever make," Hermione echoed. "It's also the one you'll most regret," Remus continued. "And the one you'll most second-guess," Harry finished. "But in the end, we've saved more than we've taken. We've protected those who were unable to save themselves," Sirius finished. With a friendly expression, Sirius rose before clapping the twins on their shoulders. "We want you to be on board, but you need to make as informed a decision as you can. There are no do-overs here. Dead means dead, for you and them. Take the time to think it over. Come back in a week or so. Talk to these losers." He playfully poked at Harry and Hermione who, mature adults which they were, each stuck out their tongues at Padfoot. "Talk to them and maybe they'll tell you a bit of their stories." Before Harry could reply, George told the group, "We've been working on occlumency about 6 hours a day since." They all understood when "since" was. It was the day their parents had fallen to their deaths. Nodding, Harry stood. "Right, let's go do some more work." Harry and Hermione were heading from arithmancy to the Great Hall when it happened. Arithmancy had been mind-bogglingly boring for Harry, so he was still a bit punchy as they meandered down the halls. Hermione had been rattling on about the latest theorem they'd discussed which, no matter how well she knew the subject, she still became excited. Harry was sure that if Hogwarts had a maths club, Hermione would be president. They were in a little-used section of the castle, cutting through to make their journey shorter when they heard him. "You ing-blood traitor, you should be begging to service me." The whimpering reply precluded identification beyond a female teen in pain. The male was most definitely Draco Malfoy. Harry's eyes snapped open. Together, the Potters dropped their satchels and sprinted down the hallway. Turning the corner, they saw that Malfoy the Younger had pushed Ginny Weasley into an alcove. He was behind her and was in the process of forcing her to bend over. In later years, Harry would honestly say, if he talked about it at all, that he had no recollection of his actions that afternoon. With a confusing mixture of pride and revulsion, Hermione remembered it all too well. In a flash, Harry had drawn his wand. A jabbing motion later and the fire whip sprouted from the 11-inch holly and phoenix feather wand. Like a cowboy, the whip snapped and cracked as it flipped up and down. A flick of his wrist sent the rope of fire lashing out, wrapping itself about Malfoy's neck. Hermione said nothing to stop her man as she ran for Ginny. Harry pulled with all his might. He wasn't sure if he was trying to pull Malfoy off Ginny or to achieve another aim. Either way, the meaty thumping of Malfoy's severed head as it bounced on the ground was the most unique sound they'd ever heard. Hermione engulfed Ginny in her arms as the red-headed girl tried to cover herself. Her ripped blouse and torn skirt gave more evidence against the dead boy's depredations. Ginny's breaths came in rapid pants, a low scream keening out in an undertone. "It's okay, Ginny, he's gone now. He'll never hurt you, I'm here. He'll never hurt you." Harry stared at the wild-eyed girl for a long moment. The bile rose in his gorge as he saw his wife console the distraught girl. Disgust fueled his physical reaction until, unable to contain himself, he turned away to vomit on the floor. Wiping his mouth, Harry vanished the sick and freshened his breath. Unable to face the wreck that was Ginny Weasley, he turned his attention to the corpse of the Malfoy heir. A memory from 4th year inspired him, so Harry cast 2 quick spells. The cauterized pieces of Draco Malfoy were now 2 bones. A quick translocation spell and the bones appeared in the deepest reaches of the Forbidden Forest where Harry was sure a predator would enjoy the snack. Steeling himself, he turned around to see Hermione's face awash in tears as Ginny broke down. A summoning charm brought their satchels to them. Pulling his invisibility cloak from his satchel, he gently wrapped it around Hermione and Ginny. Hermione's eyes were hard and desperate at the same time. She'd seen horrors in war. She'd perpetrated horrors in war. This, though, was beyond the pale. A monstrous act by a boy they should have executed months before. She'd even decided to eliminate the foul boy, yet been swayed by others from what she knew to be right. Hermione had never hated herself more than she did now. "Let's take her to Min," Harry whispered. Slowly, the one seen and 2 unseen teens moved through the castle to the head of Gryffindor House's quarters. Minerva dispatched Harry to retrieve Madame Pomfrey when told of what happened to Ginny. Ashen-faced, she silently asked Harry about her assailant. "I took care of it," he told her. A jerky nod was her only reply. After telling Poppy that she was needed in Minerva's quarters, Harry ran back to Gryffindor Tower. Bursting in the common room, he spied Oliver at a work table. "Where's the twins?" Harry asked. Without looking up, Oliver pointed to the stairs for the boys' dormitory. Sprinting up the stairs, Harry turned into the 5th-year dorm where he found Fred and George reading on their beds. "Come with me. It's Ginny." Books flew as the boys ran to follow Harry. Harry paused as he went past the 3rd-year boys' dorm, but decided to leave Ron where he was for now. He'd let the twins or Bill break the news to him and Percy. They ran to McGonagall's door where Harry stopped them from barging in the office. Ginny was attacked and almost died. When the twins' faces paled and tightened, Harry told them, "I took care of him. The pieces of his body are probably being eaten in the forest right now." "Malfoy." Harry nodded. "Lads, Ginny is pretty torn up. She'll need her big brothers, right?" George nodded. "Can you get Bill here? Billy has always been her favorite." Giving the password to Minerva's door warden, Harry opened the door. Entering, they saw Hermione sitting on a chair. Ginny, Minerva and Poppy were missing from the room. "They've got her in the other room," Hermione explained. "Doing an exam." Hermione's red eyes belied the palpable rage which trembled her hands. She reached for Harry so he flowed into her arms. Fred plopped in a chair, his head in his hands while George stared out the window. Harry gave her a squeeze and a before moving to Minerva's fireplace. A pinch of flow powder turned the fire green. After a cry of, "The burrow," he forced his head in the fire. Bill had a stack of parchment on the kitchen table which he was sorting through when Harry's head popped through the flow. "Bill," he called. Surprised, Bill turned to the fireplace, his wand in hand. "You're needed at Hogwarts, step through." Nodding dumbly, Bill stood and moved through the fire. When he saw the twins, he scowled. "Are you two in trouble?" "It's Ginny, Billy," George told him as he continued to stare out the window. "What?" Harry explained the situation, leaving out the execution of the perpetrator. Bill sat in the chair next to Fred, adopting his brother's pose. "Dear God, what next?" he muttered. Sitting upright, Bill asked, "Have the Aurors been called?" "Not needed, Bill," George told his brother. "It's been taken care of." Understanding what was and wasn't said, Bill nodded and never brought it up again. The fivesome sat in silence, waiting for the door to Minerva's bedchamber to open. "So, does she want to be obliviated?" Harry asked. Bill shook his head. When Minerva had come out of her bedchambers, Bill and the twins had rushed in to see their sister. Minerva's ashen complexion had told volumes about her own self-recriminations. Harry had warned her. He'd told the Transfiguration Mistress that Malfoy would hurt others when they'd discussed eliminating the worst of the worst future Death Eaters. Minerva had fought the notion that they execute children for their actions to come. Now Ginny Weasley had been ally assaulted and nearly d. Minerva's jaw had worked twice but the words hadn't come. Harry looked away while Hermione had merely nodded, indicating the guilty had been punished. The deputy head had then left to inform her supervisor of the assault and that Draco Malfoy had absconded to parts unknown. Madame Pomfrey had escorted a puffy-faced, red-eyed Ginny Weasley to one of the private rooms in the infirmary where she'd spend at least one night. Bill and George had wandered out of Minerva's bedchambers while Fred had walked Ginny to the infirmary. The foursome walked toward Gryffindor Tower in a grim silence which was only broken by Harry's question. She said that the diary took enough of her memories, she didn't want to volunteer to lose any more. He pulled a face of disgust. She did agree to revisit the issue if she was having problems coping. Is she going to see a mind healer? Hermione asked. Bill was silent for a short period of time which indicated only one thing. Bill, don't worry about costs. I'll cover everything. Sighing, Bill nodded. I'm not my dad, so I'll accept your generosity. It would have been hard. Harry waved away the new head of Clan Weasley's expressions of gratitude. Least I could do, he mumbled. They all paused outside the fat lady. George scuttled in the portrait hole to fetch his brothers as Bill waited. Harry and Hermione waved their exit to the tall redhead and moved off down the hall. After turning the corner, Harry gently steered Hermione into a broom closet. She didn't even try to complain or pretend she didn't know what her better half was doing. Say it, he cajoled after casting a hasty privacy charm. I knew and didn't do anything. She screamed. I had decided to kill the little and didn't do anything. I let them talk me out of doing what I knew was right. And now, oh, poor Ginny, she trailed off into sobs. That little she ranted again. Turning away from Harry, she kicked a bucket as hard as she could muster. Kicking it again and again, it bounced off the walls, bent and deformed. After breaking a few mop handles, she collapsed into Harry's arms. Her sobs of grief and shame were more cleansing now. Both knew, but would never say aloud, that they owed Ginny Weasley far more than could ever be repaid. Sniffling, she straightened Harry's robes. Come on, she told him after a quick, Dumbledore will want to talk to us soon. In the hallway heading toward the headmaster's tower, the Potters bumped into Remus. You heard? Harry asked. Remus nodded. His shame was palpable and similar to Minerva's. Are you two all right? We will be, Hermione lied. Not bothering to challenge what all knew to be false, Remus asked, Albus. Harry shrugged. We figured he'd be calling for us, so we decided to just wait at the foot of his stairs. A wise decision, Mr. Potter, the voice of the headmaster called from behind the three friends. Harry spun, drawing his wand as he did so. Hermione dove to the left, rolled and came up with her wand leveled at the old man. The aged headmaster blinked at both teens, an expression of curious surprise on his face. Jesus, don't do that. Harry hissed under his breath. I apologize, Dumbledore intoned slowly. The two of you have had a stressful day and I'm sure that has you on edge. Gesturing toward the gargoyle which guarded his office, he asked, shall we? Remus peeled off as unobtrusively as possible. It wasn't enough, though. As they ascended the stairs, Dumbledore called over his shoulder, I didn't realize you were so close to Professor Lupin. Harry didn't say anything. They'd already been too indiscreet this day and didn't want to compound the injury by playing word games with the experienced debater. When neither Harry nor Hermione replied to his observation, Dumbledore merely pursed his lips and casually indicated for the youngsters to sit in chairs across from his desk. Harry had noticed when they entered the ornate office that they were alone. No Aurors were present, which meant they hadn't been called or were interviewing Ginny. Harry was willing to bet the Potter Trust's next quarter dividends that Dumbledore hadn't called the Aurors yet. Hermione was obviously on the same thought train as her husband. Sir, I thought we'd be discussing what happened with the Aurors. A placating smile on his face, Dumbledore replied, in good time, Miss Granger. Now, please tell me the full story. I'm sure that you may have accidentally left a few details out when you told Professor McGonagall what happened. You must have been quite shocked, after all. Harry and Hermione frowned in unison at the implication in the old man's statement. He obviously didn't know anything beyond their fabricated story and was fishing to see if his statements could break loose information he didn't have. Shaking it off, Harry told the headmaster, "I don't believe we left anything out, sir. We were heading to the Great Hall after arithmancy and were cutting through the old hall as it cuts quite a bit of time off the walk." Dumbledore nodded his understanding. Hermione continued, "We heard Draco Malfoy say, 'You ink-blood traitor, you should be begging to service me.'" She blushed a bit with the profanity and the directness of the statement. "We heard a girl sob or whimper, so we knew something bad was afoot. Dropping our bags, we rushed around the corner to see Ginny collapsed in that little alcove there and Draco Malfoy running the other direction. I moved to Ginny, while Harry tried to catch Malfoy." "Why did you try to catch Mr. Malfoy, Harry?" Looking at the old man as if he were insane, Harry replied, "Because it was obvious that he'd attacked Ginny, sir. Her shirt and skirt were torn and she was crying. I gather you failed to catch him then." "Yes, sir, he scampered so that by the time I got to the entry hall he was gone." There was a long evaluative silence from the headmaster until he extended his hand, the long fingers reaching toward Harry. "May I see your wand, Harry?" Slowly drawing it from his forearm holster, Harry asked, "To what end, sir?" A forced smile preceded his answer. "Indulge an old man his curiosity, if you would." Shrugging, Harry handed the holly and phoenix feather over. Dumbledore drew his own wand and muttered, "Priori incantato." A series of transfiguration spells preceded a summoning charm. Summoning charm. That's fourth-year work. Who taught you that, Harry? Without blinking, Harry replied, "I've learned that I need to do a bit better in my studies, sir. With all that happened during first year and second, I would rather not rely on luck anymore." A sincerely sad expression crossed Dumbledore's face. "I'm sorry you feel that way. A 60-foot basilisk has a way of waking one up." True enough. There was another long silence before Harry extended his hand. "My wand, sir." "Yes, quite. Well, that will be all." "The oars, sir." Hermione persisted. Another condescending smile. "In good time, Miss Granger." "That will be all." At the bottom of the stairs, Hermione huffed, "Unbelievable. He's no intention of calling the DMLE." With a roguish grin, Harry asked, "Let's give Padfoot a flow call, shall we?" The oars arrived after dinner. Harry and Hermione were interviewed by Tonks and Dawlish, once again. Sirius was silent this time as the subject matter was much more solemn. They told the same story to the oars that they told to Dumbledore. This time, Dawlish didn't complain when Tonks told him that she was going to talk to her head of house for a bit and she'd see him back at Auror headquarters. Without a word, the family walked the short distance to Remus quarters. They found a still pale Minerva waiting for them. "What really happened?" Tonks asked in a deadpan voice. "We found him trying to a second year and I cut his fawning head off. After a quick transfiguration, I translocated his body to the middle of the forest. I'm sure it's been devoured for a snack by now." Tonks nodded approvingly. Sinking onto the sofa next to Remus, she snagged his hand before asking, "Who's next?" "We have to be very careful. Malfoy was the only one stupid and brash enough to do what he did today. However, I wouldn't put it past Not, Crabbe or Goyle to be almost as stupid, though. Dumbledore will be all over us like white on rice if his students start showing up, missing, all of a sudden," Harry observed. "He doesn't believe in coincidence," Minerva agreed. Sirius escape, Harry's improvement in spellcasting, he and Hermione getting together, saving Ginny Weasley, the assault by Severus. "I think he must be suspicious already," Remus offered. "He checked my wand earlier," Harry offered. "Luckily, you'd already cleared it," Hermione told him. "Luck had nothing to do with it. I always do what you tell me," he teased back. She knew he was trying to cheer her up a bit, so Hermione gave him as genuine a smile as she could. "It'll be okay," he reassured her. "I want names." "Midnight," Sirius ordered. Leaning back in his chair, Harry stared at the ceiling. "Not, Crabbe and Goyle for sure." Turning to Hermione, he asked, "Bulstrode and Boot?" Sadly, she nodded her agreement. "Flint, Stebbins, Carmichael, Entwistle and Bowl." They discussed names late into the night, all their faces becoming paler as the discussion drew out. Harry and Hermione found themselves retelling the peripheral aspects of the future that was in order to explain some of the situations. Realizing that there needed to be balance and common sense, Harry told the family, "Look, I'm sure that some of these wouldn't have done what they did had it not been for the situations they found themselves in before. The worst of the worst, though, would have been like Draco and didn't need to go bad, they already were. All present hung their heads for different reasons. Some for a misplaced sense of guilt, others castigating themselves for failing to act when they knew they ought. Tonks was the one to address the point. "Listen up," she snapped at the others. When the shocked expressions turned her way, she gave a chagrined grin before she added, "Look, I'm the new kid here, but even I know that no one here is responsible for what Lucius Spawn did to Ginny Weasley. You're no more responsible for Cousin Draco's assault than I'm responsible for Snape's attack in the courtroom. I knew he was capable of such an action, but am I responsible?" "Yeah, but we were the only ones who knew he could do that kind of thing," Hermione whispered. "Bollocks to that," Tonks countered. They all regarded her with surprise. "From what I saw my 7th year and what I've heard since, every professor, including old Grandpa Whiskers in his tower, knew that young Malfoy could and would pull a stunt like this. He learned at his daddy's knee, and there's only one thing that Uncle Lucius teaches better than pureblood bigotry, and it's violence." Sighing, she leaned back into Remus' arms. "As for the other well, we need to deal with them post-haste." In the end, Sirius and Hermione set to work on devising a plan to eliminate the worst offenders that were current Hogwarts students. The hard part was to create a plan that still kept themselves out of the gaze of Dumbledore or the DMLE. Harry was working overtime with Fred and George on their occlumency. They had great motivation to excel at their studies and progressed rapidly. Neither was close to being able to consistently protect their minds, but Harry had a different idea. "Lads, I need you to think about something for me." George just cocked an eyebrow as a query. "Think about diversions. I want someone looking left while ignoring any and all activity to the right." "Are we talking distraction between two different sites or between two different areas at one site?" "Both." Slowly nodding as they thought, Fred asked, "Destruction?" After contemplating for a few minutes, Harry finally told them, "Either. One case where it doesn't matter and the other where I want no destruction. Preferably remotely activated." "Right, give us a week or so and we'll get you some options." Impressed, Harry let it drop as he got back on track. "Right. You're both doing well with holding your focus, but the shield is flimsy. Remember, this is wandless and incantionless magic. Just like in Transfiguration, your mental focus is key." Her mother never came out and said it, but Nymphadora Tonks knew that Andromeda Tonks, née Black, hated her sisters. When Bellatrix was consumed in the Inferno of Azkaban, Andromeda never mentioned her sister's death. Rarely did Andy Tonks ever talk about her sisters, and the only time that Dora could remember an occasion where her mum ever discussed her sisters, well, it is safe to say that Andy was stinking drunk. Bellatrix had been her favorite playmate when they were children. Narcissa had been the baby and a good 10 years younger than Andromeda, so the two weren't close. Bellatrix was only 3 years younger than Andy and had adored her older sister. Until Bella had turned 12, that is. During her 2nd year at Hogwarts, something happened to Bella and she had started down the path of insanity and sadism that led to her death while incarcerated. Dora was well aware that her parents loathed Lucius Malfoy and Rudolphus Lestrange. They would shed no tears when they read the paper in the morning. Cinching up the laces of her boots, Dora double-checked her weapons. Primary and backup wands, check. Matching daggers on her belt, check. Various potions, healing and explosive in her belt satchel, check. Walking up to Remus, she inspected his gear for him. Tightening a few straps, she playfully patted his bum. "Sirius, you ready?" Padfoot nodded to his cousin before turning to the others. Harry and Hermione were ready and waiting. Remus nodded his readiness. Minerva was not accompanying the team to their destination. Rather, she was going with the twins to set the diversion. Harry stood. "All right, Minerva, you ready?" When she nodded, he checked his watch. "Set the bombs to fire in 20 minutes unless otherwise directed. Godspeed." Minerva paused before embracing each of the assault team, ing Harry and Hermione on the cheek before she left to find Fred and George. "Let's go." Hermione held out the rope that they were using as a portkey. With a quick tap of her wand, the informal strike team was whisked away from Rowan Hill to a remote clearing in the woods in Wiltshire. Immediately, the 3 animagi shifted their form and spread out in a fan shape. Midnight had Point with Padfoot and Longtooth on the flanks. Moony and Tonks ran on the Panther's heels as the group cut through the woods to their destination. Within minutes, they found the spot where Remus and Sirius had been working on the wards for the past week. With Sirius cleared from any wrongdoing, he had full access to the Black Vaults. Deep inside the back of the Black family vault, there had been a nondescript box inside which had been a series of dragon bone tiles. Carved on each tile was a repeating series of runes. When placed in a specific pattern, these tiles created a gap in wards which didn't cause the ward itself to fail. Having access to these little gems was one of the few times that Sirius was glad to be a Black. If the Ministry had been aware of the existence of these ward-breaking tiles, they would have been confiscated in minutes. It took a full week for Remus and Sirius to weaken the wards in the localized areas so that they could insert the tiles. Last night, they'd finished their efforts and tested their work. Both Sirius and Remus had been able to safely traverse the ward line. This evening, none of the family paused in their run. In single file they sprinted through the hole in the wards. Tonks, aura conditioning and Remus, werewolf nature showed as they all ran at full tilt toward their destination. Breaking free of the trees, the manor house came into view. A few windows on the first floor were still lit. Bending to the left, the assault group headed to the back door. On the run, Remus and Tonks cast obscuring charms over their faces. At the back door, Midnight, Longtooth and Padfoot all shifted back to their human forms. 3 quick obscuring charms later and they were ready. Harry nodded to Remus who silently opened the door. The arrogant fools were too overconfident in their wards. The door wasn't locked. Ghosting through the doorway with wands out, Hermione and Sirius took point. Heading toward the light spilling out of the doorway ahead, they heard the low sounds of classical music. Per the plan, Hermione sprinted toward the door, Sirius on her heels. Harry pounded after the lead too, Remus and Tonks covering their back. By the time Harry entered the study, Lucius Malfoy was dead. He had a 1-inch hole drilled through his forehead. The channel drilled all the way through his head, allowing bits of his brain to dribble out the back of his skull. The Malfoy line was officially extinct, though the public wouldn't know it for years. Without pause, the group reversed its line as Remus and Tonks took point, Harry following with Hermione and Sirius covering their rear. Running now, the group pounded up the stairs. Remus and Tonks headed into the east wing while Harry and Hermione took the west. Sirius waited at the head of the stairway in case dear cousin Narcissa got by the attackers. 30 seconds later, the Potters heard Tonks shout, "Clear." Walking back, he found Remus and Tonks walking toward the stairwell. Without pausing, Tonks told the group she'd offed herself. Vial of poison on the nightstand. There was a shattered life force tracker next to it. Guess she figured out about Draco. 10 minutes later, the group activated their return portkey. Once again, they left their target burning behind them. The once ornate and beautiful Malfoy Manor was quickly consumed by fiendfire. Malfoy Manor destroyed took the headlines in the Prophet the next day. Just below the flickering picture of the remains of the burnt-out manor house was a secondary headline. Vandalism at Ministry. Fred and George's prank bombs had been wildly successful. They'd managed to replicate the explosive qualities of the Mimulus Mimbletonia and melded it with the odor of a stink bomb and the viscosity of swamp mud. The end result had clogged all the fires in the Ministry atrium and prevented all flow travel and communication to and from the Ministry. It's a little-known fact that the atrium fireplaces are the master fires for the entire Ministry. By shutting down the master fires, they shut down all the fires in the Ministry complex. It had been a simple thing for Minerva to apparate into the atrium while wearing James Potter's invisibility cloak, set the 12 bombs and apparate away. If Lucius had had the opportunity to call for help, he'd not have got any response. Hermione noticed the furrowed brow of the headmaster at breakfast the next day. Albus Dumbledore was worrying a bone. It was a most dangerous place for a bone to be. End-of-term tests were ridiculously easy. Harry actually fell asleep during the history final. Hermione prodded him awake with 30 minutes to go. He dashed through the test, handing it in as the charmed bell sounded to end the lesson. "You prat," she muttered as they headed back to Gryffindor Tower. He cheekily teased her back, "You love me." A warm smile stole across her face. "Come on, admit it," he cajoled. "You love me." Wrapping her arm in his, she leaned into his shoulder, "Okay. I do love you, you great prat. You packed?" she asked as they sat in the common room in front of the fire. When he nodded, she curled into his arms. I'm not looking forward to being away from you, she admitted. Me either, he replied softly. It's not like we'll be apart very long. During the day, I'll apparate home to Rowan Hill and return when my parents are due home from work. What if they call? That's what a mobile is for. Will it work in at home? She nodded as she closed her eyes. It should, the coverage extends over the area. They sat there quietly as the room filled with other Gryffindors coming back from exams and whatnot. Are you scared? She asked. He half shrugged, which was answer enough. I don't like being away from you after. The after was plain to the smartest witch of the age. After she was killed, he meant. Wrapping her arms more securely about him, she snuggled deeper into his arms, trying vainly to get closer. 10 minutes later, George plopped down on the chair opposite the Potters while Fred headed up to the dorms. Hermione caught the tail end of his mutters that sounded something like, hate, and, ing herbology. George, language, she reproved mildly. Sorry, Hermione. What are your plans for the halls? The calmer of the two twins flinched at the question. Eventually, he replied, we're going to be low-key and all get together at the Burrow. Charlie has moved home with Bill, so we'll all be there, except Mum and Dad, that is. Reaching out, Hermione took George's hand and squeezed. May we visit? Nodding, he told her, that would be nice. I think Ronnikins would act like a human being even. And if he doesn't, Bill'll hex our little bro. Into the next millennium, Fred told the Potters as he sat next to Hermione. They all fell silent as Ginny hurried through the common room to the stairs for the girls' dorm. George watched her go with a look of contained fury. Fred's eyes narrowed. I wish you hadn't taken care of the mess, Harry. Like most men would feel, Fred and George wanted to hurt their sister's attacker. No one commented, but all recognized the twins need to do something to help their sister. She was slowly making progress with the mind healer she saw 3 times a week, but her brothers could only be supportive and wait. Fred winced as he remembered what Ginny's roommate had told her the other day. Ginny, only, woke up screaming 2 nights a week. Minerva had disabled the security feature on the stairs of the girls' dormitory, allowing Fred and George to go to Ginny during the night. For probably the first time in their life, they didn't exploit the capability in any way. It was the only way they could help her. She didn't want Percy or Ron. Since Bill couldn't be there, she wanted her twin big brothers. They had to wait for her to let them help in more concrete ways besides just loving her, and that was damn near driving them round the twist. The next day the school packed up to head home for the Christmas holiday. Remus had already apparated off to Rowan Hill. Sirius was to await Harry at the platform. Niceties must be observed, as it would raise a few eyebrows for him to apparate home by himself. The train ride was quiet. Fred and George had holed up in a compartment with Ron and Ginny. Ginny had isolated herself to only her family. Between her odd behavior her first year and the backlash of Malfoy's attack this year, Ginny Weasley had few friends at Hogwarts. Harry and Hermione were sharing a compartment with Neville and Luna. Hermione and Luna had become much closer over the term. She is totally bluffing about those imaginary animals, Hermione had told Harry one night in bed. She was raving about some dock-tailed what's-it when mid-sentence, she stopped and gave me this little impish smile. Totally bluffing. The conversation was light amongst the 4 friends. Neville was describing the Yule celebrations that the Dowager Lady Longbottom usually planned for the halls. I hate the dance for New Year's, he grumbled. While Neville and Luna chatted about some of the people his grandmother associated with, Harry leaned into his wife's ear. Would you care to accompany me to the dance, love? A surprised smile jumped on her face. Beaming, she turned to him. Really? Her smile was infectious. Harry grinned back to her. I screwed up before, when I had the chance to take you to a dance, so I'll jump on the chance early. I'd love to, but we're not invited. Rolling his eyes, Harry turned back to Neville. Mate, can Hermione and I come to the dance? You want to come? He asked, a hopeful expression on his face. It'll be neat to experience a purely magical celebration. We've never been to one before, Hermione replied. Yeah, that'd be great. Neville excitedly told the duo. Harry widened his eyes a bit and minutely nodded to the crestfallen Luna. Predictable, Neville had no clue to what Harry was hinting. After smacking himself in the forehead because of the thick-headedness of the male gender, Harry mouthed, Luna, to his friend. Oh, Visibly nervous, Neville turned to the petite blonde, gulped then asked, Luna, could you? No, that's not it. Hermione had her hand over her mouth in a vain attempt to stifle her rising giggles. Harry just smiled. Luna, on the other hand, had cast away her dejected expression and was now waiting for Neville to get it together. Bugger all, he muttered before sitting up straight. Luna, would you please accompany me to the New Year's celebration at my home? A faint smile on the corners of her mouth, Luna replied, I'd like that very much, Neville. Exhaling loudly, he told her, good. Hermione's giggles escaped, bubbling over in a beautiful sound. Harry just chuckled as he slowly shook his head. Mum, Dad, this is my Harry. A small smile crept on his face as she introduced him as, Harry. Extending his hand, Harry shook Stephen Granger's hand. The male dentist Granger was a big man. Well over 6 feet tall with thick brown hair, he had a kind, open face. There was an aura about him, though, that hinted at danger. He was very fit, with large hands that looked like he could not only palm a basketball, but pop it with one squeeze. Harry never asked Hermione what her father did before becoming a dentist. It might be a profitable question. Alice Granger was, in short, a beautiful woman. Her blonde hair was the only attribute distinguishing her from her daughter. If Harry hadn't seen firsthand the beauty that Hermione would grow to become, he'd have been convinced in that moment that Hermione was a supermodel in the making. If Sirius had been there, Harry was sure he'd have commented, damn, she's hot. It's so good to meet you, Harry. We've heard so much about you from Hermione's letters that we feel we know you already. Ducking his head as he blushed, Harry replied, it's good to meet the both of you. Despite being a grown man mentally and emotionally, Harry still craved loving parents. Minerva filled the role of mother, but she wasn't his mother and both knew it. It's reasonable to assume that he would always want loving parents, regardless of his age. Stephen and Alice were his in-laws, so he was entitled to use the terms Mum and Dad with them, and it scared the crap out of Harry. His aunt and uncle were such horrific beasts that Harry had idealized the perfect mother and father as he grew up in the dank airless hole that had been the cupboard under the stairs. No one could live up to the standard he'd built in his mind, but he was casting in the wind with no return at Privet Drive. Subconsciously, he made a decision when Stephen and Alice had welcomed him so warmly. He'd do what he had to do in order to have these people accept him. He wanted to be their son, or at least their son-in-law. Hermione was nervous as well. Her parents were good people in every aspect of the description. At the same time, they were remarkably stubborn on some issues. Her fears since midterm, when they'd first discussed how to deal with her parents, had been a complete rejection of her and Harry by her parents if they told the truth about their time travel. At the same time, it was so good to see her parents again. She'd no idea how much she'd missed her mum and dad until this moment. She hadn't seen them in well over a decade, in her time stream that is. To see her mum so youthful and happy, her dad tall, strong, and so dad almost brought her to tears of happiness. Harry, is your godfather picking you up? Alice asked. Looking about him distractedly, Harry told her, he's around here somewhere. We'll hear him first. At the quizzical expressions on the elder Grangers' faces, Hermione explained, Sirius has a larger-than-life personality which usually shows up in volume. Amelia, how are you toots? A voice boomed from the middle of a scrum on the platform. Rolling his eyes, Harry jabbed his thumb in the general direction of the commotion. That'd be Padfoot. Stephen asked, Padfoot. Harry and Hermione traded mischievous grins. I'll tell you later. Better, I'll show you, Hermione explained. You little hellion, Longtooth, Harry teased. Not anything on you, Midnight, she snarked back. Now Stephen and Alice were really confused, but held back their questions. The small group was spared a new topic as the mountain of personality known as Sirius Black made his appearance. Harry, Sirius shouted to his godson as if he'd not seen him in over a decade instead of the night before. Flinging his arms wide, the Lord Black ran to his godson, wrapping him in a tearful embrace. Hermione couldn't help it, she broke down in laughter. Padfoot, you menace. Harry's muffled voice shouted. Oh, ickle herrikins, I've dreamt about this. Sirius sobbed in a dramatically histrionic shout. You moron, let go of me. Hermione was leaning on her knees, her breath squeaking out, she was laughing so hard. Oh, My beloved godson, say you love me and shall let me care for all your needs. Sirius continued, pulling a fake hitch in his voice. I'm gonna sick Moony on you if you don't leave off. Dropping the act like a bad egg, Sirius stood back straightening his robes and replying, fine, be like that. Noticing the Grangers for the first time, Sirius turned to them, stuck out his hand to Stephen and introduced himself, Sirius Black. I'm the Runt's godfather. Oi. Stephen couldn't take it anymore and began to chuckle, Stephen Granger. This is my wife, Alice. At his smoothest, Padfoot gently grasped Alice's hand, turned it and bowed low. I'm delighted to meet you, Mrs. Granger. Harry poked his godfather in the side. You'll have to pardon Sirius, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, he's a lunatic. I'm not. That's Moony. Rolling his eyes, Harry turned back to the reeling dentists. I'd like to invite your whole family to my home over break. You could come over for Christmas dinner and stay through New Year's. The Grangers traded doubtful glances. Well, that's very nice of you, Harry. Maybe you could come to our place. They stopped when Sirius chuckled. You don't need to worry about the house. It's got, what? He turned to Harry, 15 spare bedrooms. Harry shrugged, something like that. Hermione leaned into her mum's ear as she whispered, Mum, Harry's a billionaire and the house is a mansion. He's got a magical servant to cook and whatnot. Oh, well, then, we'd love to come. We were planning to take that week off anyway. Where do you live? Alice committed the family. We're on the coast of Cardigan Bay in Wales. Don't worry about transport, though, we'll provide a magical means of getting to the house. Stephen stepped into the conversation. Well, if you can move about easily, why don't you come over tomorrow so we can all get to know each other better? Harry knew exactly what Stephen wanted to talk about. Despite being a trained and hardened soldier, Harry gulped. No man wants to face the father of the woman they loved. Especially since he'd been shagging Hermione blind for the last 3 months. I'd like that very much, Mr. Granger, he lied. With a toothy grin, Stephen smiled. Excellent. Now, we must be off, traffic you know. Hermione reached for Harry's hand to give it a squeeze. She saw the barely suppressed panic in his face and gave a warm smile. Love you, she whispered. Mastering his fear, Harry took a deep breath. He had to remind himself that they'd only be separated for a few hours. He'd have her in his arms this evening and every night for the rest of his life. Returning her smile, he nodded. Love you, too, he replied in a similar whisper. With one last squeeze of his hand, she turned to follow her parents. Harry watched her until he could no longer see her or her parents. She turned back to him twice and each time he waved to her. Each time she returned it. Finally, her mum wrapped her arm about Hermione's shoulder and leaned in, obviously starting a girl talk type of conversation. It'll be all right, midnight, Sirius told his godson in a comforting tone. He wasn't being facetious for once. He knew all too well the hell that Harry went through in losing Hermione, for he'd been engaged to Dorcas Meadows when she was killed by Death Eaters. They were 4 weeks from their wedding when he buried her. Yes, Sirius knew all too well the agony of losing the woman you loved. Come on, mate, let's head home. They arrived in the entry hall of Rowan Hill with a double pop-pop. Dobby arrived a nanosecond later, making off with Harry and Sirius' cloaks as well as Harry's shrunken trunk. The boy who lived had no doubts that his belongings would be unpacked before Harry even left the entry hall. Hearing holiday music emanating from the family drawing room, Harry headed that way. Inside, he found Moony and Tonks decorating. Dora was hanging garlands of real pine that were charmed with snow and sparkles. To Harry's delight, she was singing with the song in a very good voice. Away in a manger, no crib for a bed, the little Lord Jesus laid down his sweet head. Leaning on the door jamb, he watched his family prepare for Christmas. Moony was positioning an unadorned tree in the corner while a large log fire crackled on the hearth. In the other corner, unseen until now, a strikingly handsome blonde woman called, Dora, where did you put those red bows? That's Cousin Andy, Sirius told him from behind Harry. Turning back to his godfather with a quizzical expression, Sirius beckoned. Harry followed him to the main study where he sat in his chair. Sirius sat across from the large mahogany desk after pouring 2 tumblers with a finger of whiskey each. Handing Harry his, Sirius told his godson, look, we're family. Despite all the shit out there, you and I both need the family around us whom we love and who loves us in return. James's mother was a black, my Aunt Doria, so you and I are second cousins anyway. Andy and Ted are good people. They've not been let into the secret and I'd advise not letting them in on it. That doesn't mean we can't celebrate with them, though. Sitting back in his chair, Harry sipped his drink. It was hard. He'd dreamt of a loving family all his life. Now that he was presented with the opportunity, he was afraid. Afraid that they'd turn on him like the Dursleys had. Afraid that they'd die and leave him like everyone else had. Shaking away the phantom fears he'd been plagued with the entire day, Harry nodded. Downing his drink in one go, he cast a quick breath-freshening charm on himself. He'd had so much confusion about family this day that he had to laugh at himself. Fear, anticipation, longing and desire all warred inside himself as he was presented with opportunity after opportunity, first the Grangers and now the Tonks. Despite his fears, he decided to trust Sirius. Let's go meet the family. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.